5.
You nailed it. That was perfect. Yeah.
Fuck yeah, I had a feeling.
What happens is I press the button and it takes between like 2 and 10 seconds to start the show. Anyway, PKA episode 318. Our guest tonight is Joe Lauzon. If you're one of the people that maybe you're an MMA fan and not a regular watcher, Joe's coming in about 30, 40 minutes. There's usually a pretty good timeline in the description. So if you're here for Joe, you can just skip to that part of the show. Kyle?
Oh, who would do that? We're about to talk about some fun stuff. All right, first, let me tell you about our sponsors. We got Movement coming back, Lift, Casper, who is this? MeUndies, and Nature Box. All those are our sponsors for this evening. You can check them out in the links down below, of course, as always. But yeah, I wanted to talk about something terrible that I read recently, and that was, Woody, have you ever seen the film Milo and Otis?
No.
Oh, yes.
So growing up, Milo and Otis was this real big film for, like, I don't know, my formative years. When I was 4, 5, 6 years old, it seemed like we watched it nonstop. It's about this little ginger kitten and this pug dog who live on a farm, and it's real life live action animals hanging out with each other, and it's like voiceover. So it's like those movies, Look Who's Talking Now, where you've got a human voicing this real life animal. None of that.
But they don't do like
there aren't 2 dogs and a cat.
False. No, that's Homeward Bound.
That is what I'm thinking of. Okay.
Yeah. That's a good movie too. But Milo and Otis came out when I was 5 years old or something, maybe even before then. I'm not quite sure. And you follow this ginger kitty and this little pug dog through all these adventures, because one day, like, one of them falls in the stream and the other jumps in after it, and they get swept away in the stream through all these. And they go on all these adventures. There's one point where, and they get separated along the way, and they deal with all kind of hardships. They find counterparts, they find girl kittens and girl pugs to like have babies with. Yeah. They go on adventures and they fight bears and birds. And look, what I read recently was that apparently this is not one of those movies in which no animals were harmed during the making of this film.
No, not Milo and Otis. How many Milo's and Otises were there?
It's all right. So here's the death count. And this apparently, and I'm a little confused about the wording of everything I've read, because after the death count, they always include, but this doesn't include the gruesome outtakes. I'm like, whoa, that seems like, what are we counting then? But in any case, 5 cats drowned. All right, now, because first thing in the movie, they fall in the stream, right, and get swept away. Well, cats don't swim too good. 5 cats drowned. 4 were mauled to death, because I think there's a scene with a bear, like a black bear or something. Christ. Yeah. 2 cats were pecked to death, because there's this scene with all these seagulls, if I remember correctly. Again, I was 5. One cat was swallowed.
So that's up to 11 cats, right?
Getting there. Yeah, it's 11 cats. The 12th was swallowed whole by a snake. 3. I think so. And then 3 dogs drowned. 2 dogs were mauled to death. 1 dog froze to death in the shivering scene in the snow. They just froze him to death. Like,
that was ridiculous.
He freezes to death.
Did you know that 1 Jack Nicholson died in the last scene in The Shining?
and again, like I said, the last sentence is, this count doesn't even allow for outtakes. Gruesome outtakes, which, if I had to guess, means like maybe when they were like testing scenes, or like, oh, let's see if a cat will fight a bear, or what'll happen, and they just threw cats at black bears for 6 hours, like, to see if they got anything good.
So director to be shooting that opening scene in the water, and you throw 1 cat in, and it, oh, fuck. Did you film it? No, I missed it too. All right. Good. Got a whole bag of cats. All right.
So I wonder if anyone else is doing the same side of cruelty math in their head that I am. You know, $1 is worth like 40 pesos or something. How many cat lives does it take to be worth a dog life?
Oh man, I in my opinion, like,
it's not one to one.
Dog's life?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, no, dogs are way better than cats. So I'm thinking, like
3. It's like 3.
I had 4 in my head. I'm in the same ballpark. Yeah,
it's like 3. Like, if you had, and I'll tell you how I'm doing it in my head. I'm imagining that simple old equation of the train coming down the tracks, and I can pull the switch and I can make it go left or I can make it go right, but it's going somewhere. It has to be in one formation or the other, A or B. And A is 1 dog. I'm picturing the collie that I saw at the airport yesterday. He was a service dog. He was really cool looking, had lots of speckles. Looked real proud to be leading that little girl around. And, then I'm picturing like 3 fucking ginger cats in a box going meow, meow. And the dog's just standing there like, do what you got to do, man. Like,
Yeah.
there are 3 of them.
Here's one.
I choose you, buddy. The cats are done. Just fucking,
If there was a track just like that, and on one side you see a guy that you don't know, you just kind of look at him and you're like, he seems like a good enough dude. He's just laying there saying for help. And on the other side is a train track that's incredibly long, and on it is strapped every single cat on Earth. Someone's kidnapped every cat on the planet, and they're all there. Every house cat. It's a very long track, and they're bunched up. And right now it's headed for the man. Do you pull that lever and kill every cat on the planet, every house cat?
what kind of man?
That's the thing. He looks like a good guy. You don't know anything about him. We will say that he's not like, you're not going to free him and be like, haha, back to raping or something. Like, he's not like
Okay.
that.
Yeah, I wish we would assign him can we give him a name at least?
His name's Edgar.
Oh, we got to save Edgar.
He's an engineer, I think, right?
Yes, he's-
Edgar,
well,
yeah. I doubt Edgar is, Edgar is giving back to his society. I almost guarantee it. You don't roll around with Edgar as your name. You go to Ed as soon as you realize you're working at the bowling alley now. Like, you're Ed, right? If you're still
Edgar's
at Edgar,
paid for that entire train. When you think about it.
Edgar's like, put the handle in the 2.1 position. You'll save us all. I built that.
I contribute.
Edgar's a fucking engineer or something. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. If we're talking about house cats, I guess maybe I would want to do a little research and find out, like, if we lose all the house cats, does that really throw off local ecosystems, like, globally? Like does the house cat, like is the house cat like the bat in that it goes out every night and eats its body weight in, like, mosquitoes and shit? Like, are those things going out there and keeping the possums at bay? And without the common house cat, the possum king would just roll into neighborhoods in force with his possum crew, and they just run, eating babies and cribs.
Gangs
and
of
raping
raccoons.
dogs with their barbed penises. Like, if that's going to happen,
Wait,
then
tell
I
me
say
more
kill.
about possum penises.
They have the bar. I think they have a barb. Oh no, those are the ones that are a bone. Yeah, it's a bone, I think, and they call it an Alabama toothpick, I believe, because they save it and then pick their teeth with it.
God damn it, Alabama! You're an embarrassment to us all.
Here's an even more difficult question. Just remove Edgar entirely. Do you still kill all the cats? I do.
I'm gonna be honest. I just have no good relationships with cats. But no, I'm not pro cat genocide for no reason. I'm not gonna just randomly push the cat holocaust button. I don't think, because Bubbles loves his kitties. I was watching a lot of Trailer Park Boys the other day, and Bubbles has all those kitties. They seem kind of cool.
Yeah,
I guess some people
just killing every cat. You're saving every dog and every pound across the country.
Oh, that's done. Done. Yeah, of course.
Because everybody's going to go, oh, my cat. Oh, I want an animal that actually loves me and cares about me and isn't waiting to eat my eyes the second I die. Oh, I'm going to go get a dog.
Yep.
And they're going to be like, oh, my God, I was such a fool. Thank God for that hero Taylor who killed every cat.
Cats,
I doubt that's how the world will remember you.
They call you the cat slayer.
No, it's only those cats, not the cool cats. Definitely not the cool cats. Not lions and tigers. They're still there.
What about the lynx? Can I, or like one of those Amazon cats?
Nope, doesn't make it. The lynx is too cool.
Okay. Here's the thing. Let's say the same railroad track. We got 4 dogs on one track and 1 great ape.
What kind of great ape?
Chimpanzee.
Chimp. Fuck the chimp. You know what? If it would tear my fingers off, give him the chance. There's plenty of those out there. I can go to the zoo.
If you put that chimp is just waiting to tear loose from his binds so that it can maul those dogs and rape you.
6 dogs, 1 orangutan.
Rape and murder. Like, that's all he cares about.
Orangutan, orangutans are more rare, so I'd have to let that one live. But orangutans, I think I brought this up before. It's a species that does not exist sans rape. Like, orangutan bitches are never like, you know what, I'm down. They're always swinging away like, oh, Jesus, fuck. And then the little orangutan is like, well, thanks to sexual dimorphism, I'm 3 times your size, ha-ha! And he just grabs them, pulls them down, and then they rape the species ahead.
Wow.
Nature is really fucked up when you think about it. Like, isn't that fucking... and you have to wonder if the female orangutans are, like, actually running, or if that running is just the way that their species determines who gets to mate, where they're like, nope, I'm not mating with that slow idiot weak guy and making my babies slow weak idiots.
Or is it just how they play hard to get? Like, I remember early in my relationship with Jackie, she'd be like, no. And I'd be like, honey, No means like you. That is not a game we play. We don't coyly say no.
Happen.
Yeah, we say
Well,
yes.
sometimes the orangutan does sometimes rape the female to death. So in that case,
Yeah, I
think that she really didn't want it.
we had to lay down the whole like this, shy little no thing is not okay.
You're not some maid from Braveheart days. Like, we need to be clear about consent.
Yes,
We're in
yes.
that era.
Oh, so romantic. But that's how
Yeah.
I was. Yeah, I was just like, this is not.
I need you to sign here that you want me to pound your puss. Just right here. Yeah, initial down there by the puss. Yeah.
I'm telling these things. Her mother's right there.
She knows.
My mother-in-law moved in. She's very nice. She's very sick. And
Is that very recent?
This is where she belongs. Between the last two shows. Yeah. So
okay.
Saturday she moved in. And yeah, it's not a joke or anything, but she's living with us, and this is where she needs to be.
Good.
That's good.
Yeah.
So.
Let's see. We talked about the cat genocide. Yeah, I think I like cats a little more than you do, but not enough to have one. I'll tell you what. My cat experience was that we had that cat who just lived here, and we called it White Cat. And I was like, yeah, sure, live. I'll buy you food. It was like as long as if you're so low maintenance that I just fill a bowl every couple of days and you just do the rest, like I'm okay with that. I'll scratch you when I see you, and if you want me to, yeah, I just will. And then White Cat had like 6 fucking babies. And the only no-kill shelter was 100 miles away, so I drove her babies to Greenville, South Carolina, to be.
We
Put 'em on the
rescued a
train
dog
carrier.
last week. I don't know if I've talked about it or anything. We had a black lab. I think I have a picture of him. He was he's super skinny. You could see all his ribs. He was obviously underfed. He looked youngish. I'm going to call him 1. And he was outside. You remember that cold like snowstorm stuff? It got down to 8 in my area. So he didn't want to come in the house. Oh my gosh, Jackie would have the door open for like 20 minutes, encouraging him, putting food like 1 foot apart as he came closer. And we eventually got him in the house and kept him warm all night and took him to some sort of no-kill shelter where he'll be found. I think he'll be adopted. He was very sweet and 1-year-old.
I was under the impression that you kept it there for a second, but
Oh,
I was
kept
like,
a
God damn,
4th
you
dog?
already have multiple dogs. Like, that's a lot of dogs,
Oh.
and you're bringing in a problem child. You're like adopting one of the kids that like Angelina Jolie and Brad Pitt do because they're so rich and bored. They're like, I can fix this Congolese kid's life, I guess.
No.
Hey, Abdul, you want to stop defusing mines for a living?
Hey, have you
Normal
ever seen any of my movies? I pick a rubber and lose a hand. I do not bring a daily quota. Oh, so you haven't seen my films? Like, because we're gonna have
That's a
all the thing. Honestly, can we go back to the rubber plant?
Tomb Raider is gonna blow your mind, Abdul. Let's go. Come on, hop in the jet.
My mom's hot.
Bring your rubber. Like, come on.
Yeah, bring the rubber. You don't have to bring it. We have plenty of rubber. But
They got divorced, and I think that they're trying to like keep it under wraps, like what the issues were. But I keep hearing that she's kind of nutty about those kids.
Yeah, there seems to be a big he said she thing. I keep hearing about his like abusiveness and alcohol and all this crazy stuff. But when people are in the middle of a divorce, I take everything with a grain of salt. They just
Sure.
who are we talking about right now?
Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie.
Brad.
Yeah,
30%.
my main concern would be who has to take custody of those children. Like, can I get out of here without those? Like, entail? I don't
You
want
think
those.
they like try to return the kids? Like, what is the Sudan's policy on an unadoption?
Yeah,
it's fucking-
we'll give you $100. It goes super far in Senegal.
Yeah, it's like,
Yeah, you just fucking
buy your own
touch
pirate ship.
and send.
You're on your own pirate, and it's just a dumbass skiff with like an 8
Just some
horsepower.
bullshit dinghy with an AK that's semi-broken laying in the bottom of it.
It's just for show. You just scare people if it doesn't shoot.
I thought that was fucked up about the animals though. And then I saw an article on Reddit today, something about some other recent movie, and I guess there's some like behind the scenes footage of them like abusing a dog or something. I
comes
think
out,
it's called like Life of a Dog or something.
Something like that. I know that the premise behind the movie is that this guy gets a dog. The dog like fixes the guy's life, and then the dog dies and gets reincarnated and goes with another family. Dog dies, gets reincarnated, and like and you get to see the dog's like many lives as he improves the families that he's with. It sounds. I actually want to see it. It sounds a little sad, but
I'm not watching that. I don't watch the sad dog movies. Those are fucking bullshit. They're just made to make you cry, and I'm not down for that. We watched a while back. We were in bed, my girlfriend and I, and she clicks that movie. It's like Max, a war dog story. Like Max, it's like Max, colon, a war dog story.
Okay.
And in the trailer, I think it shows off that like Max is like a Marine canine or something, and like he's like bonded with his trainer, and like they go and fight in war together, and the trainer dies, and so Max has like PTSD or something, and ends up being like the pet of the dead soldier's brother, and then he like influences their life and helps their family life back home in the United States. And I'm like, you're watching that? She's like, yeah, why not? I'm like, I like flip my laptop up in front of my face, like put this headset on. I was like, I'm gonna play some Civilization or something. Yeah. like 30 minutes later, I look out of the corner of my eye and just tears are pouring down her face. I'm like, did he die? She goes, it's like, yeah, of course he died. We're 20 minutes in. Now he dies. It's going to be this sad for like 45 more minutes.
I don't like those movies where it's like I need to be brought up and then brought down if I'm going to be happy and then sad. I watched something recently called Impossible. It's this tsunami movie that has whatever Naomi Watts, I think her name is, and some little kid, and it was about that Indian Ocean tsunami, and they were like tourists, and the whole movie, it starts out with the tsunami happening, and so you're never brought up. There's never like, wow, like what a fucking great beach vacation. It just starts out as like, this was a poor decision. We should have just gone to Florida. And they get swept away. The whole family split up. Spoiler, wait, this isn't a spoiler. It's a fucking tsunami. If you couldn't infer that a family was going to get split up, then you're not.
It happens.
You know, it's not great. They get split up, and then the whole movie is them trying to find each other through painful screams. Not like, oh, we need to, we're going to get back, in war movies where somebody gets shot and they'll be like, a few minutes will go by where they're like, tactically we got to get up to that hill, we got to do it here, give me that, but I'm still carrying it, let's go. This was like that, except it was her leg fucked up, and at no point did she stop screaming. It was just like, Mom, we need to get to, Mom, we need to settle down. This little boy's like shaking his bleeding to death mom, and her tits hanging out, and she's all cut, and we need to get to shelter. We can't go save everyone. Oh, my leg. Oh. And then this Indian guy comes, and he starts dragging her across like the rubble and the reeds and everything. And it shows every single pull across the ground of, because he's a little emaciated guy that lives in Indonesia, so he can't lift her. He's just dragging her, and she's just just across. And
I love it.
It was upsetting to the point where it's like, this is bullshit. Like, this is, if I didn't know better, and maybe I don't know better, this is someone who made a movie and realized, fuck, I am so in over my head. This is 70 minutes of content at best. Like, I got to stretch this out.
All they had was that CGI tsunami and an idea, and now here they are. Scream!
I guess
Scream
30,
because we didn't
30
realize
minutes
that
of dragging. I'm just like,
you know what the worst dragging scene is?
You don't
in
watch
the movie?
that movie.
It's that Mel Gibson movie, Soldiers. What is it? It's that Vietnam Mel Gibson movie. We Were Soldiers. It's about the formation of the the helicopter cavalry and Nam, and how they flew in, and it was like great movie. But there's this one scene where they this guy's calling in napalm on the enemy, and he calls it in wrong, and he hits an American, and the guy gets fucked up, and someone tries to drag him out, and he grabs, I thought it was his legs that he grabs, but anyway, when he pulls from the legs, like the flesh just comes with his hands, like it's like the skin and the fat just like gets like drug off the bone, and the guy's like, oh God, and it's like all in his hands, and the guy on the ground is just like, ah! That was rough. That was a rough fucking scene. Like
that was a great movie though.
Yeah. Great movie. It's a true story. It's fucking, like, I don't remember I remember just the broad strokes, but it's like it's like 300 Americans and several thousand Vietnamese or something like that. And like the kill death ratio at the end of the day was like outrageously in America's favor as it was throughout the war, but especially here. It was good.
It was an interesting little eye opener about the Vietnam War, right? Like, the military, the United States military, kind of prides themselves like, look, we won every battle. We admit we lost the war, but that wasn't our fault. It wasn't that we were getting beat by the Vietnamese. Our politicians just decided to stop because we won every battle. It's like, oh, I guess.
Well, yeah, I mean, like, if it was just like, if they went to the American general and were like, actually, at all costs, take it. They'd be like, all right, we'll bring in the rest of the military boys, I guess. But yeah, it does. I mean, at that point it is. But that's like moving the goalposts a little bit, because it's being like, if the rules were totally different and war didn't happen the way war happens, we would have won. It's like, yeah, well, it doesn't.
It was that you had, commanders that fought in World War II in Korea, and all of a sudden they're really being handcuffed. They wanted to bomb in the north. They wanted to bomb the industrial part of North Vietnam. They wanted to bomb where their leaders were, and they weren't doing that. They're just bombing a bunch of poor people on the Ho Chi Minh Trail. Like you hear the Ho Chi Minh Trail, and I think maybe some people think that was a road or like a double highway. Like it's literally like a trail through the woods that we're dropping like tens of millions in ordnance on every day, and like trying to deforest jungles to stop. Like we were just really handcuffed there. That was a shitty war. 50,000 dead Americans, and we killed a lot more Vietnamese.
Yeah, that was a shit war. I assume. Glad I wasn't around.
I wasn't even around. Like I think so. I was born in '73, which I think is the year the war ended. Like I think they're the same year. So I remember this. I asked my history teacher in like 8th grade, right? So this is, how old are you in 8th grade? 13 years old?
Yeah.
And so this is like 13 years after the war ended. And I'm like, why did the Vietnam War happen? And he looked at another teacher, and they're like, ho, ho, ho. Yeah, well, that's kind of it. What was the Vietnam War about? Yeah, am I right? And she's like, yeah. You fuck! You're a history teacher at school. I'm asking you why the Vietnam War happened, and all you can do is huff and puff and smile slyly at your fellow teacher? You fucking worthless fuck!
That's just like saying like, we understand, but we won't tell. It's our little secret.
Yeah,
you'll have to go read a book. Like,
I just like. I don't know. I like, give me anything. What was the official reason? The whole stopping communism thing. You tell me about the drummed up thing. What was it called? The Gulf of Tonkin, where we pretended the ship was sank, but it wasn't really.
That's correct.
And there's things he could have said, but he couldn't have been more worthless. And I still look down on him, especially because he was a history teacher.
That's pretty weak. I had a really good 10th grade history teacher. Like he was a real scumbag, like dick. Like he'd pick on students. He never bothered me, but he picked on a few of my friends. Like really mean. Like this is like a 38-year-old man. We're in 10th grade. But he would get up there and like really kind of do a performance. He'd start telling you a story about like what the Sumerians did, or what Zoroastrianism was about, or what the Spartans was. My favorite was that he ever did was the Spartans, because he just went into great detail. He's like, yeah, when you turned 6 or 7 or whatever it was, they came and took you, and you started that day you were a soldier, and you didn't stop being a soldier until the day you were dead. Even when you retired, you were still in reserve. You lived in the barracks. He just went all these things that the Spartans did. They were crazy.
And I bet that teacher got you really interested in it, right? Like you were like, sure. This isn't just school anymore. This is kind of neat.
Oh
like,
yeah,
those
learned more in
teachers
that
were
class.
Good. History teachers could be so shit too. I had one in my freshman year, Mr. Johnson, who I swear to God would try to be boring sometimes to get kids to fall asleep so that he could take his enormous history tome that wasn't even like the class book. He just kept this giant history book without like the Iliad or the Odyssey up on his desk, and he'd go over to the desk and like be quiet after he saw they were asleep and just go boom, and slam it as hard as he could, and it sounded like someone shot a cannon off, and the kid would just wake up in a panic attack, and everybody else would think it was funny. But like he so clearly, like, when like teachers like smile at your stupid jokes, you see there's no wrinkles in their eyes. They're not sincerely smiling. The only time I saw Mr. Johnson smile sincerely in my entire 4 years in high school was every time he was walking up to a kid's desk to slam a book. He's like, I make like 33 grand a year. I hate my life, but this little bitch fell asleep again, and I'm gonna just make a resounding noise right on her desk. And it'd be like me shooting a gun off next to your head. That's how loud it was, to the point that like when you wake up, you're not, oh my goodness, it's like, oh fuck.
I had
God, are we still in the Greeks? Like
the bar for entertainment for teachers is so low. Like I remember some of the ones that I liked the most. Okay, I had a math teacher, and he wore, what a converse is, the concept in math. Like, 5 + 4 is 9, and 4 + 5 is 9. There the converse works. But you could say, like, a square is a quadrilateral, but a quadrilateral is not necessarily a square. There the converse is untrue. Right. So the day that he called us converse, he wore Chuck Taylors. Like, he had a teacher with Converse like Chucks on, and we were all like, "Oh my god, this is the greatest thing!" Like he actually wore sneakers as a teacher for Converse Day. Like we were all very excited. People would talk about it, like, dude, when you get to fifth period, you're gonna see he's got sneakers on. And he also he would teach us like shucks, it's been so long, but like we'd take a cube and pour water in it. And then a sphere of equivalent dimensions wouldn't hold all the water because a sphere holds less volume than a cube does. So when he poured the cube water into the sphere, it would leak and they'd get water on the ground. And we were all blown away at what a maverick this guy was to have spilled water on the ground. And it was just, that's how low the bar is.
That's terrible. You had a. I just don't know what to think about your
so...
learning experiences, because on one hand, I hear about fencing and archery and stuff, and I'm like, fuck, I wish we'd had archery. Like I was doing that at, like I was doing that at home, like, and nobody else was doing archery. Like I loved that shit. I would have loved that, but then I feel like we had more entertaining teachers. I definitely remember like 8th grade science when he did the thing where the atmospheric pressure test, where you take like a Coke can with a little water in the bottom and hold it with tongs over a flame until you've got a low pressure system inside the can, and then quickly you flip it upside down into a vessel of water, and then the air pressure around us that's like 10 or 12 psi just destroys the can, crushes it flat as a bug. Like that was, I like stuff like that. We did lots of those.
Neat.
Like we'd start little fires.
I remember I had a teacher who put sodium in water, but she wasn't very good at it, and it was a bummer because when I got to class, the ceiling was already damaged from an overdose of sodium. People don't know you put sodium in water.
The first hour had a lot of fun that
day.
The
first period. And I want to say she even singed her hair, right? So we get there and like she's fucked up and the ceiling is fucked up and she's just putting in little like penny-sized pieces of sodium. She must have dumped a handful of it earlier in the period and blew everything the heck up earlier in the day.
In my chemistry class, which is 10th grade, this is the same. I think I've told that like a different story about this class before, where this annoying chick that sat next to me would always leave her hair on my side of the desk when she'd sleep, and so I colored a streak of red Sharpie in her hair. She was so upset. A lot of the girls in that class got mad at me, but everybody else thought it was hilarious. But we can come back to that another time. But in this class also. It was a young teacher, and he was like in the chemistry mind of like, oh, I'm Walter White. Like chemistry's the shit. It's so much fun. I'm going to make everybody enjoy it. He was a nice guy. Like he was clearly passionate about it. And there was this one girl who was a different girl than this one who was always late to our class, always late. And he had been doing something that day where he was pranking all the different classes. And by the time it got to be our class, it was like the beans had been spilled and almost everybody knew that the prank was going to happen, except for this chick who just, I guess, wandered in aimlessly, not knowing. And so this chick comes in and she sits down, and the guy's prank all day was that he got the first hour class so bad that like people ran to the office because they were panicking. He turned off the lights and he filled up a beaker with like Powerade and then something else to make it totally not bioluminescent because it wasn't like alive, but it was just luminescent. And he was like, and he made a big scene of like, all right, I really shouldn't be doing this many times, but it's not fair for me to do it for the other classes if you don't get to see it as well. Now, if something does go wrong, I need you to get me help immediately. And he insane. It was this big beaker, and people were like, oh, fuck. Like, I'm sure this girl and like one other person, maybe a couple people didn't know. And he just goes like, like those hot dog eaters, like just preparing. And then he upends the whole thing, glugs it down. You're in the dark, and so you just see like almost the blue light like shining through his cheeks, and it looks very intense. And then he finishes it, and he puts the beaker down like shaky-handed. The beaker falls over on his desk. He's not concerned with the beaker. He's got his hands like this. He's got his eyes closed. And everybody's like, oh my God, what the fuck is this? And then he committed so fucking hard to this fall, I'm surprised he didn't hurt himself. He collapsed, like banged his arm off his like black science top like beaker desk, and then fell behind the counter. And instantly, the black girl who was always late to that class goes, oh, hell no! Oh, hell no! And she runs out of the classroom, and she was so loud that he got concerned, and like the prank backfired. And so he got up and was like, no, it's fine. Like, I promise. It was just Powerade and something to make it light up. I was just joking around. Just please be to class on time. And it was
he added to Powerade.
Hilarious. I can't believe I've never told that before. It was such a good prank idea. But
I want to know what he added to the Powerade to make it luminesce, because I've looked into that before. That's difficult chemistry. Like I've watched I like those chemistry videos where they've got like a hot plate and like beakers, and they've got a chemistry set, and I like watching them create chemical compounds that they're going to use as like an ingredient for another thing they're doing. They're like, we could go buy some sodium benzoate, but wait, look, I'm a chemist, so we made some.
Yeah, we've got some sodium and some benzoate here already.
Whatever.
Whatever is, I don't know.
Yeah.
Push it together.
Pretty much, they're stirring things together, heating them up to precise temperatures, and mixing them up and making chemical reactions. Those videos are fun to watch.
Yeah, high school. When you really sit and think about it, a lot more funny shit happened than you remember. Because a lot of funny stuff happened. I think that at the time you'd be like, "Oh, I'm too cool for school. It's not that funny." But looking back, it's like some of those teachers did have some good jokes. Like they had some good shit every once in a while. Maybe I was just lucky in that way. But
I don't know.
Anyway,
I didn't enjoy myself.
Back to cat murder.
We could go. I love this fucking clip of Sam Kinison ranting about the Vietnam War, but maybe everyone doesn't. It's from Back to School, where Rodney Dangerfield is like a tycoon millionaire, and he goes back to school for some reason I don't remember, and the question comes up in class like, why did we lose the Vietnam War or something like that, and he just blows a fucking gasket and just starts screaming let's watch this. Let's start at 30 seconds. I love it.
Okay.
I've seen this 1,000 times.
I'll need a second.
And for those who don't know, Sam Kinison was a huge comedian at this time. He used to be a preacher. They turned to this really dirty, manic, screaming comic who was like known for just being a real wild man, lots of drug use and stuff.
I know like Joe Rogan's like a huge fan. A lot of comedians like Kinison. He stresses me out. Like,
yeah, I'm the same way.
To his comedy, and he's screaming the whole goddamn time, and that is come, and then he'll tamp it back, but it's never like tamping it back enough. It'd be like if a scary movie had a jump scare every 6 seconds.
He screams. Whoa. He goes on these rants. He's real high energy. He has no Jeb Bush. I think he was just doing a lot of coke. I think that was really it, because I'm pretty sure that's what killed him as well.
I'm ready.
Yeah, anytime.
Ready, set, play.
First class, I did good, huh?
I just think you better cool it with Dr. Barbet.
Dr. Barbet, he don't know dick. He really tells it like it ain't.
Yeah, well, you know what he knows how to do? Flunk you.
Flunk me, flunk him.
Great attitude. Look, do you at least know where your next class is?
Contemporary American History, Professor Turgis.
Burgess?
Yeah. Well, you know him? Is he good?
Well, he's really committed. In fact, I think he was. Just keep your head down, keep your mouth shut. You should be all right. Well, I'll see you in English.
All right.
Welcome to Contemporary American History. I'm Professor Turgison. A lot of people think history is just facts. It's just information about the past, but not me. I hold history very sacred. Sacred. The way the farmer looks at the earth and he holds it sacred. The way a Christian takes the Bible and he holds it sacred. The way a lot of people hold their marriage sacred. So I feel why don't we dive right in by interpreting one of the easiest events in the last 20 years of American history. Now, can someone tell me why in 1975 we pulled our troops out of Vietnam?
The failure of Vietnamization to win popular support caused an ongoing erosion of confidence in the various American but illegal Saigon regimes.
Our girl's crying.
Is she right? Because I know that's the popular version of what went on there. And a lot of people like to believe that.
So upset.
I wish I could, but I was there. I wasn't here in a classroom hoping I was right, thinking about it. I was up to my knees in rice paddies with guns and Edwards going up against Charlie, slugging it out with him while pussies like you were
This is the most 80s looking room.
putting headbands on, doing drugs, listening to the goddamn Beatle albums.
Hey, Professor, take it easy, will you? These kids, they were in grade school at the time. And me, I'm not a fighter. I'm a lover.
Well, I didn't know you wanted to get involved with the discussion, Mr. Helper. But since you want to help, maybe you can help me, okay?
I'm looking forward to
We had
this.
about 30 years ago called that Korean conflict. Where we failed to
like the
achieve
way you
victory.
think.
How come we didn't cross
gonna
the
be watching
38th
you.
parallel and push those rice eaters back to the Great Wall of China and take the Berkeley Brick and nuke them back into the fucking Stone Age River? How
Seems to
All
care.
right? I'll say it. Because
Man,
Truman was too much of a
that
pussy wimp.
seems like a
Put
funny
the
movie.
cops
I've never
go in
seen
there
that.
and blow
Yeah,
out
that's a
those
really good
coming
one. If you like Rodney
bastards.
Dangerfield, you'll like that.
I think Rodney Dangerfield was hilarious, right? He died a while back.
Yeah, yeah,
right?
he's been dead for a long time. He looked like he was dead when he was in his prime. Fucking guy, like, where did he start? Like, it was like he
started
came
so
out of the womb and was 50.
Good
Like, I don't know what a young Rodney
seems to
Dangerfield
care.
looks like. He always looked old and really ugly. Really,
It's
really.
'cause
rough.
he didn't start his career as a comedian until he was like 50 or something. I
Yeah,
don't
there you
think.
Interesting. Those old school comedians had it easy. Like, correct me if you guys know differently, but I'm told back in the day, like, comedians would come up with jokes and they would just do that routine for their entire career. You know, they didn't have to come up like now. You'd come up with a whole new routine every single year. Like, you can't use last year's jokes this year. But back in like the Dangerfield days, or even before him, people just do same jokes for like 15 years in a row.
Well, with no internet, it was way easier to recycle those bits probably.
Oh,
And
he's just
also,
trying to get
the
that
whole,
joke to a new
like,
person.
the whole Louis C.K. like do a new special every year. I hope that they move away from that trend like the comedians do, because ever since
Follow
Louis
the
started
plot.
doing that, his specials have become not good. Like I watch
Not
his
everybody
specials
could do that.
wanting to like them, and his last couple have just been not funny. Like the one where he's standing on the circle and it's revolving. It's just
The idea of doing a special every year is kind of ridiculous anyway. If you think about it, their first special is going to be like an amalgamation of their whole life, pretty much, right? It's like everything that it's a 30-year-old comedian. This is my first special. This is 30 years of me saving up, and now you're telling me that, oh yeah, good one, good job, but in 2018 we need all new shit. So like in the next year, I'm going to get enough life experiences and then simultaneously write jokes about them to fill a special next year.
But
it just doesn't make sense.
I'm not interested in hearing the same joke twice. I will agree. It's really hard to be good for a long time, right? One, because like you said, your first special gets to be 30 years of experience. Your second special is the most recent year. You lose it. Two, this popularity bell curve, just like TV shows, just like YouTube channels. When the guy is new and fresh, you're just so in love, and then whatever. Right? If Louis C.K. could do a special as good as one 3 years ago tomorrow, and to me, it's like, oh, I guess. But there's this new guy over here who's so bright and shiny. I like him more.
I don't know. If you look at like Eddie Murphy specials, all of those are good. If you look at Rock, his specials are great, and each one is different. Like each one is a different thing. Chris Rock. It's not.
Yeah.
It's not what I said. It's not like his first special was an amalgam. Jokes from his first 20 years of life, and then his second one was. It was like the first one was about some shit, and the second was about some other shit. Like he's hitting race topics and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
I really like Chris Rock. I think he's about to do some new stuff. He went through a divorce last year. He had been married for a really, really long time, and I think he's one of those guys who had never been single and rich and famous simultaneously. So like I've heard that he's gotten into Leonardo DiCaprio's little crew of people, like those guys who just ride around and like the Baltic on a big ass yacht with 30
never married
supermodels.
Dude,
yeah.
I'm a nice guy. I want him to be happy and etc. But if Bill Burr gets divorced, we're gonna get some of the best comedic material that's ever been known. Oh my God!
I want worse than divorce. I want tragedy.
No.
I want it to be bad. I want bad because he's got a kid too, and I've said this to Chiz before. He's like, "Oh, he's got a kid though. They're not getting divorced." I'm like, "Kid dies too." He loses them
Jesus
both.
Christ.
Like both of them. Like we need some crazy shit to go down.
Put him on the train track.
No, she just needs to cheat. I swear, if she cheats, Bill Burr will go so funny.
It's one of those things where I mean, really good comedy seems to come from tragedy. Like all the comedians, it seems like every comedian out there who has their funniest bit is like, man, I was such a fucking loser in my early 20s, or I just doing this and that, and I'm so pathetic. And it's like you're just indulging your own self-hate in a way. Like I really hope that he and Nia work out, and I hope that they all are happy there. But if something ever did happen, that kind of tragedy is going to lead to a George Carlin kind of special. George Carlin was married, right? Or was he? Did he get divorced? I don't even know.
I don't know anything about his personal life. In my mind, he's not even like a person. God, he's so funny. I love those. I love listening to his stuff because it's almost philosophical. It really is philosophical. It's a mixture of both. There's as much philosophy mixed into a George Carlin special as there is jokes.
Yeah.
And
he really it got way too much like look at how fast I can talk and way less like I'm making jokes. Like
I
don't
like
remember which
Carlin,
special that was.
but I feel like he's overrated. People are gonna hate hearing that, but
I'm a big fan.
When I look back at his stuff, like I didn't like the central thesis of everybody but me is stupid. And it seemed like all of his jokes revolved around this notion, like, this is my stuff, but it's your shit. Ever notice that? You know, I'm so smart, and my things are good. And, oh, my God, everyone's so dumb for not lining up with me politically. Everyone's so dumb for not realizing the things I realize. And after a while, I'm just like, dude, like, get over yourself. Like,
I like it. See, that's the funny part to me. It's like, hey, do you ever consider? We all know what a flamethrower is, right? But do you ever consider what has to happen for someone to invent the flamethrower? You got to see some people over there and think, I'd like to burn them alive, but I don't want to go over there just now. Like this whole bit about the flamethrower cracks me up. And
yeah,
it's not just
he is like, yeah, I don't think he's overrated, but you have to appreciate him the same way like you appreciate Muhammad Ali or something, where it's like they really got to new places. Or a guy like Richard Pryor, like he's just as good as an example as Carlin. Like, I don't think Pryor's stand-up is really funny because I wasn't around back then. I don't understand all the cultural references and whatnot, and it's not as shocking and like, holy shit, as, you know, comedy now. But it doesn't mean that he wasn't like an excellent, one of the best stand-up comedians. You know, it just is a different era of comedy. Kind of. I don't know. Maybe that doesn't make any sense.
So I'm about to add Joe.
Yeah.
And for viewers, I'll fix the format when he joins.
You should probably let him know we're like,
hey, Joe.
it's show.
What's up?
Not much. We're live, so just
Sweet.
You know, keep all your racist rants to a minimum.
That's what we can do. I can't promise what he's going to say.
So, dude,
Well,
coming off a win?
Yep. Kind of, I guess. I'm glad I was allowed to come back despite the extenuating circumstances.
Oh, fuck that! No, so I watched that thing I watched the whole card. I thought it was a pretty good card, and man, I felt bad for BJ at the end. But as far as your fight, and I watched your
Hang on a second. Hey, give it here.
Go ahead.
You sound like a fucking crane. It's just making so much noise.
Yeah, let's bring Rexy later.
Oh.
Get out of here.
I like that Joe is so fine saying like, yeah, didn't really win that, but I'll take it. Whatever.
That's what I was going to ask him about.
It's like a shootout victory.
I saw him giving some interviews and stuff talking about that. It's such a weird situation what went down.
Yeah. I will let you field the questions. I do not know enough.
All right, I'm really here now.
Yeah, so I watched that thing from beginning to end. It looked to me like you had the edge on the striking. I felt like that the whole way through. And in the first, when you were dropping elbows on him, that meant a lot on my scorecard, and I think it meant a lot on the judges' scorecard too. Because I didn't think he was going to make it out of that. Did you? Like, were those landing? Were like when you? It's hard to tell on TV.
That was some
right?
Travis Brown shit right there.
Like sometimes I can't tell if those are like if I got hit by one of those, how would I react? Would I fall to the ground?
I thought he was knocked out for sure. So I saw some people complaining and saying I was hitting the back of the head. They were like perfect elbows right on the ear.
Yeah.
Landed a whole bunch of shots like right in a row. Like he completely. I could feel him like slumping down, lifeless body. And that was why I hipped forward. And I was a little aggressive on it. I think I hipped too hard into him. And he woke up the second I hipped in, and then he just put his arm up. Like, I don't know if he even knew what was going on. I thought, like, oh, dude, he was just knocked unconscious. I'm definitely going to break his arm here right now. And he woke up and scrambled out and couldn't do anything about it. I wish I had not gone for the arm lock in hindsight, but it would have been awesome if I had broken his arm.
Yes, it would have been awesome if you broke his arm, because I saw his pre-fight stuff, and he's like talking about his ankle lock, his toe lock and everything. He's like, if I get the leg, I break the leg. And I was like, this is who Joe's about to fight. This is gonna be fun.
and he's right. He's really good at it. You know, it's not that he sucks. He's a very good grappler. He's really good at jiu-jitsu. Way better than I thought he was gonna be. I did a lot of grappling and training and stuff like that, but a lot of it was focused on leg locks, because we thought he was going to go for leg locks a lot. Like, his basic thing, a lot of times I don't go for leg locks anymore because you have to dedicate both your hands to one limb. And usually you're dedicating, obviously to a leg, so they have two hands. They can usually punch you and hit you pretty well. But he's kind of the type where he'll go for leg locks, and if he's getting hit, he'll keep trying to go for the leg locks, which is what we wanted, honestly. We wanted him to go for that leg lock, and then we wanted to, brain him, crush his skull.
Like leading up to this, like that was my expert.
That's what I thought was going to happen.
I was like in the transition between him trying to take Joe down and Joe like going down to one knee or even getting taken down or whatever happens. There's going to be a moment where Joe's going to be faster on the transition, and he's the better striker. He's the guy that when we pop up off the ground, he's going to get that jab and he's going to fucking knock this guy silly and rough him up.
And then in hindsight, like those elbows were great because they landed, but I fucked up my elbow so bad. Like it's still, you can't see it that much now.
Oh yeah, I can. Yeah.
It's the swelling's gone down so much since then. It was like ballooned way out to here. Like I can actually feel the bones in my elbow now. I couldn't feel it before. It was like a water balloon. And so that was part of the thing. So going to the fight, my wrist is pretty messed up. So this wrist, I got both my arms straight up and down, right?
Yep.
Back this up a little bit. So this wrist is my good wrist. This will go down all the way like that, right? Straight up and down. This one goes to like there. So you can see the difference of like this one goes, 90 degrees. This one's like not even close.
How'd you mess it up?
Grappling, just doing jiu-jitsu. I was blocking on someone's hip, and they threw their hip, and it just jammed it back. And I kind of screwed myself because I was taping it up to protect it, but I was taping it too much. Cause I was taping every time I trained. I'm training twice a day. So I just lost all the range of motion. It went from, so right now that's straight up and down, right? That's as far as it'll go. Before it was stuck, basically it would go to like there, and that was it. Like I could hardly bend it at all.
What'd the doc say?
I didn't really go to see a doctor per se. No, I did. I didn't go to like a surgeon, but I have a bunch of PTs that I see and I use. It was basically just like I had the bones; they were all jammed up. Everything was just over tight. It was protecting it. So I got a lot of the range of motion back, but it was tough. So I had like a kind of a sore wrist going into it, and it wasn't stopping me from grappling. And honestly, it wasn't stopping me from doing anything. But it puts a little bit more emphasis on my right hand. So like I'm not grabbing my hands together. I'm grabbing like here. So I'm using my good wrist to grab onto my bad forearm, I guess, and pull in. But now I bang up this elbow, and now this elbow and this arm that's been doing all the work can't do anything because it's so swollen and so stiff. And like I couldn't throw right hands the way I wanted to. I couldn't box the way I wanted to. I couldn't maneuver him around. I couldn't body lock him. I couldn't shoot takedowns. I severely limited myself because I blew my load. I thought for sure I had him finished with the elbows. So I threw a bunch of elbows. My elbows were hurting, but my elbow was hurting when I was landing. But I just, I was elbowing him in the head.
It was worth it.
Yeah, I thought it was worth it.
Yeah. And I think it was. I think it won you the fight because, like, for those who don't know, it was this exhaustive ground fight that went on and on where he wasn't landing effective strikes. He was just controlling the action a lot and just getting on top and grinding a lot of dry humping. I was glad that they scored it the way they did. I think
it's good for the sport.
It was
I think
interesting.
It's good for the sport that it scored that way.
So people might not know, in 2017 the rules changed, and it used to be they gave more emphasis on like position and octagon control than they do today. Today it's about damage.
In some places, So I'm going to steal Woody's thunder.
Go ahead.
Explain. So basically, there's the unified rules, which is what everyone's followed for years and years, right? Which is, that's when we're allowed to knee, when we're allowed to elbow, what's a down opponent, what's everything. And that's pretty much like universally across the entire country and the whole world. It's unified rules. This is what happens. Well, now that they've updated the unified rules, so in some places you can do this, but in other places you have to stick to the old stuff. So they basically fixed some things like the judging criteria. They changed how rounds should be scored. Like for the most part, a 10-9 round is supposed to be, someone that, won a round.
Most rounds.
Right. And a 10-8 is like a super, like I kicked your ass the entire fight, so you're going to get a 10-8. But they're trying to make it so that's more of like a 10-7 round is when you're really kicking someone's ass. So like it's so 2 10-9 rounds could be a 10-9, one could be a 10-8, even though they're still both competitive. Yeah. So there's new judging, and part of the new judging is that it used to be striking, aggression, octagon control, and striking, grappling, aggression, octagon control, the 4 categories. But they were never supposed to be evenly weighted, but there was never any clarification on what was going on.
Well, I thought that octagon control was only supposed to be taken into account if in some certain situation.
Well, that was how some people interpret it, but it was never set out. Everyone had all their own interpretation of the rules. So, but now it's clearly saying that striking and grappling are number 1 and number 2. Like if you can't decide based on those, then you go to if the fight was almost all striking, right? Then okay, striking is going to be weighted a little bit more than the grappling, and vice versa. So, in our particular fight, you know, he had a bunch of takedowns to me. So to me, that's the end of the world. Like, we did not want to let him take us down. So when he was taking me down, I'm like, fuck, you know, he's winning the rounds, he's doing this, you know. But I outstruck him on the ground. You know, I was hitting him a lot more than he was hitting me. I almost finished him in the first. The arm lock in the second was super close. So I think that was why the judges gave it to me. At the time, I was so focused on, we can't let him take me down. We can't let him take me down. That I was like, oh, I definitely lost. When he took me down to the third, I'm like, fuck, you know what I mean? Like, I'm trying to not let him do this, and I'm trying to, you know, my coaches, you know, Steve Mays and box coaches tell me, you know, what to throw for combinations, but every time I come forward, I get taken down.
He's timing you so well.
Yeah, I want to ask about that. Well. I've got two questions I need to ask. The first one, I saw you at a post-fight interview say, dude, you're not going to get tossed out of the UFC. I'm going to talk to, and then I forget the guy's name, maybe the new Joe Silva.
Shelby.
Sean Shelby. Did you talk to Shelby?
Yep.
Oh, you did?
I harassed the shit out of him. I tried to get him a raise, too. I think he's safe. I think he's safe at this point.
Okay.
He should be.
He should be. You know, I'm
like,
he's
definitely a UFC caliber fighter.
And I asked Sean Shelby, I'm like, what do you definitely got to keep him around. He's like, he's 0-2 in the UFC. And I think he's kind of busting my balls. I don't think he really planned on getting rid of him anyways. But he's kind of busting my balls in the UFC. Like, he's just playing, you know, point, counterpoint with me. And I'm like, yeah, okay, he fought Diego at altitude. Diego's an absolute animal. You know, he threw him to a shark.
Cardio, man.
And then I'm like, you know, and I think I'm pretty freaking good, too. And, you know, and I thought he won the fight. I'm like, who do you think he won the fight? He's like, I thought he eked you out. I'm like, okay, perfect. So he's 1-1. Don't cut him. If you thought he won the fight, don't cut him. You know? Yeah. And he's like, oh, are you his manager now? I'm like, I got to do something after I'm done fighting. You know? I'm like, you know, he could use a raise, too. You know?
Nice. The other thing, you're not known for being easy to take down. What happened?
He had really good jiu-jitsu. It was just timed really, really well. So, like, I take down people a lot of times. If you see me shoot, it's because I time it well or set it up well. He was setting me up perfectly. He did such a good freaking job. He made me look like a complete rookie on all that stuff. You know, and I have pretty good takedown defense.
Right.
But there were a whole bunch of things that we were working on for throwing, like when he tried to take us down. You know, we worked on, you know, right uppercut. We worked on a left knee. We worked on like a front kick, which is a teep. We worked on a whole bunch of different things to, you know, kind of like traps we kind of had set, like things we wanted to try to discourage him from shooting with. And every time I threw punches, he would time it just right. When I was like, there were periods, like especially in the second and third, where I wasn't being super active with punches because I'm kind of waiting for him. I'm thinking, okay, he's going to try and shoot and take me down. So I'm kind of getting there, and I'm waiting to hit him with these traps, and he just never fucking does it. You know, he doesn't shoot.
What
and
a
then
dick.
like I'm like, oh, and my coach is just screaming at me to do this, do that, and I'm like, I know. I'm like, I'm nodding them, like I'm motioning to them, like I'm good. And then the second I come forward, he takes me down. I was like, it's so frustrating. He just.
It was like you had a tell. He was watching you lick that. He was watching you lick that Oreo, and he was like, "Oh, here it comes."
he knew it was coming. Yeah.
It looked clean. His takedowns. It really was timing because he was doing it in a way that, like, he's not reacting to something you're doing and then going. He's reacting to something you're doing and like, now is the time, and it's perfect.
He took me down, I think, 5 times, and 2 of them were kind of times where I thought I could get a guillotine. You know, like and I shouldn't wrap it up, and it wasn't like I was in a great point to stop the takedown, but I probably could have fought the takedown a little bit more, but I thought I could get my hands around his neck. So I kind of...
Another thing, that when people try to take you down, a lot of times you're ready with the sweep. And but he would usually have good position after the takedown. He had
great position. You know, we didn't give him enough credit for his jiu-jitsu. That's for sure. Like, I kind of thought he was going to, you know, if he was on top, he was going to be dropping for a leg, or the second I opened my guard and I moved for something, he was going to drop for a leg, and he just didn't do that. You know, he didn't take the bait. He did a great job.
I bet that guy wins his next fight. As soon as his striking matures a bit, he's gonna be dangerous.
Yep. And he hit me with a couple, like, you know, what I feel were like his best shots. Like in the first round, he hit me with like 1 or 2 like really good shots, and I felt like I completely shaked it off. Like, it didn't bother me.
Yeah, I was watching you because
pissed by it. I'm like, motherfucker, like, this guy should not be hitting me.
Yeah, I was watching you, and I've seen you when you're hurt, and I hate seeing it. But I was like, okay, he's not hurt. He looks. But you looked at. I was like, I feel like there was a transition where you got punched a little, and you just looked mad. You were just like, all right, you fucker.
The worst thing was,
get you in a minute.
I think it was in the first round. He kneed me in the head one time. We were in a clinch. And like I was hanging my head off to the side a little bit, and usually I like to do it because I like to bait people. I like for them to go try to knee me, and I like to try and scoop the leg and take them down. You know what I mean? But he just I think I was like stepping, so I couldn't quite bring my head up right when I wanted to, and he freaking hit me, and like it wasn't hard, but I was like, motherfucker, like this is just nothing was going the way I wanted it to.
So when I watch the fight, there's a lot of times during a fight where like they're in a clinch against a cage or something. There's not a lot of action, and I'll see that there's like these little like, I don't know. The guys want to look like they're working, right? Because they don't want to get booed, and so there'll be little punches like this and stuff like that. What I feel like in my normal life, somebody hits me like that, it's like, God damn it! Like you messed up my night. Like I'm gonna have to ice this, I think. And a guy will take like 7 of those rapidly. Like those fucking hurt, right? Like you're a human being.
They hurt. So I mean, like it's all about expectation, though. You know what I mean? Like if I'm gonna fight, those punches are really not going to bother me. Those are not going to ruin my night, you know? If I'm sitting here like this and Katie comes in and slaps me upside the face, I'll be like, what the fuck? You know, like, but I did great. Like, I hit him. I did such a good job when I was on my back. I beat the crap out of him, I felt like, from my back.
I agree 100%. I definitely would say, like...
Since you've had it? Have you watched it again?
I watched a super crappy bootleg version on YouTube when I was flying home. And then I watched it for real yesterday.
I was wondering if upon rewatching it, you did better than you thought you did. Because I think you did better than you thought you did.
I did better than I thought I did, but I'm still very upset about, you know, how I performed and how I did certain parts of it. You know, like there were some aspects that I just like, I did not do a good job. Like I did not do a good job in the clinch. We worked all camp about keeping separation and not crashing and not getting into a grappling match with this kid and, you know, keeping him at the end of our punches. And the entire fucking fight, I would throw a punch and I would clinch up with him. And then I would let him bully me and put me on the fence. And I did that probably 6 times. It was like just dumb, stupid on my part.
I had that observation too. And I'm super careful not to tell you how to fight, but it seemed like sometimes you almost willingly went back to the fence, and it was like, no, like you were supposed to resist that.
So I don't mind in general. I don't mind when my back is on the fence. Like I'm pretty comfortable with my takedown defense. He took me down, I think, 1 time off the fence, 1 or 2 times off the fence. But usually I don't mind being on my fence. I don't mind having my butt on the fence because I can land I can work some good ground and pound stuff. I can, you know, generally reverse people, put them on the fence, or I can escape away. There's a lot of things that I like to do. So like I wasn't super alarmed about it, but I was an idiot. I was like, why am I was throwing a punch or 2. I was clinching and then I was letting him put me on the fence. It was just dumb. I think again, it was just, I was frustrated. I was trying not to get taken down and I'm thinking like, oh, if I'm going to clinch, he's not going to take me down.
I think most observers see the guy on the fence as the one who has the worst position, the one who's being placed there.
Yeah,
you know, being pressured.
It's for the most part, but it's one of those positions I don't mind being there. Like we like to work out of bad positions all the time. So like I'll get guys that maybe aren't as good as me, so I'll let them put me on the fence and I'll work out of there and I'll do a good job. And but he just did a good job. You know, he's a big, strong kid. Like I said,
it's kind of a known quantity, isn't it? You know, if you're out in the middle of the octagon, like anything can happen. But it's like a position you can work on and familiarize yourself with. It's always the same when your ass is against the cage, I guess.
I felt there was never a point in the fight, even when he was on my back, where I didn't feel safe. I felt like very safe the entire time, but I felt safer when he was pushing me up against the fence than I did out at open range.
He had nothing. He wasn't dangerous on the ground at all. Like I see guys, I watch a lot of fights, and I see sometimes a guy gets on top, and it's like, oh no, like if my guy is the guy on the bottom, I'm like, oh shit, the elbows are coming, and like you'll hear the elbows miss, and it's just this boom as it hits the fucking mat. You're like, oh god, one of them's gonna hit in a minute.
He speaks pretty good English, but obviously it's like broken English. He's like, you know, he's from Poland, so you know, I don't like. He definitely told me that I knocked him out with the elbows. You know, I know that for sure. People on Reddit were asking like, oh, you know, talking about if it was a knockdown. No, it was 100%. That he said I knocked him out, and then they were telling me, his coach was telling me that the plan was to never to even try to submit me on the ground. It wasn't even to beat me up. I think that their entire plan was, you know, throw punches, take me down, and then break away. Throw punches, take me down, break away, and basically try to just steal time off the clock for a time of control. Because they didn't.
That's
do very
what it
much
looked like to me. That's why I was mad watching the whole fight, honestly, at him. Because it seemed like a lesser fighter sort of exploiting, I don't know, the scoring system. It seemed like a lesser fighter exploiting the scoring system, and and he was focused on doing that. He was like, it was all about that takedown and just holding on to you. It was never about like, I'm going to do something spectacular.
I think if it wasn't for the new judges and the new criteria, I think he wins that fight.
Worked.
I agree.
He won that fight in 2016.
That's why I like what happened.
Here's the other thing.
I bet you do too.
I'm okay with it because I got paid for my win bony, but But it's just crappy. Here's the other thing that was confusing. So for my last fight, the fight with Jim Miller, so
Right.
I was in blue shorts, but I was the red corner.
Yep.
Right. So he was in black shorts or white shorts or something like that, but he was the blue corner. So it was very confusing because a lot of times judges are not. You like to think that fighters are like really, really smart people and they take their job really seriously, but a lot of us don't. Like they don't really train very hard. They don't do this. They're good athletes. They're really talented. They put in like a half-ass camp, whatever, but they still fight amazingly. And it's the way it goes. So, but a lot of judges are the same thing, right? So they don't necessarily, they don't really take their job super seriously. They don't give a shit. They're getting paid, a couple $100 to be there for the night, so they're gonna get a good view of the fights and watch and whatever. Some take it seriously, but not everyone. So, so when I fought Miller, I argued that I 100% had that fight, like no question. Like I thought that the striking was very close. I thought maybe he edged me out a little bit on the striking, but I took him down so many times. I was on top for like over half the fight.
I think something like 17 out of 19 media outlets, had
29 out of 30. 29 out of 30
yeah, all
was
right.
what I saw, right? So we were arguing that even that night. We were saying, after the fact, like, did the judges fuck it up? Did the judges not know who was who? Because I had a little bit of red. I had a little bit of red tape on my gloves, but I'm wearing blue shorts. So did they just be like, oh, blue won it because I'm wearing the blue shorts? And then Jim Miller's in the the other guy, he's in the blue corner. And the number one rule of judging is you never admit when you fucked up.
Yeah.
Right. So it's like, so they're not going to say shit because they don't want to ruin their own reputation or whatever and never get to work a fight again. So we argued that was a problem, right? So now we come around for this fight with March and Held. So I'm in the red corner, but I have blue shorts because if you're American, your choice of shorts colors is blue, black, and white, because for whatever reason Americans have blue as their color. He's from Poland, so his choices are black, white, and red. So I am blue shorts in the red corner. He is red shorts in the blue corner. So I brought it up to the UFC's attention, like, look, I think this fucked me in the last fight. Like, can we get this all squared away? Can I be in? I'm like, because I was the favorite, so I was supposed to walk second. So the favorite always walks second. That's why the champion always walks second, everything like that. So the favorite always walks second. So, or champion always walks second. If it's not a title fight, the favorite always walks second. So I was the favorite, so I was supposed to walk second. I was supposed to be in the red corner. But I'm like, I don't care about walking second. I will walk first. I don't give a shit. I want to. If I win, I want it to be the judges because the judges picked me. If I lose, I want it to be because the judges picked him. I don't want there to be any confusion. And well, we can't change the corners. We don't allow the fighters to have any say on the corners they're in. I'm like, okay. I'm like, well, can we both wear different color shorts? Well, you can choose to wear a different color. So you can not wear blue. You can wear black or white, but we can't do anything about him. And at that point, now we're like a couple days in the fight. I don't really want to contact him. I don't want to try and get him, and I don't want to, do anything. So I'm like, all right. I thought about it. I really thought about it, and then I'm thinking when we got the judges, I'm like, fuck, did it screw him this time? Did they see him in the red shorts in the blue? Be like, oh, red won. Red won is I have red tape on my gloves. I don't know. I don't know. And again, judges would never admit it if it were.
Yeah, they wouldn't. No, of course not. I would.
Yeah, they would look like a complete idiot if they were like, actually, we thought red corner blue pants won, and we voted for blue pants red corner. I'm so sorry.
It says the way the judges the things are is like there's 3 columns with 3 different judges, and it'll say the person's last name, it'll say short color, it'll say that their corner red or blue. But if you just look at it, you just look up like real quick. It's got blue. You circle it because you're kind of under pressure time-wise because you have to like, you get someone there like, give me a score. You got to freaking think about it. You got to decide. You got to write in the score and you got to hand it off. So, I don't know.
It's easy to mess up.
So easy to mess up.
A question about the judges. I don't know if this even makes sense for it, but is there ever a time where you're like, oh, I know that Bill Richardson or whatever is going to be one of the judges, and he always tends to enjoy striking, or he really appreciates good jiu-jitsu or something.
For the most part, I'm sure I could probably look into it, but it's like we don't really know who the ref is going to be. We don't know who the judges are going to be. We don't really know anything, and like I don't know if there's any really statistical data like that is easily accessible. I know that there's. I don't know if it's Fightnomics. There's a couple websites that they kind of keep track of that stuff, and they can say when someone's been on like the opposite. Whenever there's a split decision, oh, it's this guy's been on the wrong end of split decisions like 90% of the time or whatever. But it's not something we look into.
If you could pick your ref, who would you pick?
There's a bunch of guys that do great. I tell you
what, there are three that I like. So there's Mario Yamasaki or something.
Yep.
There's Herb Dean, and there's Big John that come to mind. And if I were in there, I would definitely want Big John, and I'll tell you why.
Okay.
I know that he's big enough and strong enough to protect me from anyone. He can grab that guy and take it, even if that guy's like, if I have somehow knocked this person out, and he goes like crazy and starts fighting the ref, then like. You're picking the wrong ref to fight. And it seems like, honestly, I've seen Herb like let people go way too far and get beaten the fuck down. I've seen him do it a couple of times.
It depends, you know. Like I would love to have Big John ref, you know, because I know he's 100% going to let me fight. But if I get in trouble, he's going to know when to stop it. You know. Herb Dean does a good job. Like he did a great job. Like he's been there before, and I've had fights where he was the ref when I fought Kenny Florian. And he like elbowed me in the back of the head. So I'm always want to shake my hand at him a little bit. But he's done a great job in all my other fights since then, so I don't really care. I like Yves Levine because he was there when I fought Jim Miller the first time, and he let us keep fighting. You know what I mean? He wasn't and he knew that I wanted to be there. He knew that it wasn't bothering me. You know, other referees might have been a little bit gun shy, but
did he call the doctor?
For people that don't know, in that fight Joe's talking about, he got a cut in his forehead and it impacted his vision, but Joe didn't have any quit in him, and he let him fight.
Did he call the doctor over? I don't recall.
No. Yeah, I think they did, but it wasn't like, you know. But people always Mike Chiesa. When I fought Mike Chiesa, I elbowed him and I opened up, or I kneed him, and I opened up a huge cut over his eye, and he was like pissed that they didn't let him keep fighting, you know. But if you watch that fight, when the doctor's checking, he's like keeps like pulling away and shying away and trying not to let the doctor look at it. Whereas I was like, look, I'm good. I'm like looking the doctor right in the eye, like I am completely fine. I want to fight. I want to be here. I'm not looking for an excuse. Let me fight. And like, okay, like you're an adult. You know what's going on.
Yeah.
We're going to let you fight. You know,
and it's superficial. It's not like your fucking eye socket is caved in or something.
Well, so here's the big thing.
So what's it like to have blood in your eye?
Before we get there,
okay.
the big thing on cuts sometimes is there's all nerves in your face. That's a big reason about why they stop fights. Because if a cut, maybe it's not like a fight-ending cut, like as far as like it could be impacting your vision. But it could also be that, you know, if it's right where a nerve is, they don't want you to not have an ability to move your face and you know, all this other stuff. So that's a big reason why. There's I saw it again. I saw it on Reddit. I saw it somewhere, but someone posted like a diagram of like all the different nerves and like where cuts are bad spots and where are good spots. You know, and I think that's kind of a bigger thing. You know, doctors like, oh, that cut doesn't look that bad, but there's a big fucking nerve right there, and you're gonna have, you know, the left side of your face can be paralyzed. Yeah. So that's kind of a big thing.
You go around and let the guy start digging in there.
Yep.
Describe what it's like to have blood in your eye.
So I've had some fights where I've been like a small cut, and it's almost like more annoying because it's like it's an intermittent like kind of dripping and kind of getting in your face a little bit. It's kind of annoying. When I fought Jim Miller, think about if you got in your shower and you just like looked up into the shower and it's like spraying you in the face, except it's like this thick mucusy red stuff. Just keeps coming.
So you're
in the back of your head though, like, are you thinking at the time, like, God damn, like I'm pretty hardcore. I'm bleeding like this. Like, look at all these bitches out in the crowd. Like, they could bleed like this.
I'm thinking that you know I have a whole bunch of money on the line, and you know if this fight gets stopped, it's gone. I gotta make something happen right away. And like after that fight, I took a shower. I don't know where all the fucking blood was coming from. It was like in my armpits, like back of my shoulder, like in my shorts.
So much.
It was so. I just remember getting in the shower and like it just seemed like the red. Like it wasn't fresh blood. It was all blood that had like been caked on me, like layers of it, and like just like pouring. It was like the most disgusting thing ever. Gross.
Yeah. The only thing that comes close to that for me is paintball afterwards.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's a rainbow-colored swirl at the bottom of the shower.
Way worse, though. Like,
this is oil-based paint, so it's not easy to get off. But I put in the time. Yeah.
I scrub. And so yeah, I was really happy when I heard the decision. I was like, yeah, fuck it, that's great. Joe won because it was super close. I didn't know who won.
I thought I lost. Between rounds. So the first round happens. We think that we have the first round, right? But we say it's close. You know what I mean? It was close. Like I had all those elbows, but he got a takedown on me. He was on top. Like it was, you know, I definitely think that the first round was the most decided round, and it was in our favor.
Yeah.
But it wouldn't have been completely out of the question if like some judge had given it to him. You know, so we always assume a close round is his. Second round happens, and I had a really close arm lock, but he was on top most of the round. Like he took me down. Like so, it's like it's like it could have been my round. But it's not. It wasn't clear enough. We have to assume he has it. We got to assume it's 1-1. So now it's like, dude, you gotta like. Steve Mays is telling me, dude, you got 5 minutes to change the outcome of this fight. You know, you're gonna lose this fight. So I go out and I get taken down like right away, and I'm like, motherfucker, like, I'm annoyed. I'm trying to do whatever I can off my back. I'm just not getting anything going. He has great base. I can't get on top. Fight ends, and I'm just like, I'm pissed. Because I'm like, I lost. You know, he got the second and third round. You know, I could have had the second, but I'm thinking like, I'm just like, fucking, that's terrible. Like, I just didn't do a good job in the third round. And it wasn't that I was tired. It was just that I couldn't. He had really good technique when I was healthy, and then my right arm was kind of junk, and I couldn't do a whole lot with it. I couldn't scramble the way I wanted to. I couldn't do much of anything. So I'm like, fuck. There's no way we got the round. And they're already like, my coach are already talking about like what we can do better and like, you know, how we fucked up, but everyone's all depressed.
Wow.
And you know, and then they start reading the judges and they hit 30-27, and I know that that's not me because I didn't do shit in the third round.
Yeah.
And so they announce him, and then they announce that I got one of the judges. I'm 20, and I'm like, and I just like, you see me like look at Steve Mays, and I look at the side, I'm like, get the fuck out of here, like there's no chance. And then they announce it's me, and right away I'm like, you gotta be. I'm like, nope, like complete bullshit. I felt bad because that was me.
But
in
you
the
did
Miller
better
fight.
than you thought you did at that point. Like,
Yeah.
Like
I do think it was closer than I thought at that time, you know, because I was so focused on the takedowns. But in hindsight, you know, I was very close. I had the 2 points where I was closest to winning the fight. The first round with the elbows, the second round with the arm lock. So I guess I understand it, but I don't feel like it's a fight I won.
I text your wife after every fight, you know.
She told me.
And she said you were grumpy, like, you know, even in like backstage and stuff. That you just.
You have to be the only fighter in history who's had a surprise win called for them, and you give a face of like, "Oh yeah, it's all politics, people."
Yeah.
Like, nonsense.
And everyone keeps asking me if there was like backlash, like, "Oh, is the UFC pissed you came out and said?" I'm like, no, the UFC has no. That's the thing. People think the UFC like employs the judges. It's not. It's 100% the athletic commission. The UFC has no say whatsoever in who judges are or anything like that. So the UFC doesn't give a shit. And if I win, then they're happy for me because I won at that guy's expense. And if that guy wins, then they're happy that he won because it's at my expense. It doesn't really matter to the UFC who wins. You know, they want a guy like Conor McGregor to win because he's such a cash cow. But short of that,
they really Ronda. Nobody has ever wanted anyone to win more than the guys that run the UFC wanted Ronda to win that fight the other day.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter because Amanda Nunes she made a huge name at Ronda's expense.
I hope so. I really hope you're right.
Did.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter.
Do you think Amanda will step up to 145 and beat up Holly after Holly inevitably wins this 145 belt?
I think Holly is too good for her.
What?
I think Holly.
You think Holly beats Nunes?
Yep. It's a style thing. It's 100% a style thing. Holly's got such great boxing and she's so long. You know, Amanda's not going to threaten the takedowns and stuff like that. And you got to remember, Holly got away from the ground of Ronda. Holly was on the ground with Ronda. She got away. She got back up to her feet. She avoided takedowns.
Heck, she got a takedown.
Yep. You know, and then on top of that, like, Holly's legit. She's so fucking long, and she's so good. Like, her hands are so fucking good. I think it's just, again, it comes down to styles. And Holly's big. There's a reason Holly's going to go, easily go to 45.
Yeah.
You know, you make a good argument. I'm thinking Nunes is the best hands ever, but everyone looks good against Ronda when they're throwing punches.
No, I mean, Ronda's not terrible per se. She's exploited. You know what I mean? Like,
she's the 7th best fighter, and if you've got someone who's spent a year training to beat you up when you're one dimensional like she is, it's not going to go well.
I'm pretty sure Steve Mays told me that Holly Holm is like the most decorated woman boxer ever. So I think she's won like this world title and that world title. And she's just she's fucking awesome.
Kickboxing too, right? Am I crazy? Why do I think that
I think she'd have a lot of kickboxing, but I mean, I don't want to offend people, but no one really gives a shit about kickboxing. You know what I mean? Like, there's no money in it. You know, like if you're in like K1 or something like that, then maybe. But women's as far as like women athletes go, like MMA, they're making a lot more money. They're making way more money in boxing, in MMA than they are in boxing or kickboxing or So.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing that. I want to see that bantamweight division ripen up a little more. Who's number 2? It's that Polish chick, like Shovelchek or something. What's her name?
There's Jacek, but she's
Jacek, yeah.
But she's littler. She's like a 25 or 30.
What is that weight called?
Isn't she?
It's 15.
Bantam. Oh.
I don't know. Flyweight is. You're thinking
There's a Polish chick who's ranked like 2nd in the bantamweight division.
Yeah, she just fought Valentine something. I
forget. Yeah. Her last name is Czech or so. She's Polish.
I can't help
think.
you with the
I'm
names,
trying to look it
especially
up.
when they get Polish. Good lord.
And I was, but I just thought
By
I've
Val.
seen a couple of her fights, and I just didn't think she looked very strong. She just didn't look like she was on the same level as Nunez.
Yeah.
Dude, nobody's buying vowels in a Polish Wheel of Fortune. These are ridiculous names.
That's terrible.
It's
They
just
are
all
ridiculous.
K's and Y's and V's. When they told them like Y's can be a vowel, they took it very much to heart. So it is the only vowel? You know?
Joe, you opened a new
Yeah.
gym recently. What's the
I
scoop
did.
with that? It's not an MMA gym? Is CrossFit? What do we got?
So it's not an MMA gym. It's more of like a kickboxing fitness gym. So it's centered all around, you know, hitting bags and getting good workout like that. Kind of like what the UFC gym is doing. So they're doing a lot of like, oh, train like a UFC fighter, train like an MMA star, da da da. And it's basically a lot of the workouts that like guys like me will do, but you're not getting hit in the face, which is honestly that's ideal. That's what people want. You know, like if you had like if you put someone that wants to just get in shape and you put them in with my guys that actually fight for a living, they're not going to last half of a round. You know what I mean? But if you let them hit the bag and let them go through a lot of the same motions, but not actually get in the ring with those guys, they have a great time. They do learn how to throw good punches. One of my old coaches used to always say that everyone wants to be a badass, but no one wants to take the ass kickings it takes to get there. You know, and that's kind of what we're going with this. It's basically, you know, like, look, you're going to learn how to throw good punches. You know how to throw good kicks. You're going to get in really good shape. You're going to do all the stuff that fighters do, except you're not going to get hit in the face. You're not going to spot.
I get
That reminds.
That's
you
the
ever see
best
that
way to
Vin
fight.
Diesel? You ever see that Vin Diesel movie, Knockaround Guys?
Yeah.
I don't
Vin
think
Diesel. Like,
500.
there's this.
Kyle, you're gonna crush
right.
this. Yeah, go
There's
ahead.
this scene in fucking. So they're all like the sons of mobsters, and Vin Diesel is their like half Jewish, half Italian, like muscle buddy, and they call him in for this like job where they've lost some money in like a redneck town, and they figured like the first thing we need to do is take control of this town. So they go to the bar and they find the toughest guy there, and the main guy's even like, yeah, he'll do. And he's just like he's like the big dude from Dumb and Dumber that wanted to rape Jim Carrey in that stall. I think it's that guy. And
Okay.
And Vin Diesel just walks up to him, and the guy's like just spits on his boot, I think, or something immediately, and like calls him a faggot. And Vin Diesel just launches into this speech. He's like 500. The guy's like 500 what douchebag, and like spits the tobacco on him. He's like 500 fights. That's the number I came up with as a kid. Figured I needed 500 fights before I could consider myself a legitimate tough guy. You learn a lot over those 500, and like you learn a lot over those 500 fights. And then he takes off his leather jacket to reveal, you know, Vin Diesel on with this big the big Star of David tattoo on his bicep. And when he does that, the guy's like, oh.
Oy vey.
Well, hang on a goddamn minute now with your story there. He just like he keeps going. He's like, you learn a lot over that time. You get calluses on your knuckles, and you learn this and that. But
yeah, first 100 fights, you pick up this, then you pick up that, then you lose count. You know, by the time you can't count.
But nothing. You
And
learn.
you think maybe you should get a job, and you think I'm already in too deep. Nobody wants me. Credentials are horrible.
like-
no way I'm never going to be a CPA. My mother won't love me. You keep fighting.
He's like, but there's nothing you learn that's more important than this. And he grabs him by his lapels and headbutts him in the fucking face and drops him and starts kicking the dog shit out of him right there. And he doesn't stop. Like, there's a point at the end where he's just like, all right, and a 1 and a 2. And, like, he finally finishes up, and the guy comes in. He's like, yeah, that's good enough. He's ready. You know, like, gets down and threatens him. That's a great scene, though. Vin Diesel's, like, the best tough guy in it for that movie. So good.
I gotta watch this movie.
Knockaround Guys. It's good.
Knockaround Guys. I'll check it out.
We can watch that scene. You can watch that fucking scene. Let me do an ad read, and maybe you can look for
that's perfect,
that
Kyle.
scene where it's called Knockaround Guys bar room scene. Let me tell everyone a bit about Movement Watches, the official timepiece of Painkiller already, it would seem. The past few months, we've been working a lot with Movement Watches. We love them. You guys love them, so I asked myself, why do I only have one? You see, Movement offers different colored bands, faces, different styles for each of their watches. Movement Watches start out at just $95, so do some quick math. You could have a couple of Movement Watches, and it would still be a better deal than having just one department store watch. You get a blue one, a white one, maybe sandstone thing. I noticed Chiz rocking the black on black the other day. Whatever your style is, Movement has watches and bands to match for every outfit in your arsenal. There's no hassles. Just order online with free shipping, free returns, and a 24-month warranty. So, join their more than 1 million social media followers and get a Movement watch today. Go to mvmtwatches.com/PKA today, and they'll give you 15% off your entire purchase. That's mvmtwatches.com/PKA. It's a $100 watch, and this really is like a high-quality watch that you'll be proud of, so check them out.
Very cool. Yeah, I like these watches. They've got a certain heft to them. When I want to look nice, when I want to, I don't know, put on airs, that's what I wear.
Ooh. I'm cute at 0.
All right. PKA big screen. Are you guys ready?
I'm good to go anytime.
I'm ready.
All right. Ready, set, play.
Yeah, come on. All right. It's easier than easy.
Jesus Christ.
You dance good. Where are you from?
Brooklyn.
Oh. Oh, great. These are nice guys here, Gordon. We were just dancing.
Why don't you keep it yourself?
Punch that bitch right in the face.
Just keep your hands up.
Good point, Joe. That is the core
the-
problem.
Well, you were asking about me.
Adam Sandler should have been in that guy's
Now,
role.
don't you? You run this place? Huh? You the man?
Why did
guy
you hit
comes
my
in for one to
girlfriend?
sort some
It
things
gets
out?
good.
No, I'm Brucker. I'm the guy asking what the fuck you want. I am also the guy decides if you and your friends walk the fuck out of here or not.
If my brother was Vin Diesel, he would have crept up behind that guy and punched over the shoulder.
Danny's
500.
badass.
Dude,
500 what, douchebag?
oh, he's on the pants. It wasn't even the shoes.
Fake bean teeth.
What's worse?
500 fights.
Ants.
That's the number I figured when I was a kid. 500 street fights and you can consider yourself a legitimate tough guy. You need them for experience. To develop leather skin. So I got started. Of course, along the way, you stop thinking about being tough and all that. It stops being the point. Get past the silliness of it all.
I like this scene.
But then,
It's kind of tense. Ah, and you're a G.
after, you realize that's what you are.
I got no problem with you, all right?
I'll tell you, you learn a lot of things on your way to 500. None more important than this.
I gotta watch this movie.
What was he thinking to start with?
I know, right? He's a
Like,
doughy
that guy's
redneck.
way bigger than him.
Huge. Well, he didn't see Vin Diesel. He was.
Yeah, he was picking on the Brooklyn guy. Yeah.
Oh, good body shot. Oh, he's hitting him in the liver over and over.
You like his technique, Joe?
Blood mark.
I've never seen such a respectful crowd watching a bar fight. Everyone make room.
This is Big John. Everybody's shocked.
So, Joe, I got a question for you, right? I was
Okay.
I was a swimmer in college. I watch people swim for even like 1.5 seconds, and I'm finished all my technique analysis. I'm like, that fucker can't swim. He absolutely sucks. He shakes his ass and he crosses his arms. Like in a moment, I can tell if someone's a swimmer. When you watch Vin Diesel throw a punch, are you like, that's an arm punch? So get your hip into it.
Well, you know, it's not like he's not trying to really punch. He's trying to like it's like Hollywood punching. It's like it's whatever looks good in that like particular clip. So I can't tell. I mean,
No?
he could be a badass, but you can't tell.
Oh, I expected the opposite. I thought for sure you'd be like, yeah, it's not rotating his hips or something.
No, because it doesn't matter. I mean, it's not about it's about what looks good. You know, like, you go watch I don't know if it's King of Queens or something like that, but they had like freaking Dan Henderson and Rampage and all these other and Randy Couture and a whole bunch of these guys like all like in this like bar and brawl scene, and like they're all exaggerating the shit out of everything too.
Yeah.
Is that scene where they're all beating the shit out of Kevin James?
I think so. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, must be.
Yeah. That's a
King
good
of
movie.
Queens? Like, is
Yeah, no, that's what I was
Yeah.
saying.
can that
I think so.
possibly? That's the sitcom with the UPS driver.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
This is my street. I'm just delivering the mail, guy. Beats the shit out of him. You know, like I've never seen like a real huge brawl at a bar breakout or anything. But do you think that is any like have any of you seen it? Really? Like Joe, I'm sure you avoid stuff like that like the plague because you don't want to murder someone on accident.
Most of what I've seen it's almost always a sucker punch and then a dispersion. Like it's almost always that. It's like things will get out of hand, and then somebody comes and throws that punch over a shoulder or something, and like one of the antagonists gets hurt fairly bad with one bare fucking knuckle punch in a bar he wasn't expecting, and that's usually the end of it. Like there'll be a guy laying on the floor, and then people are just leaving.
I just would be surprised. Like, find me one situation in any bar in America where you can walk
square off
a lady, and then everybody's like, "Hold on, there's a 4-minute monologue we're gonna go through." But actually, finish your drinks. We've got a very tough Jew on the other side of the bar who's gonna come over, scare him. You know, put the fear
my
of
friends, like so, pretty much all my friends, they all train, right? So it's like, if someone's having a problem, like everyone's, first of all, no one's trying to fight. Everyone's trying to diffuse the situation. But there's always that one friend that's like positioning people like all strategically like around the room, like grabbing someone, like pulling them over here and like placing them right here, and then someone else looping around and pulling everyone like, and before you know it, all of our guys are completely encasing and isolating that one person.
Dude, I went to Joe's wedding.
Just in case.
Just in case.
I went to Joe's wedding, and it was like, everyone here can kick my ass. Some of the girls, too. Like, everyone's cauliflowered ears. They're like, go ahead.
I don't remember which girl it was, but Woody and I were like talking about this sitting at the table, like that guy and all of those guys with the ears over there. Yeah, like both of us at the same time. Yeah, probably so. Yeah. It wouldn't matter. Like,
your brother was in the back on the porch with like harder alcohol, and he's like peer pressuring me into it, and I'm like, I really got to get out of here.
I think my dad kicked Danny out of the wedding like right away. Like I don't think we'd even walked yet. I don't think we'd done our first dance. We hadn't done anything, and him and my cousin were arguing about something, and my cousin said something messed up to him, so Danny like tried to sucker punch him or something happened.
I didn't know any of this. I didn't catch it.
At a wedding?
Yeah,
your
wedding? My dad's a ninja. Yeah, my dad's a ninja and kept it all outside and got Danny out of there. But yeah, always. It was something. I don't know. I didn't know about it. It was my fucking wedding. I didn't know about it till I heard about it the next day.
Dude, I rolled with Danny. I rolled with Danny. It was before the Michael Johnson fight. You know, I hung out with you during the camp. Yeah, glad I could help. And so I rolled with Danny, and ahead of time, I'm like, Danny, you know I'm just a regular person, right? Like, don't break your toys. And he's like, it's cool, Woody. Fucked me up. I had a mouse on my head that was like huge. And I don't know if you remember it, but I felt, because I was like, dude, I'm like he elbowed me. He's like dropping elbows on my head. We're just doing jits. Like it wasn't even MMA, but he's fucking and yeah. And afterwards, I'm like, Joe, check this out.
Sincerely, that's a genuine piece of shit person. If you are teaching someone how to fight and you throw an elbow into the back of their, like if I'm teaching Kyle how to skate, I don't grab my stick and then slash him in the calves and just watch him fall. See, Kyle, that has nothing to do with skating, but it could happen out here.
Well, there's somewhere in between. I like my opponent to be rough. If my opponent's not rough, if he's not trying to hurt me at all, I feel like he's like, I don't know, like he's mocking me.
Coddled.
Yeah.
You want it to feel like you're both giving your all, even if you're the loser. What you don't want to feel like is like someone who doesn't even belong in that situation, who's being babied or coddled. You want to be one of them. You don't want to be treated like a woman or a child stepped in.
Dude,
I'm gonna make up numbers.
A child.
Danny's got like 2 UFC fights maybe, and I'm gonna say like 15 professional fights, like something. So Danny's a fighter, and after I showed Joe my mouse and he was impressed, it made me feel like less of a pussy. He's like, yeah, that qualifies. That's good.
Dude, how do I? If I send you a photo, can you show it in the stream or on the thing?
Is it on the internet?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
absolutely.
Just saying, if I get elbowed in the head on day 1 of any hobby, that is the last day of that hobby. That's it.
Yeah, something
on our first day of jiu-jitsu, we like because we signed up for or whatever period of time, and you like get like a private lesson the first day, and it was kind of bullshit because there was nobody there to give us that private lesson, so they had a girl give it to us who was clearly like super amateur, but it was fine. We were gonna but I'll never forget. She's having Jeremy do a choke on her or something, and he choked the fuck out of her till she like choked and gagged. I thought it was funny. I don't think she did.
It's always funny. People get choked is always funny.
I think so. You choked me one time. That was fun. I thought it was funny, and I was the one getting choked.
Yeah.
What happened here? What's going on with this guy's shoulder?
What are we looking at?
So that's his AC joint that's not connected anymore.
Nah,
Who is
man.
that?
He needs to pop that back in.
My brother Dan.
He needs to pull that, right?
That's like way beyond. So I don't really know exactly, but the story is that he was playing Can Jam. You're playing Can Jam?
I don't know what that is.
No.
Basically, it's like a plastic like trash barrel with a slot in it, and you throw a frisbee. And if you throw the frisbee and you get it in the top, so it's almost like horseshoes. So like you're on one end and your teammate's on the other end. So you throw the frisbee down there, and then your teammate who's down the other end slaps it into the top, and you get like 1 point, I think. And if you get into the slot of the Can Jam, you get like 5 points or something like that. So supposedly he was diving for a frisbee, and he got like a grade 3 separation of his AC joint.
God,
so that was the grade 3.
Say it slower. ACU?
AC joint, I think.
Okay.
And then, so he told me he needed surgery. He needed surgery, but then he was riding a dirt bike like a month later and hadn't done anything about it, and then he wiped out on the dirt bike, and now that is now a grade 5 separation.
Oh my god!
How many grades are there?
I think five is the worst. Doesn't
well,
get any.
6 is when they remove the arm. It's just gone. Your arm's over there.
That's completely
a grade 6.
separated.
That's completely
Is there a
separated.
way
But basically, that's his collarbone. That's his collarbone that you see up high.
Okay.
damn.
Wow.
And it should be down lower. So
His
should be
shirts
crying,
must fit
too.
differently.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah,
he's legitimately less broad-shouldered. If that's
Yeah.
his...
Yep.
Yeah,
So
that's
that
so painful.
collarbone, instead of being connected down here, it's like sticking up like this.
I blame Obamacare on all of this.
Is he still? Does he still have that, or has he gotten it fixed yet?
No, it's still like that. I don't know how old that is. Stuff happened over the summer. I don't know. That might have been like.
For those of you who are
It's
just listening,
midwinter, Joe. It's...
Yeah.
for those of you who are just listening, this might be a good time to click on over to YouTube and click the timeline in the description and find a picture of that separation. That looks very painful because I know that you can't like when your collarbone's broken, like that's a weird injury healing wise because you can't just like cast it up and set it like an arm, like it's just kind of floating in there.
Yeah. I don't really
It's
know
always-
how they would do it. I don't know if
Yeah,
they would be in like
I
a
don't know.
complete. I don't know if you'd be in like a complete like shoulder cast or what. I'm not sure what they would do.
Yeah, you may have one of those things where it's like this, where like his whole shoulder and arm are immobile. That's
It's always
fucking
interesting
sucks.
when people who do really hardcore shit, like fight for fun, will grievously injure themselves playing like a yard game just
Yeah.
because they're like they take that level
So
of
competitive.
competition and bring it into everything.
Yeah.
Like our fucking first round draft pick, first overall in 2006 for the St. Louis Blues. That asshole played like half a season and then got hurt fucking around on a golf cart and just
the way it
traded
happens.
and lost him. Like that.
I almost
Sucks.
like the day before I left. I went out to Phoenix for this last fight. I almost ate shit walking across my parking lot. Like just freaking ice on the ground. Like I'm at the gym the last night. Like nice, easy. Didn't really do much. Just kind of went to the gym to get my stuff and just like break a light sweat. Super safe. Nothing to do wrong. Leaving, carrying a bunch of crap out to the car. Like I got like boxing gloves and my bag and completely ate shit on the ground. Ice, feet up in the air.
Are you conscious of that? Like as you get closer and closer to the fight, and and you're like, no matter what happens, I get that fucking show money. And then do you ever start thinking to yourself like, man, I better be careful on this drive, or like, well, let's drink this
I definitely try
OJ
to think of
slowly.
it.
Let's not choke on a bite of steak or something.
I definitely try to think about it a little bit more, but it's just like it's just stupid stuff. Like I said, literally, I slipped on ice. It was just dumb.
Why are more
I just walked
people missing weight?
Because the big thing is the fact that the process is much better now, but it's a different process. So we had a certain process that we've done for years and years, and cutting weight is not an easy process, right? So it's very, very difficult. You're just barely making the weight. You're not trying to like if I'm cutting the 56, which is now 56.4.
Right.
If I'm cutting the 56.4, I'm not trying to cut to 53. I'm
Yeah.
not trying to cut to 55.
I noticed that. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's impressive.
So I'm trying to get just there. So for years and years, I would start my weight cut. I would get in the sauna at like 168. I would cut down to like say 160 the night before. I would go to bed. I would wake up. If I was 59 or 58 or whatever it was, I would wake up at 58 and I would cut the last couple pounds in the morning. But now the whole entire process is different. So now what we did is I got in the sauna at like 66, so a little bit lighter.
Is it
and
different
I cut all the
because
way.
it's morning? How is the process?
So the difference is that so we used to check in with the UFC early in the morning, like not early, but like 9 o'clock in the morning we would check in with the UFC. They would check our weight, make sure we were reasonably close, and then we would have to report back at like 1 or 2 p.m. And at that point we have to be on weight, and then we have a couple hours, and you get on the scale at like 5 o'clock, and that's like when your official weigh-in is. Now we get on the scale at like 9 a.m. and we're good. So you have to be on weight at 9 a.m. So you either have to get up early, like 5, 6 in the morning, so you can go to the sauna and cut weight, or you have to do what I do, which is I cut down to like say 58 and a half, 58 even, and then I float the last pound and a half in my sleep, hopefully. But I still got to get up. I had to give myself enough time. I woke up at like 5 a.m. to make sure I was on weight. If I wasn't on weight, I would have been going to the sauna.
Yeah.
But people just they aren't up to the
it's
the
time
process.
of day that's the core difference.
Yep.
What do you think about what Rogan says about like having them go around to your gym like multiple times throughout the year and finding out what guys actually weigh while they're training, and using a system that uses that? It's
just not practical because
right.
It's just doesn't work, because there's so many different guys in so many different countries. Gunnar Nelson is in Iceland, right? You can have a guy go out and check in with Gunnar once a week.
Yeah,
he's the one fighter. You know what I mean? Like, it's just tough, and your weight fluctuates so drastically based on little things. So like I'm a fanatic about checking my weight, right? Because it's my business to check my weight and know what I weigh, right? So even if I don't have a fight coming up, I'm still checking my weight pretty regularly, So I know exactly, like when I eat this steak, I know how it's going to affect my weight, not only today, but tomorrow and the next day.
Yeah.
I eat this, I know how it's going to change me. I know it's going to. So that's what.
If you take in a lot of sodium, can you notice how much water you're hanging on to on the days afterward?
100%. Especially so I love pasta and stuff like that. And I'm not super strict in my diet. I pretty much eat what I want all the time until like maybe a week out. And at that point, the only thing I really do is like I greatly reduce my sodium. But like I eat chicken broccoli ziti Alfredo. There's a ton of I know my weight's going to spike a pound or two after I have Alfredo sauce.
So I wanted to count your calories and your macros or whatever they're called, like pretty strictly, or is it more like I know about this much chicken is this much protein?
Yeah, it's more I know my body. And honestly, like I know like I'm gonna go to Five Guys, I'm gonna get 2 cheeseburgers, I'm gonna get a goddamn milkshake, and I know that that's what my weight is gonna be, and I know I don't get worried about it.
My standard meal from Five Guys is 2,250 calories.
I'm probably pretty close.
Yeah, I bet it is. Like I get a large fry, I get the large Cajun fry, I get the double cheeseburger or the big. They just call it a burger. Like the regular.
Exactly.
A single patty they call a little burger. It's but you get 2 pieces of meat, like extra cheese, extra bacon, all the condiments, and.
So I always go with 2 cheeseburgers, which are doubles. They're both doubles, so it's 4 patties, and I'll skip the fries because I like the fries. But it's not I'm never dying for the fries. I eat them because they're there. So I just don't. If it's just me, I don't
love the fries.
They're so good, but I just don't get them. But then I'll get a cherry milkshake.
It's funny. I'm hearing this right now. I talked to Katie when I was staying at your house, like before that fight.
Yep.
And she's like, Joe goes through so much pressure. There's so much involved. It's all on his shoulders. So she asks herself, like, what's my role in this? And it's diet. And she's like, trying to prepare good meals, bring the right foods home and stuff. Yeah. And I'm like, what an exercise in futility. Listening to this.
So here's the thing. Here's the thing is like I eat pretty healthy all the time, like year round. So even like tonight I had what did I have? Katie made like steak with like rice and vegetables. You know what I mean? And that was like I should be cheating and eating everything I fucking want. But like my diet doesn't really change that much. You know what I mean? Like I'm still having like good stuff. But I'll eat like pasta. I'll eat whatever I can. And probably half my meals are like super healthy. But the other half are like would make like some people like have a heart attack if they saw what I was eating.
But you've got like a minor league level of like that Michael Phelps calorie burning where he would eat like 30,000 calories a day. Like you're
there's a lot of propaganda in that. That's fun to talk about.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't give a fuck. He eats a lot of food.
Okay.
I'm sure he eats a lot of calories, but yeah, I work out freaking like if I have a fight coming up, like probably 14 or 15 sessions a week. If I don't have a fight coming up, I'm still probably 10.
See, it's the working out that I'm missing out on. I tried the Michael Phelps diet, and it didn't work for me at all.
The mass. That's what I'm going for. I think that whole Michael Phelps thing about consuming 30,000 calories is like propaganda against like the Russian swim team or whoever his like rival is at 400 butterfly or whatever his thing might be. Like I could just see like fucking like Vladimir Shevchenko over there and like in the pool. He's like doing laps while watching Phelps interviews. Like somebody's running by with an old tube tube. He's like, must eat more calories. Like they're trying to cram 30,000
potatoes.
I bet he dials his diet back in quite a bit, like shortly before a competition. He doesn't probably not long because for the amount he's swimming, probably not that much, maybe a week or so or a few days. But I'll bet he's putting away a shit ton of food when he's not.
Yeah, I know it's a lot, but I've seen him do this thing where he like displays all the food that he eats, where they lay it out on a table, and you're like, really? Like, I believe you ate that once, but are you doing that every day? Because that seems
like they're making it as big as possible. They're making that as big as possible.
I wanted to ask you about the Yair pin fight, and I know you're real close to BJ, and you love that guy. I didn't like that matchup because I had seen Yair's fight in Mexico City, and I was so impressed by Yair and his kicking accuracy and speed and power, and it just seemed like such a poor matchup. I didn't understand why that matchup was made and why BJ would want that.
I don't know, because BJ's a fighter. BJ's gonna fight whoever they ask him to fight. He's not gonna say no. He's always gonna say yes. It doesn't matter who it is. I would have loved to see him fight Dennis Seaver instead of Yair Rodriguez. You know, I just think it's a much better, just a much better matchup for him. You know, like I think Seaver would have been a great kind of go away fight, like kind of retirement fight. Would have got to leave on the terms he wanted to. Maybe he'll still fight again. Maybe he'll fight one more time, and they'll give him that kind of fight or something like that. But yeah, Rodriguez is a fucking lion. Everyone keeps talking about he's a lion and he's freaking such a badass. It's legit. He's really fucking good. We got a kid at my gym that trains just like that, and it's fucking hell trying to fight him.
After I saw Yair fight in Mexico, like I said, I was like, oh, well, this guy is definitely on that top tier of fighters. Like this is not a middling guy. He is to be feared, and those head kicks.
There's a guy at your gym. He's probably 18 or 19 now. His name might be Joey. Shaves his head bald. Do you know who I'm talking? Yeah,
young kid, Joe Smith.
Is he still fighting?
Yep. Yeah, he's fighting the 28th, I think, next weekend.
Yeah, how's he doing?
Yep. He's doing good. He's doing good. He's really good. Like he's one of those kids that like he's a good kid. He's one of those kids that he just does everything right. Like I have to tell him to not come to the gym because he's in the gym so much. He does everything right. He lifts when he's supposed to lift. He shows up to more classes than anyone. You know, most guys are like, oh, they're fighting. Oh, I don't go to classes anymore. I only come to team training. I only showed up to the tough classes. No, he shows up to every fucking class.
I sparred with that guy, and it didn't take long for both of us to figure out that I was outmatched. And
he's a lot better now too.
I'm sure, and I'm worse.
So is Woody.
Right.
That's what you don't know.
But it's better with age, like wine.
I got so much respect for him. Like it was just like, all right, I see what this guy has to offer, and what I need to present him, and it was just like, I don't.
He's turned a corner.
I want to call him the anti-Danny. You know, like
he is. No, he is. He is 100%. You know, Joe Smith is not the most talented kid, but he fucking works really hard. And I'll take that any day.
Yeah, work ethic I think will get you there a lot faster than talent will, especially like unnurtured talent. Let me tell everyone a little bit about Lyft. Sure, Lyft. I'd like to tell everyone about a smart way to earn extra money and get an extra $500 bonus while you're at it by driving for Lyft. Looking to put away more money in your kid's college fund, or going back to school yourself to get another degree, or the first one, or maybe you're just looking for some extra cash, then drive for Lyft, the ride-sharing app that lets you be your own boss, pick your own hours, and earn up to $1,500 a week driving your own car. There are other ride-sharing apps out there, but everyone likes driving for Lyft best because they treat the drivers right. Lots of people started as customers and now drive for Lyft. It's a flexible way to make extra money anytime from anywhere. All you need is a car. Driving for Lyft pays up to $35 an hour, and getting started is fast and easy. You can drive mornings, nights, or weekends. Just flip into driver mode and start making money. Plus, only Lyft drivers can earn tips from within the app. Those add up fast. And you don't have to wait days or weeks to get paid. You can cash out instantly with Express Pay. It all adds up. It's super flexible, and you keep your own tips. You get paid when you need that extra cash. Sign up today at Lyft.com. That's Lyft.com/PKA. And right now, Lyft has a special offer for our listeners. Get this, a $500 new driver bonus when you sign up for using our show's code. So just go to Lyft.com/PKA today so you can start making extra money and get your $500 new driver bonus. That's Lyft.com/PKA. Lyft.com/PKA.
Check them out.
I say this stuff all the time. It's one of my favorite aspects of the new economy, right? Everyone's kind of like this self-employed entrepreneur, work what you want. I don't know. It's cool. Plus $500 sign up. Neat thing they got going on there.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, there's other ride-sharing apps that shall not be named, but they don't allow you to get tipped, and that's really important. You know, if you've got, especially if you're not a robot. You're an actual person with a personality, and you think like, hey, people like me. I'm kind of funny. If I just get up in the back seat of my car, that's where waitresses make their entire living is from tips.
Yeah.
You know, like if you're a personable person, then Lyft is for you.
I've seen people offer like Band-Aids and like emergency supplies and stuff like that, like hanging off the driver's seat, and like. I just like, like how enterprising. Like, I think that's cool that the people do that.
That can't be legal. They're selling like single cigarettes and condoms. Like
you're probably right.
Condoms
is one of them.
Single menthol cigarettes, rubbers, and fucking lighters and shit like that. Like little bowls
Kyle
and
selling
stuff.
Lucy's,
A crack pipe while you're here.
I prefer your little tagline, Kyle. Lyft for personable people. Like it's very,
absolutely, yeah.
Because tipping it helps everybody in that whole transaction. Like if you have a waitress who's really being rude to you, it's a good chance the people before you were really unpleasant and didn't tip. And it puts that whole, the whole evening is in a spiral now because she's in a bad mood, puts you in a bad mood. Tipping makes the whole world go round, at least the USA.
Yeah, I saw them. I don't remember what it was, but Lyft put out the number the other day of like how much in tips they've paid out, and it was an enormous number in the millions. But when you consider that the other ride-sharing apps or whatever they're called don't allow that at all, like that's just money that you would have never made elsewhere. So definitely Lyft is the way to go if you're into that. I want to switch over if you're wasting your time elsewhere. Let me tell everyone a bit about Casper mattresses. I was so happy to get back to my Casper mattress after this little vacation. The bed and the VRBO we got was this like Posturepedic bed that had a remote control, and it would like tip. It would like tilt up and fold into a sandwich and stuff. And it was hard as a goddamn rock. My Casper mattress is the opposite of that. It's a big pillow that I sleep on every night. Casper mattresses are obsessively engineered American-made mattresses at a shockingly fair price. And now you can get $50 toward any mattress purchase by going to Casper.com/PKA and using code PKA. Listen, you spend about a third of your life sleeping. Let's make sure you're doing that on a good mattress. Casper brings together two comfortable technologies, latex foam and memory foam, so they've got just the right sink, just the right bounce, no matter how you sleep. They've got a risk-free trial and return policy. They'll deliver it straight to your door. You can try it for 100 days. And if you're not happy, they'll pick it right back up. At the store, maybe you'll get a minute or two to try out the mattress. With Casper, you actually get to sleep on the thing. It's $500 for a twin-size mattress, $950 for a king-size mattress. Comparing that to the industry averages, it's an outstanding price point. So get $50 towards the purchase of any mattress purchase by going to Casper.com/PKA and using code PKA. Yeah, that's pretty damn good. I would definitely get the king mattress. If you're sleeping on anything but a king mattress and you're like a grown-sized man, I gotta say, like I wasted years of my life on a queen, and I'm so
years you won't get back.
No, can't get.
You'll never get that. You know what they say is that if you lose sleep, you'll go your whole life without ever recouping that sleep. You have years of sleep lost. You'll never be as intelligent as you could be had you had a king bed that whole time.
And it's the comfort. I lost that on the comfort. And like now it's so big with the king. I've got all this extra storage space. My laptop just stays in the bed with me. There's no reason to like clear my laptop away when I go to bed because there's plenty of room for it too. It's got room too.
If you have never bought a mattress, you might be like, oh, king size mattress for $950. That's hundreds of dollars. Google what a king size mattress looks like, and very quickly you'll be like, this is a very good deal.
It's the sex for me. It's the sex. I bet you guys aren't even familiar with the flying octopus position because you're on a queen, right? You queen size, but you can't do that on a queen. The Lucy Wandella, you can't do that. You got to have a king. I made these up. But
who is Lucy Wandella?
Just making up sexual positions, thinking people are missing out on them. Just trying to sell a mattress. but Richard Ryan ordered it, and he liked his a lot.
Yeah. So. I'm digging mine too. I really do like it. I ordered a topper for it, like another foam thing to go on top of it. Mostly because my sheets didn't fit very well, and I bought really expensive sheets, and I didn't want to like have that money wasted and have to get more expensive sheets. But like I got really high thread count sheets, and maybe I don't know what my pillows are. Maybe bamboo. The pillowcases are. But I got these really fancy like cold pillows that stay cold all the time. So if you're one of those people who like flips your pillow over multiple times in the night and like for 3 seconds really enjoys that cold pillow feeling, I found these cold pillows on Amazon, and I'm fucking.
Do you know what they're called? How would I find such a pillow?
I'll look later and get you a link.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's in my Amazon orders. I'm a big fan. It's very thick, foamy, and I don't know. It's a legit pillow. It's
might
not gonna
not be
mash up and
cool.
go flat or
See,
anything.
I
It's
like
cool.
a pillow that
Stay-
mashes
the
up. into-
temperature stays low.
I like a small pillow, and like a feather pillow. Typically, I go for so that I can smush it to the size I'm looking for. That's my cup of
Have
tea.
you guys ever slept with those Posturepedic pillows?
The ones that are like they always keep their shape.
It's like curved, yeah.
I
So
have.
I jammed my neck really bad, like maybe a month ago. And like every day I woke up and my neck hurt. Like every single day I woke up and I couldn't figure it out. I couldn't get comfy. And I'm like, when I lay down, I spend a lot of time getting like perfectly comfortable, and then I sleep. And freaking couldn't sleep. Finally went and got. I had a Posturepedic pillow in my closet. No idea where it came from. But first 2 nights I couldn't sleep on it, and then every night after that, freaking. But I woke up no pain, but I kept waking up at night. And then I've just slept like a fucking baby on that thing like every single night. Like I wake up feeling so good. Freaking, it's weird. It took me a couple nights to get comfortable, but it's awesome.
Yeah, I'm a big fan.
I have a new topic. It's not fighting though.
Yeah,
Do we have more?
No, I think maybe that was it. I don't think I had any more MMA questions necessarily.
All right, I've had this one stored for a bit. People in happy relationships. What's your significant other's worst trait? I've got one queued up if you want me to lead while you're thinking.
So my wife never responds to text messages. She has like.
She responds to me just fine.
Dude, you're one of few. She doesn't respond to mine. So we're dealing with a bunch of family stuff, which I don't really want to get into. But we're dealing with a bunch of family stuff with her family, like a couple weeks before the fight. And I'm like, hey, let's go do this, and this. I'll meet you at your house. You know, I'm at Chipotle now, but I'll meet you at my house, at your house. She's like, okay. And it was like 3 text messages. There was like a lot of stuff to it. She's just like, okay. So I go to her house. I'm sitting at her mom's kitchen table eating Chipotle. A couple other people get home, and I'm like, oh, like I'm here waiting for Katie. Like, oh, she was just here. I'm like, oh, she must be coming back. Nope, she read like one of my text messages, responded yes to like 6 questions, and then just showed up. So like, and that's like if she responds. Usually she doesn't respond. She doesn't read anything. It's their worst trait for sure.
My girlfriend's a terrible driver, like so much so that I wouldn't let her drive me in her car.
That's a number 2.
Like yeah, like we've been on like road trips before, like 6 hours each way, like one of those, and then maybe spend 2 hours there. So you're doing like 14 hours of driving, and I'm like, I'll just do it all. I'll just do every fucking minute of this because there's no way I can rest with you behind the wheel. It'll just be me like watching you drive, and that's so much more like stressful and like I'm like, oh, let me relax and get behind the wheel. Let me get over there so we're safe for fucking. It's so scary watching her drive. Every second I'm just.
I don't like Katie driving my car now. My last 2 cars, she like every time she drove it would come back dinged up. She had like shopping. She had a shopping cart in a parking lot one time. She bumped into a pole. She just parks she tries to park super close to places, and other people hit her doors.
You have a nice car, right? Porsche Cheyenne? Does that sound right?
I have an Audi SQ5.
Wait, did you get another car since we last talked?
No, that was the only one. I had a Maxima. But
you didn't have a Porsche at one point after the Maxima.
No, it's Audi. I mean, it's a German car.
All right.
Yeah.
I don't know where I got that in my head. I was sure.
Yeah, I believe it's a Cayenne that Porsche makes. The SUV, the really sporty one.
Right.
Yeah, I like that.
But I never had a Porsche.
Yeah.
Gotcha. All right. So my wife, she will say that it's my hearing. I say that she sort of tails off at the end of her sentences or something like that. But I'll hear like, we have to go to the food bar, right? And I'm like, I have 2 ways to respond to this. I can repeat what I heard. We have to go to the food bar, which for some reason infuriates her. But like, I think it explains which part I didn't hear.
Yeah, you're getting her up to where you are. I do this with Kitty because sometimes I can't understand what the fuck she's saying.
Yeah, Kitty's British for people who don't know.
Say the accent.
But she hears that and she'll ask me, why would I say that? That doesn't make any sense. Why would I say that? But I'm just trying to let her know what I didn't hear. The other option is I can say, what did you say? But that doesn't work out because she'll say, we have to go. I got that part. How did you not know which part you said so poorly? And I don't have a win for this. I don't have an easy way to work it out. And
where are we going? Where are we going?
Yeah, to the car. What she's saying is we have to go to the car. Yeah. And I don't know. I can't get these things resolved. You
might need some hearing aids.
That's what she would say. That's what she would say. You know what? I think my hearing
I'm all up
great.
to date on the hearing aid stuff now because of all this stuff with Joey. They have hearing aids like pretty much like invisible. You wouldn't even be able to tell.
But you'd still have to manage them, right? Like I feel like I still have to charge them, insert them, like.
Batteries last like Joey's batteries last like maybe a week and a half. Like you don't have to change them that much. We just we open the door, so when you take them out, you open the door, turns them off. Not a big deal.
What do you mean by open the door? I don't understand.
The battery door?
Yeah, like the I don't have them here. Basically, there's a little thing where it's just like you just open the thing, and then when it's open, the battery is like it's like how you change the batteries. You just open the little battery door, and it just.
Huh. And can you see them? Like, would you?
Joey's are big because we don't want him to be small. He'd swallow them or eat them or lose them. So, but like my uncle's got hearing, you can't even tell. Like you can look at it, and you can't even tell. It sticks out like just barely.
How's Joey doing? Yeah. Sometimes he has mild hearing loss.
Moderate in both ears.
I don't know how that. Moderate doesn't tell me much.
So there's if you play a video, will people be able to hear it?
I can I can do that.
Okay, here's the video. It's a Flintstones video.
Okay, one moment.
Very, very quickly, just a little fun from the Blues game right now that I check in on the score. First time I got up to go to the bathroom, came back. They scored 2 goals on 3 shots against our goalie, worst in the league. Got up to go to the bathroom again. 2 more goals scored against the same goalie in 3 shots. So we're doing not great.
Not so good.
We're out shooting them, losing 5-1. It's not. This is a Jesus Christ.
Are we all queued up at 0?
Sorry.
I'm queued up.
I'm ready to go.
Ready, set, play.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Aha! You're on my apartment building.
So this is
on
normal.
Granite Avenue.
Joey is moderate.
$300. Get it up.
Fred, take it easy. It's only
That's mild.
This might be me.
Just like them big tycoons, I play to win. Now, Barney, pay up or get out of the game.
Put on busted. That's 1 down and 2 to go. Ready, it's your turn.
I don't have any more money either. You got it all.
Then I'll take a mortgage on your
So moderate is Joey.
Mm-hmm.
So moderate and then severe is he's not that bad. So he's moderate with no hearing aids. But with hearing aids, he's like normal to mild.
Okay.
So not quite as bad as mild, but he does great. But we notice a difference if he gets an ear infection, he can't put the hearing aids in because it like infects the mold and everything, the hearing aid mold. So like if he has no hearing aids for like a week, like we notice his speech like dramatically drop.
Is his speech delayed? Is his reading delayed? Does he have any learning trouble?
So we're dealing with a bunch of crap right now with the school. So he started preschool today, and there's IEPs, which is individual education plan, which is like that's like very specific to him. But then there's also it's like 504 or 504B, which is like it's like people that have technical disabilities. So he has a 504 and he's gonna get an IEP eventually, but not yet. So we're just dealing with a bunch of crap there. So I'm kind of fighting with the schools a little bit, but luckily I have lots of time and I really care about it. So
yeah,
I don't think they're just being difficult, I think. But
is it one of those, like, with how advanced technology is getting, is it something where a lot of his doctors are kind of like, it's possible this could totally be remedied when they figure this out, or when they get this implant tweaked or something?
They say that his hearing will never be better, but I have faith in 15, 20 years they're going to give him some kind of shot or something like that, and it's going to be perfect. So
I was listening to Stern talk about this the other day, and like whenever Stern mentions like that he spoke to one of his doctors about something, I kind of pay attention because I know he's a hypochondriac billionaire, and he probably has the best doctor in the world.
Yep.
Yeah, and he was talking about his father's hearing, and his father's hearing is so bad that like it's like if we're in the room, like you have to scream at this person, like he can't really use a telephone. And Stern's doctor was relaying to him, he's like, the hearing aids, they're the size of a pea now, and they'll bring him back up to like where he was a young man. And Stern's worried about losing his own hearing, and he's like, but I think there's gonna be something for me though. When I get to his age, there's gonna be a thing, they say, and it's not even gonna be a worry. It's they just and so like with this, I would be looking forward to that too. I would be very optimistic about future technology really aiding in this.
The way hearing works is you have little tiny hairs in your ear, and they detect different sound frequencies and everything like that. So for Joey, he misses on high frequency stuff. So those one of the chemo drugs they gave him killed off most of those hairs that hear the high frequency. So that's why he misses certain things. Now, I'm sure that at some point they'll have something that'll get those hairs to grow back or fix them or whatever.
Sure.
You know, but for right now, it's looking like he's got that. So, but the stuff with the school is that they basically they have someone that they're going to have come and observe him, and he tests in the 76th percentile for communication. So like, oh, he's not behind, so they can't give him an IEP just yet. Because like if he's behind, then he'll get extra help. But until then, they're not going to give him extra help. And I'm like, no, he gets extra. He's doing it the 76th percentile because we're up his ass nonstop in the perfect environment. And we drive him into Boston, you know, an hour away, you know, every single week to go and work with an audio verbal therapist. He's not going to get that as much when he's going to school. Like, you guys need to give him help right away. And like, oh, it doesn't work like that. And like, it's going to work like that. Like, you guys are going to help him out. So we're arguing a little bit, but he's doing good. It's just that's working against him that he's doing good.
I hope your experience is better than ours. Like, we had with people, if you're watching the show for Joe and you don't know us, I have a son who has special needs too. And mine.
Does he have a 504? Does he have a 504?
No, I'd never heard of that before. But
look into 504. Look into a 504 for him.
Well, he's homeschooled now, so.
But it'll cover him after, like college and work and place and everything else. It's
okay.
Whatever.
And this might be something for me to learn. But Colin would easily qualify for an IEP. Like, it was a no-brainer. And but then getting them to do what the IEP demands that they do is your next fight. If you're anything like us.
Yeah, no, and we'll get it because, like, you know, like you, if he wasn't homeschooled and he was going to school, you would have plenty of time to, you know, make sure that would be your video blogs would be about. You're like, we're gonna make sure Colin gets this.
Yeah, and the other thing is some cash, right? Like, we brought an attorney in, and you know, like you know, so it was nice to be able to do that.
I'm kind of at the same point where, like, so we have that AVT that we see who's awesome, and she's honestly terrifying. Like, she's like so like adamant, this is how it has to be done and stuff like that. And I'm at the point where if I have like too much trouble with the school, AVT, it's like it's audio verbal therapy.
Oh, okay.
Or it's definitely AVT. It's like auditory verbal therapy. That's what it is. And but I'm at the point where, like, if they give me that much trouble and they argue with me that much, like, I know a lot about it all, but not as much as obviously the person we go and see. I will pay her to come to all the meetings. If I have to do that, you know, which I don't think I'm gonna have to do that. I think they're gonna get on board with it before I'm too much of a pain in the butt. So basically, they want to do an evaluation on Joey, like where they want to observe him in school. He's going to preschool 2 days a week for like 2.5 hours. It's not a big deal, but they want to observe him and see if, you know, if there's anything extra that he needs, or he's behind, or he's missing pieces or whatever. And I'm like, well, if he's ahead right now, if he's behind, he's had quite a drop. You know, I don't want him to be behind. I don't want you guys to neglect him to prove, oh, yeah, he does need help. Like, I'm telling you, he needs the help. I'm not being a pain in the butt. I'm telling you, he needs the help. So they have someone that wants to evaluate him that's from Reed's Collaborative, which is they're like people that have all kinds of disabilities. It could be vision, it could be hearing, it could be all sorts of stuff. Where there's Clark School, which is near us, which is it's like a school of the deaf. So I want him to be evaluated by someone from there that's like a specialist in hearing, and they don't want to do that. So I'm gonna be the squeaky wheel if I have to.
So your objective is to have him.
That's ridiculous if they're like, oh, I'm sorry, you haven't fallen. Like, he's not behind enough that we can justify spending these resources. It's like, well, maybe it'd be a little easier to not bring him from that point way back up and just maybe maintain this. This higher.
And the woman that I'm dealing with, she basically, like, you know, so like, you know, she's like, we want open lines of communication. We want you guys to ask questions. We want this to happen. I'm like, okay. So I emailed them my concerns. Like, oh no, we're not going to do that. And I'm like, but I want them to do that. Like, oh, but no, we're not going to do that. And I'm like, I'm not going to get anywhere by emailing. So I waited till today. They gave me the form, and they want me to sign the form. And I clicked on it. I'm like, I reject this plan. This is what I want. Blah, 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 blah. You know, and then of course, they call me, and now they're going to be more serious about it. But
so the objective, do you want him in mainstream school, but pulled out for speech?
I want him in mainstream school, but I want him to get a little, like, instead of him having like regular study periods,
right?
I want him to, you know, get, you know, some one-on-one time, you know, a couple, 3, 4, 5 times a week. If he went to Clark, he would get it 5 times a week. You know, and it'll be like 20 minutes, half an hour. You know, not a ton of time, but he would get that 5 times a week. You know, like he's in kindergarten for, you know, 5 hours a week right now. Like, I don't expect him to get that much, but I want to set the precedent, and I want things to get put in motion where he's going to get that eventually.
I had that when I was a kid. Like, they pulled me out all the, like, I guess I don't know how bad my speech really was. I do remember my brother was like a translator for me, and they pulled me out.
How old were you when he was like the translator? Because that's not that uncommon, where the older sibling will have to explain to like other adults, like, oh, he's saying this, because they're around it all the time.
Might have hung on a little longer for me, like 2nd, 3rd grade or something.
That's
and
not too bad.
Okay. Yeah, well, it wasn't extreme or anything, but
I translate for Kitty to this day.
they would pull me out and I'd have speech therapy, and the speech therapy never made any sense to me. I would do the lady would get up real close and she'd be like, "Watch my mouth," and I'm just like, "Oh God!" Like I'm not really getting anything from this.
Were you literally so grossed out by her mouth and breath that you couldn't learn?
She didn't have bad breath. I'll grant her that, but I just didn't feel like it was a. So what
do you think that if it were a very pretty woman with like perfect white teeth and like nice red lipstick, that you would like learn better? Because I feel like if I were learning a language,
you continue to have problems for years.
I know what would have worked. So because Colin has speech difficulties, my son, they do touch prompts. Joe, have you done touch prompts in your?
So that's like one of the things that they put on like his 504, like his accommodations plan, like tactile cueing,
Okay. So touch prompts are one of the things that were effective for Colin, and like for example, when we wanted them to make a P, you'd touch both of his lips at the same time and be like, "This is P," and it would just like it would snap with him. When you want to make a G, there's like I think G. I don't know.
Okay, we haven't done that.
Okay, Jackie would nail all of them. There's like 30 or 50.
That's really interesting.
Yeah, and if you think about it, like, if Jackie were here and she were doing them to you, you'd be like, "Oh my God, yeah, no wonder this works." That would have worked on me too, but instead I just watched her mouth, and that didn't work.
We have like the AVT, and like so we do like for F is tough for him because it's high frequency, so like so she got like a whole bunch of feathers that she gives him. She's like feather, because a lot of the things is like if you try to like overdo it, it's like you actually like almost like it's almost like easier to do it more subtly. To him, so it's like so like feather, and then so he play with the feathers and he gets F like right away because he's like feather. He's trying to blow the feather, so it's a lot of little kind of stuff like that.
Sometimes it's just knowing the right trick, like which one fits this kid, and yeah, that makes sense.
And there's like there's like 6 tricks, and you got to figure out which one works with him or gets through to him or whatever, So
we watched a video a few months ago, and this is obviously like the most extreme of the extreme examples, but it was from like the whenever Helen Keller was around, and her teacher was doing the touching, and it was exactly what you were describing, Woody. I'm just remembering that, but you remember that, right? Where she'd kind of like touch under her lymph nodes, and it makes like a buh, like or a duh, or I mean, obviously, I wouldn't be good at this. I just touch one area and be like, just figure it out.
Yeah, but the big thing for Joey is, like we want someone that's going to evaluate, that's going to like be like very familiar with AVT and know what we're doing, and like we've gone down this certain path because in the beginning, a lot of people are like, "Oh, you doing sign language with them?" And like, no, we're not doing sign language because the AVT approach to that is, if you try to teach him how to talk and how to do sign language will come easier because he has no shortcomings, moving his hands and all this other stuff. He will sign instead of speaking. And sign does him no good when someone else doesn't sign, right? So most people, they understand how to speak, so we want him to speak. And it's going to be tough on him. We understand that, but it's going to be tough now, but it's going to be better for him long-term in life. So, but we don't do sign language, whereas I'm sure the people that are going to come from Reed's Collaborative, they're going to want him doing sign language. They're going to want to do this. And when he's not responding, he has no fucking idea anything on sign language. We've never done it a day in his life because we want him to focus on one thing. We've put all of our attention into learning him how to, teaching him how to speak and hear and make the most of him hearing and paying attention and picking up sounds, as opposed to trying to teach him how to do all that stuff and splitting the time to learn sign language too. A little different.
Yeah. We did some sign with Colin, but I think Colin's problems they're very different than yours, but I think they're more extreme if you were to look at them, as holistically. And the objective with my son's sign language was to make him verbal, like to get him to engage with other people. And I think Joey, like that was never a deficiency of his.
Yeah, we didn't have that issue. So yeah, so for someone like Colin, sign language makes 100% sense.
Right, it was a piece of the puzzle. We don't do it anymore. Yeah. We know what we do. We do potty just because it's like a family, like we can subtly say I'm going to poop without like announcing it to the world. Like,
one of the things, because of course I'm thinking fighting and grappling and stuff like that. I'm like, oh, if we teach him sign language, I can give him directions during the fight or during the grappling match or whatever, and no one will know what's going on.
That's great.
They'll be like, who does Joe think he's fooling standing over there, big signs, grab the neck.
Or just give him like the cut the shit like you know what I mean, like across the room, like threatening him.
Be like a baseball and like a third base coach, like doing all.
Yeah, dude.
How old is he? How old is Joey now?
He turned 3 on Thursday, a week ago.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, which I was pissed. I was in Arizona, so I left on Wednesday, and I had to sing happy birthday to him through freaking FaceTime, but it's okay. We did a cake when I got home. It was a little sad, but he's only 3. He doesn't care.
Dude, I'm glad you won that fight. Like,
dude,
me too, man.
I'm
Yeah,
glad it worked out.
You deserved it after that last one for sure. And like I said, like I felt like you should have won the fight. I going into the decision, I was like, the way they score these things, though. Yeah, it wasn't that I was more disappointed with the way the UFC scores things than anything, because I just didn't feel like he'd beaten you up as much as you had beaten him up.
I think it's better for the sport that it got scored the way it did overall, because I think that I was the one pushing for things. You know, he was controlling, but I think that used to be like the big complaint, like back in the day, like, you know, even George St. Pierre was a great fighter, but there's a lot of fights where he would take people down and would lay on them earlier on, you know. So I think it's better that, you know, that they rewarded me for trying to get, you know, being closer to finishing, as opposed to, you know, he controlled the hell out of me. Like, I think I had like 20 seconds of control or 30 seconds of control the entire fight. He had like 7 minutes or 6 minutes or something. But
Josh Koscheck used to do that a lot too.
Yep.
He
Josh Koscheck, John Fitch. There were a bunch of guys that were, you know, great wrestlers, and that's what they did. Matt Hughes too, back in the day.
Sometimes I see these fights where, like, it's like, all right, this was such a great fight, nobody lost, right? I remember, I think Liddell Silva, you know, was one of those. I can name 3, both your Jim Miller fights and the Vera fight, where it's like, oh, these are so great, everyone wins.
That Robbie Lawler fight that we watched.
Yeah, against McDonald. But then the thing is, like, you fast forward 9 months, and people forgot how great the fight was, and somebody lost, you know? Like, it's like, oh, that fight was so wonderful, we love him. Right. And then 2 years later, they're like, well, this guy's lost 2 out of his last 3. Oh, really? Because you thought they were both wins, and you know, so at some point that fades, and I'm glad it was a W. I like W more than else.
It kind of brought some balance back to everything. So
what airline? You fly a lot, and I guess you guys book a lot of flights for your people. What airline do you use?
We always try to use JetBlue. But,
okay. I got no JetBlue experience.
Oh, JetBlue is awesome. JetBlue is every seat has a TV. There's Wi-Fi on most of the flights. The seats are really comfortable, and they're a little bit bigger than most. We couldn't do JetBlue for this one, so we had to fly. We flew American, and it was okay going there. We had no TVs, nothing coming back. It kind of sucked.
Yeah, I flew Frontier the other day, and that is the shittiest fucking airline I have ever been on my life.
I've maybe flown Frontier once.
Dude,
is that the one where it's like they charge you for your carry-on?
Yeah. Yeah,
okay,
it is.
I've done that.
Yeah,
they charge you for carry-on. What years?
I got a whole. Let me lay this out there for you. First of all, I usually fly Delta, and yeah, you get a TV even if you're in coach or whatever, and it's really nice for passing the time. If you
I've never flown anything but coach. I've never flown first class. I've never flown anything but coach.
Me either.
You're missing out.
First class is great.
Professional UFC fighter.
Way too cheap.
Well, sometimes I get in this scenario with Delta, especially because of how their baggage and stuff works, where if I'm bringing 2 checked bags, like if it's paintball and I got a whole bag of paintball gear and a whole bag of like street clothes, then it's actually cheaper, or it's within like $50 to like upgrade to first class and get 2 free checked bags than to stay in coach and pay. So like, I usually do that. But anyway, I booked this flight myself. Me and Chiz went out to Colorado for a little vacation and took my girlfriend, had a good time. And I was booking this thing all up, and I used cheapoair.com or some horse shit because I've been watching a lot of Hulu and kept seeing the reviews.
I think this is the fork in the road that you regret
taking.
It
is. Oh, yeah. First of all, I should have started with Travelocity.
Kayak is also good. Everyone's frozen for me right now.
I was like, all right. That it would just, it got away from me. I was like, clickety, click, 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 $1,500 spin or whatever, you know, getting this trip together. And dude, they charge you for your bags. My ticket was like, not counting whatever like bullshit up fees they like lay on you, that's like another $30, but I think it was like $370 per ticket to like go there and back, like the round trip ticket. So that's, but then the bags ticket, dude, each bag, it was like I paid like $250 total to move the bags there and back. Like it was almost as much as a human ticket. They left us sitting on the runway in Atlanta for 50 minutes when we got back. It was 2 a.m. when I got home last night. We get at the end of this 2-hour and 45-minute flight, and he's like, 10 more minutes. 10 more minutes. And like 30 minutes have went by after 10 more minutes. And he's like, well, there looks like looks like they're moving on out now. We're going to be able to pull on that gate in about 10 more minutes. And I just screamed, "We don't believe you!" And like half the cabin cracks up. It was almost worth it, but not really. It was the worst.
We use kayak.com because it checks like a whole bunch of different sites.
I'll do that.
I think it tells you. I don't usually book the flights now. Usually I have Chris book all the stuff, but because there's so like this time I think I had like 8 or 9 people that went out, so I ended up paying for all the flights and booking everyone, and because I like different coaches or whatever. So Chris does all that stuff, and he honestly it's the best thing. Like I always pay for Chris to come out, but I don't deal with any of the bullshit. So Chris he talks to this person and finds out when they need to leave and when they need to be back, and he works out everything. And
Kitty mocked me to no end. I hate it when she's actually right because she's really good at booking stuff. And this is like she would have happily booked this for me, but I just went off and did my own
thing. Gotta let her.
So now we're gonna do some birthday trip for her, and it's like I'm so hands off on this fucking shit. I don't want any part because I really did fuck it up. I never do all that stuff, and like I fucked it up and definitely overpaid.
JetBlue's really good. Virgin's really good, but they don't fly very many places. Those are the two we try to always use.
Yeah, I'll never do anything but Delta again. Here's the stupidest part. I have 80,000 flyer miles with Delta. Like why would I not?
And you took Frontier.
Fly
like it's the 1800s.
I literally have enough air miles to have done the trip for free, and then had like 30,000 left over or something like that.
I'm like that on JetBlue, and I never. But here's my thing: is like I have a JetBlue card that I use, but if I buy JetBlue flights, I get like quadruple points.
Yeah.
So I'm like, do I want to use my flights I already have, my points, or do I want to spend money and get more points?
I spend money and get more points. I'm not gonna
that's what I end up doing.
I love it. I love having those points because it's like this weird form of currency that I just have sitting somewhere, just off on its own. And
don't
you know
they
that
expire, though? Like it seemed like
I don't think so with Delta.
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
Oh, really?
You check your airline miles because
I checked them
you might just try and use them one day and they'll be like, "Oh, I'm sorry, sir. All that distance disappeared. Good luck."
I don't know. I'm some kind of medallion member with Delta. I don't think they're going to expire anytime soon. I just checked them last week.
I think if you don't add to them, I think they usually disappear.
Oh,
after some time. So if you fly consistently, then I think they keep resetting. I think
maybe that's it because I haven't flown a lot lately. But there was a time when I did. It seemed like every 2 weeks or something I had a place to go. And it was just like, man, like if those didn't just fall off the last 52 weeks, adding these would have given me like 100,000 this year. And I think to get the cool stuff, you have to bundle in the rest of it, like getting hotel points and car points. And I was trying to do it all off miles and didn't get it done.
Yeah. I like saving those points because like if someday like you guys want to go to Japan or something, I'm just gonna absolutely yeah sure and that's the flight that I want to use those air miles for and do first class. Like I don't want to sit coach for 16 hours or something.
When I supposedly fought in Japan, I tried to upgrade to first class. They wanted like $4,000. I'm like, I'm gonna sit in the back. I don't give a fuck.
Kitty's flights to London, with that first class thing where like you get your own bed and everything. That's like $4 or $5 grand or something. They're crazy.
That's not that long of a flight, right? A couple hours.
I don't know. I don't know how long it is. 6 hours maybe. I don't know.
I think it's like 4 hours for us.
I honestly don't know.
Oh, because I was gonna say it was like 9 hours, but I think we stopped in New York or something.
You might fly straight up and then around. I don't know.
It could be. We went to Barcelona too, which is not exactly the same place.
I held in a shit for almost the entire flight from Hawaii to Phoenix. And then we almost missed the flight from Phoenix to St. Louis. So I held it again because I'm not shitting on a plane. It is.
You gotta get over it.
Nothing already. My number one worst feeling is being in the car or anywhere where I can't shit and knowing like I have to poop. Because part of knowing that I couldn't immediately go and find a bathroom makes my body be like, oh, well, what if it was an emergency? Now this cauldron is creating an emergency, and oh my God, it was white knuckling sitting. First of all, we were in coach and it was one of those enormous air buses. And so it was 4 people to my right and 3 people to my left, and I'm just white knuckling it. Of course, my dad, when we're getting on there, is like, I'm like, Dad, should we all sit together? And he's like, oh, we just finished up vacation, son, so I don't want to be fucking anywhere near any of you. I'm gonna go sit by myself. You white knuckle and hold your shit in for the next 13 hours, and you better just be resigned.
Dude, I would have shit over that somewhere. Yeah, I would have shit somewhere. Like I'll hold it in for 2 or 3 hours on a plane. But if it was like, there's a point where I'm doing the math in my head and it's like, there's going to be a public shit. It's coming. And there's a point where I'll shit outside. I mean, we all get there. You just got there's just a point where you're like, yep, it's an outdoor shit. It's an outdoor shit.
So I have the opposite problem. I'm gonna take my time. I'm gonna take my time wherever I go. So it's like, when am I gonna have an hour? When am I gonna have
an hour?
You're gonna blow an O-ring, Joe. That's not good.
See, that's you gotta stop eating so much.
Burgers.
That is my problem. I eat too much food.
Joe, you're an Apple guy.
I went on a field trip when I was a senior in high school to this place called the Botanical Gardens here, and it was basically like a semi-fun kind of field trip where it was like, just futz around, do your thing, but also write some stuff down about plants. And I was just walking around with my friends, and I realized, like, oh my god, like I have to take a shit right now. And I started doing like the fast walk and then you're in deep shit if you start jogging looking for a bathroom. And I saw a building on the horizon and I was so confident. I'm like, oh, my savior's here. Like I believe in God again. And I turn around the corner and it was just a cement building with nothing. It was just a cement building, no toilet nor bathroom. It was just, I guess, an old storage shed. And nearby there was keep in mind, there's a lot of people here. And there's, there's still people over there, but there's a gigantic willow tree with so many willow branches that it creates almost a hut, a teepee of sorts. So
a shit bubble.
I went in there, and I was like, my legs shaking. I had to shit so bad. And I just get into there. I could hear people like talking, doing things on trails around. And I take my pants off faster than any person has ever taken their pants off before. I take my underwear off as well. Slide the pants back on for quickness. Take my shoes off. Get those socks off. Those are going to be useful in a second. And I have my underwear, my socks, and I take the fastest shit. I wipe, and then I leave shit-covered socks and underwear just
if I'm your teacher, I'm like, all right, everyone line up. Let's see everyone's socks.
Like a moment where I was like, I can't fucking believe that worked. Like someone had seen me just like, just fire one out and then jog out of here. Like there's no way I got away with it, and I did. So there you go.
If I were your teacher, I totally would have been looking for the kid with no goddamn socks.
It's a big public park, so it wasn't like our school was the only one there. There were hundreds of people there. Other schools on field trips.
How old were you?
Anyone.
You took this public shit?
How old were you?
How old?
Yeah.
17.
Oh my god. Oh yeah. You're just old enough to be a sex offender. Just old enough to be the guy. Yeah, who's wanking it, fucking shitting by the willow tree while looking at those kids. Like then you're just done for life.
Trying to shit people,
You're the botanical garden shitter. Like they write a news story about it. That'd be the worst, man. So we're on the eve of greatness, guys. Tomorrow is the inauguration of Donald Trump as we sit here recording this. It's going to happen tomorrow. I'm going to watch every minute of it. I watched the concert today with such huge stars as Toby Keith and the front men of country music. They were there. There was a black man who sang America the Beautiful with a big choir. There was this guy with a drum set, like a three-dimensional, like he was enclosed by drums like everywhere, and he just went ape shit on him, just drumming, and the crowd's like, it was so bad. And then Three Doors Down came, and at least they played their hits, I'll give them that, but like nobody wanted to hear that shit either. I don't know why you didn't get Kanye to come out.
Kanye wanted to.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Why wouldn't he invite Kanye? Let him come out there and sing. Have fun.
He's a legit A-lister. Trump is acting like his inauguration is the biggest thing that's ever happened. He's got like 700,000 or 800,000 people coming. Obama had 1.8 million.
What?
That's crazy.
That many people are going to go watch this boring bullshit?
Yeah, I know.
Oh my god.
Like they've got, I'm telling you, like each side of the reflecting pool at the Washington Monument is just stacked with people going back the entire length of it, and it's a really long thing. And they've got jumbotrons like staggered the entire length of that for the people to see the show. And then Trump's up there with his entire family, like the whole extended family, all the like in-laws and shit, in this big bulletproof glass like cubicle thing, like, and he's just like he's like a dictator watching them play for him. He's just yes, Three Doors Down.
He's
That's
a real
coming.
President. Like
it's
it takes me a little bit to get over it, but like he won the real contest. It's the like, honest to goodness. Like I keep saying the same thing, same list as Lincoln and Jefferson and Washington and Quincy Adams and Trump. Like those names are all
the Lincoln Memorial. He's like, that's the 15th president or 16th.
16th, yeah.
And I'm the 45th or whatever.
Right. Yes, yeah. Someone was there was a Reddit thing, and they're like, "What thing could Obama do that, like, with his last day?" And someone was like, "He should resign, make Biden president for a day, and then Trump would be 46 and just change everything." Yeah,
I like that. That'd be funny. Like they gotta like
absolutely have to make new hats. Complete waste of time. It was a really touching ceremony the other day when Obama awarded Biden the Presidential Medal of Freedom with distinction, which I suppose is the highest honor he could give the man. And like when Joe sees it, like when he like hears Obama say the words, Presidential Medal of Freedom with a distinction, he's just like, oh God, I can't believe you're doing this to me here.
Awesome video.
He's so honored by it. He's just like, oh, and now this. Oh, okay. He's got to turn away for a second, like wipe his eyes. And the Marine guy is standing there with this big honking medal that looks like your Prestige 20 or something. It's a good moment.
Obama's been fun with it. He was
10,000 headshots, like boot camp completed. Like it's a big fucking medal.
That's the final emblem.
I forget the ceremony, but Obama was. Obama was like, Joe, let's give the internet one more chance for the bromance meme, and they like hugged or something and then let it out. Like the self-awareness, and it was fun to me.
Do you think Biden loves all the memes on Reddit? Do you think he's seen them? Do you think he's got, how many people do you think, like hundreds of friends?
He is the moderator of Biden, bro. Like, that's him. He started that shit. He's like, yeah, that's what I was thinking.
It's so awesome. Forever he's going to be sending those memes to his friends.
Is it awesome? I feel like they're all kind of making him look dumb, right?
The joke in every Biden bro meme is, look at this fucking idiot.
Yeah.
And then Obama's like, God damn it. Like, I could do so much.
It doesn't
this guy, like...
I don't know. I just he's the butt of every joke. Like Marcus said, I feel like it's to their God. I feel like I'm knocking Trump for every stupid thing, and I don't want to be that guy. But I do like that for all the thanks Obama stuff, for all the Biden bromance. Like they didn't sit there and like take everything personally, and they can laugh at their little moment of indignity and get back to it. Whereas Trump, like, oh my gosh, you say anything, and he's on Twitter like shouting down your company or what have you, and. He's very thin-skinned.
I don't think we'll know if Trump's good or not until it's like 4 years go by. I think that's when it'll, because if I acted like a complete asshole but I got good results, I think people would say I was a good president or a good whatever. You know what I mean? Like he could say all the most ridiculous stuff and get people talking about it and everything else. And if he couldn't end up being a good president.
You're right. Reagan was like that. About
how everyone no one wanted to go to like Lincoln's inauguration because he was talking about freeing all the slaves. And everyone's like, oh no, fuck that guy. And but one of the best presidents.
I hope he did.
I don't like
awesome.
Lincoln. I don't like Lincoln as a president because he let the Union fall apart. I feel like he should have.
Oh, stop!
I think about it. Like
get your Confederate flag.
He didn't let the Union fall apart. He beat the fuck out of them.
Yeah, his solution was 550,000 American casualties.
He Conor McGregor the war.
He should have been like, you know what? How about this? We'll get rid of slavery. Let's invade Mexico and enslave them. But he could have sold that to the South. He could have been like, let's enslave the Mexicans. Let the blacks go free. And the South would have been on board for that. We'd have conquered Mexico. It would have been all good. That's what Lincoln should have done. Instead, he was too hard-nosed.
Kyle, this does sound like a win, actually.
Yeah, right?
I like where you're going with this.
It's all about states' rights, and about 7 more states would really sweeten the pot.
Texas could go all the way down to Panama.
Well, you know how big their heads would be if that was the case? They'd all be wanting to secede all the time.
Long state. Texas. We got to think of a long name for this place.
I mean, that's what fucking Texas is, too. Like, we just took that from the Mexicans, big swaths of that, if you will.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm looking forward to all of the. What I'm excited for tomorrow is every dignified step that Trump has to take in that Washington elite world, and they all have to. Every moment where 1,000 guys have to stand at attention the perfect way while Trump does a thing, or a reef gets placed on a thing a certain way. He's going through all this protocol that the president normally does, and I like watching his face throughout it. Especially today when I'm watching him so carefully as he walks down steps because it's 3 men. It's him and Honor Guard and Pence walking downstairs, and I'm watching how he holds his shoulders, he's totally boxing them out, right? He didn't want them bumping into him. He's fucking wide and I don't know, everything about him is the way he carries himself. He's very conscious of what he's doing. You can see him like puff his chest out and hold a breath for certain moments when he like it's almost like he's posing sometimes. Like he's really careful with that suit. If he's gonna wave with his right hand, that makes your suit like pull out in an awkward way and it can expose your belly. And he'll bring that left hand over and put it right here on his suit jacket when he waves with the right hand. Like everything he does is so calculated.
Dude, he's 7 pounds away from trying to bring back the cummerbund to hide his belly because he has so very clearly gained weight throughout this whole thing.
He's
like
putting on about 15.
Oh yeah.
15 to 20 pounds for sure. And he's holding it like right here in the middle.
He doesn't drink or do drugs, so you know that is just KFC and McDonald's because all those little pictures that he posts, very clearly his vice is fast food.
He loves McDonald's and shit like that. Yeah, I see him eating it all the time.
Also, he travels a lot. Like I know, like if I was in his position, I was going from steak to steak.
Yeah.
Steak and give me steak with steak tips.
Especially if it's, hey, welcome to our barbecue. Oh, you have to try our 60 rib platter, and we won't let you leave till you eat it all. You're not getting our vote. I guess I can sit here for a few more minutes. Like,
what was I gonna say? Trump. I forgot.
Remember when Kasich was cramming the food down?
Oh, dude, that was. So I have a couple things. One, he did two things. Like I think it was so Kasich was always eating. He was always eating. All the photos showed him eating. Trump pointed it out, and now suddenly this guy has to run for president without eating, right? Like he's denied his opponent food.
Instead of having a sense of humor and going the next, if I were Kasich, the next day we're doing a fucking stump speech from like a hot dog eating contest.
Or one of those 72-ounce steaks, you know? Like
you're like 38 ounces into a 72-ounce steak doing a stump speech every other bite. You're talking about the fucking economy and how Trump's just isn't a real conservative or whatever Kasich was ranting about throughout the campaign.
I met.
Yeah, he really could have like made that a funny joke, and it seems like every one of these politicians, you know, someone makes a joke at their expense, and who was it? Rubio, who took the sweaty thing badly.
Yeah.
Where he was like, "Hey, Rubio, you're a real shiny motherfucker," or whatever he said. And he's like, "No, I'm not that sweaty. If I were that sweaty, you'd notice. You'd know for real if I was that sweaty." And it's like, now we know that you're insecure. When really he'd be like, "Yeah, I'm up here working, Donald. When you do this job like this, you'll know what it's like," or some bullshit response.
Trump has never worked hard enough to break a sweat in his life, folks. I'll tell you right now. What you want is a sweaty president. I'm gonna be there working hard for you. I'm gonna be dripping. Sometimes there might be a puddle. That's what you know. And people like Donald Trump are there to wipe up my puddle of sweat. I'm the real show. He should have came. I want to hear him just come back at Trump. Like no one could ever do that.
That's
no one could ever.
Kyle's got like throughout the whole politics talk of the last year. Kyle's had lines, and I'm like, man, if they were to use those, they would kill.
Yeah, it's not that hard. Like these guys have like these
not
big,
easy for
clear,
everybody.
Open wounds all over them. Like all you got to do is like to attack is what I mean. Like these big openings in their game as a politician. Like Chris Christie.
Keep freezing.
Like, you know what I mean? Like
or his first pitch or something like that.
Yeah. You're not going to get into a war of words with Chris Christie and lose because I'm going to, especially if it's a Donald Trump style war of words, right? Because I'm going to make fun of him. I'm going to pick on him. I saw that guy in North Carolina. He was in Hickory when we went, and when he sits down in a chair, he is a pathetic sight. It is embarrassing when he sits in a chair in a business suit. He's got this big fupa that folds over his cock and balls, and like everything's jammed in down there, and his pants right up and revealed like those old businessman socks with the like suspenders attached to them.
That must
like,
be uncomfortable.
Meanwhile, Trump's sitting over there like fucking, I don't know, Superman's father or something, like just telling everybody how it's going to be, and he looks perfect.
I bet that's part of the reason that Trump wanted Christie behind him. At some point where he's like, I already know myself and my vices. Ivanka, Melania, you all know I'm going to pack on the pounds. I'm going to bring Chris Christie on board. No, shut up. He's not going to get anything. He's not going to get anything. He's just going to be fatter than me for the next year. Okay? Oh, okay. All right.
It worked so well. I'm telling you, it was both of them on stage in Hickory, and it's like, this is after Christie has dropped out. And Christie, it's like Christie has a mic and Trump has a mic, and they're separated in these big, comfy, like cushy, high back chairs. And Christie will be like, you know, there's a lot of trouble in the Middle East, and the one shining example of democracy, our one ally, is Israel, and Obama's out there disrespecting them, not doing this, doing that. Tell us what a Donald Trump presidency would mean for Israel and Israelis, and then he just throw it to Trump, like he was constantly like loading up this fucking like pitch and then handing it to him like, here you go, throw it, hit him with it, yeah, go. It worked really well, and it is a little bit definitely what you said. Trump looked better next to a sloppy Chris Christie, who is he's the worst looking politician. He's just, you look at that and you're like, he doesn't have any self control. He doesn't have any
That's where I was headed. I see a guy like Chris Christie, and I think this guy literally has like a mental weakness, an addiction. He has a disability of some sort. No discipline. Yeah, you can call it what you want, but like it's clearly this is a guy who can't fully control himself at a level that 99% of the population can, and it holds.
Not in this country.
No, even in this country, how many people are Chris Christie fat? Like I went throughout today, and I don't think I saw anyone Chris Christie fat. You know,
I
was at the airport
before today.
Oh man, fucking governor of New Jersey, like huge. Yeah, he's real big. If you want to find the best picture is it's him in a baseball uniform. It's real bad. He's got the pants are like, you know how baseball pants are. They're like yoga pants, they're pulled up over his big roll, his fupa, and it's just a bad optic, a bad imagery. Let me put a ad in here. I'm gonna tell everyone a little bit about Nature Box. If you eat from Nature Box, you will not look like Chris Christie. What do you do when you want a snack, but all you can find is junk food? Well, if you're Chris Christie, you just eat that junk food. But don't do that. Rely on your self-control to resist the temptation. Please start snacking healthy with Nature Box. Nature Box makes snacks that actually taste great, and they're better for you. They're created with high-quality ingredients that are free from artificial colors, flavors, or sweeteners, so you can feel great about snacking. Some of our personal favorites around here are the peanut butter nom noms, the chocolate hazelnut granola, and just seems to like the praline pumpkin seeds for some reason. Nature Box recently made their service even better. Now you can order twice as much as you want, now you can order as much as you want, and as often as you want with no minimum purchase required, and you can cancel anytime. It's simple. Go to naturebox.com and check out their snack catalog. There are over 100 snacks to choose from, and they're constantly adding delicious new snacks. Choose the snacks you want, and they'll deliver them right to your door. They've got everything from turkey jerky to little miniature cookies to all kind of like beer, cheese doodle things. It's really good stuff. With Nature Box, you'll never get bored. There are new snacks every month inspired by real customer feedback. And if you ever try a snack you don't like, Nature Box will replace it for free. And right now, you'll save more than ever. Nature Box is offering Painkiller Already fans 50% off your first order when you go to naturebox.com/PKA. That's naturebox.com/PKA for 50% off your first order. naturebox.com/PKA.
Check them out.
Check those guys out.
Don't be like Chris Christie.
Like Chris Christie.
So he ran up against Trump for a Republican nomination?
Yeah,
he did. Yeah.
Yeah, he did. And then he dropped out really, and because he had done really well against Marco Rubio in the race, and so Trump recruited him as like his attack dog against Marco, who was quickly becoming his main secondary opponent. Although Ted Cruz, of course, was a problem all the way, but Marco was a problem in Florida, which was kind of important during that point of the race. And so he gets Chris Christie on the team, and all of a sudden he's got this perfect attack dog who can he can go after and say whatever he wants to Christie, and he's getting enough clout from Trump that he's going on every news agency. It was a real nice move that Trump made.
I put a filter on like my Facebook, and I filtered out every politics post, anything that said Trump, Clinton, anything. I couldn't deal with it.
I didn't talk about politics once on Facebook. And then on election day, I tweeted, Facebooked that I was like, hey, I voted. I didn't mention once, anything about politics. Is my most liked thing that I've ever put on Facebook. Everyone was
crazy.
New topic?
Sure. Or maybe not. Sounds like Kyle has something.
Yeah, shit, I thought I had a thing, but now I don't. You took it.
I took your topic.
Yeah, you took it.
Well, I'll tell you guys what it was going to be. Natalie Portman is out there complaining about her pay. Apparently, she and Ashton Kutcher were in the same movie, No Strings Attached, and his pay tripled her, and she feels like it's unfair.
Sign a better contract.
Yeah, I don't know. Something about sports and entertainment to me is one of the most...
this must have been her first movie. She's very inexperienced, right?
Well, sports and entertainment to me is one of the most pure meritocracies that you'll find, right? Like, people are getting paid based on what they draw in. And I don't know. I thought it'd be a fun topic with Joe here. When I look at movie stars, the ones that get me to go are typically guys. Like if it's a Will Smith, a Tom Cruise, whoever plays Hugh Jackman, like that guy interests me. Like it's mostly the dudes who draw me into the movies. There's very few women that I go to see. Jennifer Lawrence is the exception, but she's kind of an action star. I'm thinking if Natalie Portman's not getting paid as much, maybe it's like I like Natalie Portman. She's one of my favorite female actresses. But when I hear she did a movie, I don't like.
And whoever's
I
sorry, you froze up there for me.
And you for me, yeah. So go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I was gonna say.
Then I will go. So the whole thing with any of these actors, or same thing applies to fighters, I'm sure, is that the biggest draws are going to get paid the most. Like if I am in a movie with Jennifer Lawrence and I'm getting paid the same as Jennifer Lawrence, that's fucked up because nobody's coming to the movie to see what I have to bring. Like obviously people know who Natalie Portman is, but from whatever market research they do, if they're like, all right, Ashton Kutcher is the big draw here because this movie is a quote a comedy and Natalie Portman, we think she's going to be good, but she's not necessarily a draw in this kind of role, which means that, you know, he's the guy we need to secure down.
Well, that's not even it. Like the issue is that the issue is you have a quote. And your quote is what you've been paid before. You can't just come in there and say, my agent says I'm worth $30 million because Tom Cruise got $30 million. And they're like, well, you got paid $8 million last time and $4 million the time before and $6 million the time before. So $8 million is your quote. That's what you're going to get unless you're the teeniest top tier of people who like have some negotiating room where it's like, yeah, we built a movie around Tom Hanks. If we don't have Tom Hanks, we don't have a movie. We lose. The producers aren't on board without Tom Hanks. Like, this is a Tom Hanks biopic. Like, we need him, you know. Like, but for Natalie Portman, the issue was that Ashton Kutcher's quote was 3 times higher than hers, and so she had no reason to. And this is in 2011, by the way. This is, I think, before she did Black Swan, maybe, which was like, you know, her like Oscar-worthy performance. I think a lot of people would say. I think she may have been nominated or maybe even won an Oscar that year for that. I didn't think it was a good movie. It was kind of weird for me.
I never saw it.
There was a lot of. She was mentally ill, and that's worked into the film work. So you have to you feel a bit mentally ill watching it sometimes. But yeah, that was the issue there, is that Ashton Kutcher had a higher quote than her because he was a more accomplished actor, I suppose, at 2011, at least as far as blockbuster returns. Like his movies get like 20% Rotten Tomatoes, but a lot of them make a shitload of money.
Yeah.
I think it all comes down. I think I was reading up on the article trying to get a better idea. I'm sure it just comes down to negotiation. You know, you're only worth so much, but you could be the best freaking actor in the world, the best anything in the world, best fighter, best whatever. If you have shit negotiation and you just take the first thing you're offered, you're not going to do well. You know, I think that you always want to try to, you want them to think about turning you away because you're too expensive, but then going with you anyways.
How do you think you did on that in your career, Joe? You think you like looking back at the different contracts you've had? Do you think you nailed it? Do you think you under?
I'm very happy with how things have gone for me because I could have. So my last contract negotiation, I signed an 8-fight deal. That was 5 fights ago now. So I have 3 more. But I told them, like, you know, I think I was at like 32-32. So I got 30,000 a show, 30,000 more when I win. And I told them, like, I knew the Reebok stuff was going to be starting soon. I didn't really know what was going to be, so I knew sponsor money was going away. And I was making like 25 in sponsors, $25,000 a fight in sponsors. So I'm like, I don't want to take a cut in pay, you know, but I'm not looking to get, you know, triple my money or whatever. But I want to continue to make good money and continue to improve. And I'm like, they're like, well, we offer you 32-32, Joe Silva, the matchmaker. And he tells me that, but you should talk to Dana, and Dana will give you a better number. So I flew to Vegas, you know, freaking 6-hour flight to Vegas, sat down with Dana. He's like, what do you want to get paid? Tell me what you want to get paid. I'll pay you. And I'm like, well, I wanna continue being useful to you guys. You guys can put me you want. And he's like, all right. He's like, let's start at 50. So I went from 32 to 50, from not asking for more money, but just letting them put a number on it.
Yeah, that's immediately that was my number too. I was like, 50 is your number, man. 50 is your number.
You know, and then I've won a couple fights since then. So now so my last fight I was at 58-58. And my next fight will be 62-62.
Does it go up because you win in your contract?
It goes up when you win. Yeah. So that was one of the things I was so pissed about the Miller fight, because I was at the second Jim Miller fight. I was at 58-58, and I should have been 62 for my next one. So right away I lose, you know, close to $58,000 because I didn't win. But then going forward, I'm losing between, you know, $4,000 to $8,000 every fight going forward from there.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah.
So this kind of fixed that, I guess. You know, I got the money.
Yeah, that's awesome.
You know what I mean? So it kind of got me back on track. But that's like a big deal. But that all comes down to negotiation. You know what I mean? Like I could have, and I had a different, you know, kind of outlook about things than you know Natalie Portman maybe did. But I got what I thought was the best value for me, because I don't want to, like, if I told them I wanted 80 and 80, they would have given it to me. If I told them I want 100 and 100, they would have given it to me. but I would have been fighting fucking killers, and I probably wouldn't be here right now. I probably would have had like 2 fights at like 100 and 100. I would have got fucking smoked because it would have got me, you know, guys in the top 5, and I'd be out of a job. So instead, I took a little bit less, but I'm more usable now. They can have me open a pay-per-view. They can have me open. I was a co-main event. They can do whatever.
That happened to Fitch, kind of. Like, Fitch had a really high contract.
Yep, exactly. Yep. He was like 90 and 90 or something stupid, you know.
And that was back when that was even more extreme than now.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. You know, so right now I'll be 62 and 62 going forward, and then I'm at the top tier for Reebok, so I get 20 grand there. So if I lose a fight, I'm making over $80,000, and when I win a fight, I'm like 120, no more than that, 140.
Yeah.
So obviously,
I'm very
like,
happy.
it's all like
happy with that.
Excellent money. Is there any stress you get just being like, I don't know how long you guys know in advance, like maybe you know, like I'm gonna have 2 fights next year, I'm gonna have 3 fights next year, or is there any stress with the thought of like, man, what if that was the last one, or what if like I only got one more after this?
I'm not stressed. So I like I'm not the best with my money. I'm pretty good about it, but I'm not the best. But I think it'll take me about another year to pay off my entire mortgage on my house, so that'll be good. You know. And then we're kind of looking at buying a new house. So that'll obviously I'll have a mortgage there. But, you know, I have a lot of equity in my house already, and I'll have a ton by the time we actually decide to move. So I'm in an okay spot. I'm not worried about it. You know, even if I fight twice a year, if I'm making $80,000 each time, I'm making $160,000 to lose and go 0-2. That's pretty fucking good.
Yeah.
That Reebok thing, I think you're in that perfect little sweet spot where the Reebok thing actually was nice. I think that there's guys below your level and above your level who wouldn't feel the same way.
Yep.
And
I'm in a good spot.
Because you're getting 20 grand and you used to get like 20, 25, maybe 30. But you got to keep in mind that the UFC is acting your agent in this regard. You're not having to run around and hunt that 24, 25 grand down. Like it's
my 20 grand,
it's better to be handed 20, you know.
I had to give an agent money, then I had to pay, like they would give us the shorts, but then you got to get all the shorts in printed because it's all done for whatever reason. All those deals are done last minute. Right, so it all happens, like it all comes together. So it's like a pair of shorts might cost me like $500 by the time I get it shipped overnight, and I get it printed, and I get a banner done, and I do this and I do that. It's like that you can be easily $700 to $1,000 just on that, and then you got to give your manager distraction and everything, and dealing with I had an agent that freaking screwed me of like 30 grand. So I don't have to deal with that. You know, I'm not worried about that. I know the check is going to come from Reebok. I'm not worried about it. So it's for the peace of mind of having to deal with it 100 times better. And I'm not chasing after all these sponsors fight week or having someone else chase sponsors on fight week. Oh, can you wear this hat? Or can you tweet this picture? Can you do this? Like, I don't have to worry about it. I just show up and I fight and do my thing.
Do you feel pressured to do? I'm going to screw this up. What is it, like MMAA or that thing that just came out? The union.
I don't think any of those make sense.
What is that?
So basically, there's like 3 different organizations that are all trying to unionize the fighters, right? But because there's 3 organizations, they're all going to ensure that everyone else fails, right? Because this one takes a third, this one's take a third, this one takes a third. You never have everyone all together. If there was one union, then maybe it could work a little bit, but it's not going to work because everyone wants everything. Things that I want are different than what Joe Proctor wants. It's different than what Marcin Held wants. It's different than what Conor McGregor wants or Ronda Rousey or all these different other people.
Everybody has different costs and needs. There 100%. Might be a guy who wants more travel money, who wants help with that. Like if you're flying from fucking Iceland with your team to Vegas, you're like, I like the sponsors, but if you could help me get my team to the fight, you know.
Like, I don't know what the numbers are, but let's say that the UFC pays $100 million across all the fighters. I have no idea. I'm making up a number, but $100 million across all the fighters for the year, right? Well, if everyone wants more money, there's not $150 million or $200 million magically. You know what I mean? Like the UFC is going to have, they're making, you know, whatever the percentage is. Maybe the UFC is making a large percentage and the fighters are getting less. But the UFC is making a large percentage, but they're spending a lot of money on production. They're spending a lot of money on this and a lot of money on that. And, you know, it doesn't just magically appear out of nowhere. You know, so things are going to get cut. You know, like the UFC cut so many, like they cut like their entire international operations team. Like, all right, we don't need you guys anymore.
A lot of employees.
You guys are all gone. You know, like, and it sucks because a lot of those people were really good people. You know, they did a great job. It's just that
Goldberg's gone, I think, because his number wasn't right.
Yeah.
So do you have insight on that? That if I talk to you privately, would I learn something new?
Maybe.
I mean, that's what Rogan said on the air. Was
there's nothing. I don't think there's anything. I don't think there's anything dirty or crazy or whatever. You know, I think that for whatever reason, Goldberg didn't get along with certain people, whether it was Dana or someone just wasn't a fan of his, and just his contract was over and they didn't renew it.
I think it was
so
money.
One time
and it was Dana.
Goldberg was being lured by, I think it was the WWE. Like Vince McMahon was trying to get him, and they offered him a boatload of money, and Goldberg stayed loyal to the UFC. So in my head, all this time, Goldberg was a company man that was, just highly valued, like a Rich Franklin or something.
Yep.
And then they cut him. I guess it wasn't true.
I don't really know. I talked to Mike Goldberg after. Obviously, I didn't ask him anything on that, but I was talking to him after the fight. And it was great to kind of see him because I guess he lives in Phoenix, so he was out there. And I'm of course I'm not going to go in the subreddit. Oh, so why'd you get get fired, or why you not? You know what I mean? Like I'm not going to do that. But I'm sure it was just the UFC decided to go this way, and he was this way. It's just his a preference
What's your
thing.
theory on his replacement? Who do you think it's going to be?
There was, I don't even know who it was. There's some guy that's like a sports analyst or something like that.
Jim Rome?
I think that was who I heard.
Ooh, is it Jim Rome?
No, I don't know that.
Rumor.
I don't know.
Oh,
But
I used to listen to Jim Rome's show so much. Oh, he's got this really interesting speech pattern and delivery. And if you listen to his radio show, like it's like all radio shows, I guess. Like you get the inside jokes and you get his speech pattern. And like when you call into his show, it's not a pleasant conversation. You're not calling in to have a conversation. You're calling in to deliver smack talk. Like that's what it's about. It's about delivering this soliloquy of smack talk based around whatever your corner of the sports world is. Just a light fire under like Tom Brady and talk and use all this show lingo. Like they would have contests where where callers would compete in this like smack talk thing, and that's what his show is so. The flow of it is so weird. It's not.
What sports does he? I've never listened to it.
Everything. He's an expert in everything. And he's. Let me show you the best Jim Rome clip in the fucking world. Oh man, you've probably seen this before.
Huh.
Yeah.
So you're excited about Jim Rome.
Oh, I like him. I would prefer him over Chael. It's my first
Chael,
guy.
I would love for it to be Chael. Chael just said today he signed a 6-fight deal with Bellator, and he always finishes his deal.
It won't be with Chael. It definitely won't be Chael. I don't think.
No.
Chael's my. If I could pick anyone on the planet, I'd love for it to be Chael.
He's the guy on the fight that podcast, right? Fighter and the Kid.
No, that's
that's Brendan Schaub.
You're thinking of Brendan Schaub, yeah. But Chael has a podcast too. I think it's called You're Welcome.
Yep.
I'm trying to find a higher quality version of this, but basically,
I wouldn't. Oh, keep going.
Jim Rome is interviewing Chris Everett on his show, who's an NFL player.
Oh, this! Oh my God, he's such a dick. Such a dick.
What do you already know?
Yeah, I think his name is actually. Is it Jim Everett? Is the quarterback's real name?
His name's.
So tell me if I have this right. It's a long time ago, but I think there's a quarterback for the San Diego Chargers, and his name is Jim Everett. And he calls him Chris Everett, who's the name of a female tennis player. And he just fucks it up all the time, like, calling it. And Jim at some point is like...
No. He's not fucking it up. He's calling him a woman's name on purpose.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Doing on his show for a while.
Okay, I've seen this. I don't even need to watch this. I know exactly what this is.
Right, so he's calling Jim Everett by Chris Everett's name, this female tennis player, fucking it up intentionally, I should say. And Jim is like, just stop calling me Chris. Stop calling me Chris. Until he's like, if you do it, I'm going to kick your ass. He keeps doing it. Jim gets up and I guess pushes him around or something, and that's how it goes.
He grabs his ass up and flips him over a table and like follows him to the ground, where he continues letting him know that he's a professional athlete and you're a little worm, Jim Rome. Like
it is so uncomfortable.
That's the closest stage.
Now 1 minute. This isn't bad.
This is a real life example of exactly like watching that obviously pudgy weak guy pick on the Bear Jew Vin Diesel in that clip.
This is to me a real life example of an internet troll trying to do that shit in real life. Can we watch it?
Yeah.
All right, I'm queued up at 0. Everyone ready?
Let it roll.
I'm at 0.
Ready, set, play.
Member of the Saints, Jim. Good to have you on the show.
Good to be here, Jim. Thank you.
Check that, Chris Everett. Good to have you on the show.
You know what? You've been calling me that for about the last 5 years.
About 2 years, actually, Chris.
Well, hey, you know what? Let me say one thing. In that game, how many sacks did I have that we came back and won?
How many sacks did you have?
How many sacks?
Well, see, but this was back in 1989.
Okay, that was about
you may have even been Jim Everett back there, but somewhere along the way, Jim, you ceased being Jim and you became Chris.
Well, let me tell you a little secret. that you know, we're sitting here right now, and if you guys want to take a station break, you can. But if you call me Chris Everett to my face one more time,
I already did it twice.
You better, if you call it one more time, we better take
Such a shit-eating grin.
Well, it's a 5-minute segment, or 5-segment show. We got a long way to go.
Well, we do.
We got a long way to go.
We do.
I'll get a couple segments out of you
Well,
before.
it's good to be here with you, though.
Well, it's good to see you
because
too.
you've been talking like this behind my back for a long
But
time.
now I said it right here.
Right.
I got no problem
Well,
with that.
I think that you probably won't say it again.
I bet I do.
Okay.
Chris?
It was one of the uncomfortable, like, it boils over moments where he does knock the table over and the coffee goes flying and he pushes him down, but then the reality sinks in of like, all right, I can't actually beat the shit out of this guy right now because I'm a 6'7" professional athlete and he's just a shit-eating grin asshole.
The backstory is that I guess Jim Everett, a quarterback, I'm not a football expert, but a quarterback sometimes throws it knowing that he's going to get punished, but he's got to follow through as if no one's coming to crush him. And rather than like throw it and go for the pass, he would sometimes protect himself. So Jim Rome was changing from calling him Jim Everett to Chris Everett. He was calling him a girl because he would perhaps
and also because there's
himself.
a female tennis player named Chris Everett.
Right, right.
Alike.
I don't think it's about the looks. It was about protecting himself instead of taking the hit. That's why he was calling him a girl.
But I mean, I hope it is Jim Rome. I really like Jim Rome. I think if you listen to his radio show, there's definitely like an entry period where you're like, what are they even fucking talking about? Why is everyone yelling about like soccer right now? Like, but after a while, like you get initiated. I haven't listened to it in years, but I was a huge fan when I was like, I don't know, early 20s, something like that.
Dislike
every day.
I prefer it to be MMA people like Skip Bayless, and there's like an attractive, big, strong black guy. I think he talks to.
No, it wouldn't be him.
It wouldn't be him. I do think they're not together, but I forget. I watch these people on ESPN, and I'm just like, these guys are not MMA guys. Like, they're very, very surface. They don't know any of the backstories. They don't know anything about MMA, and they're talking about it, and it frustrates me. Like, I don't want a non-MMA guy in this role. I want it to be like a Chael Sonnen, someone who really knows the deal. Yeah.
Chael would be great.
Chael will definitely have he may get that job someday. He may end up taking, whenever maybe Joe Rogan leaves, maybe Chael Sonnen moves in because they're a similar style, I think.
Yeah, you need contrasting styles.
Yeah,
you can't have two guys that are the same.
Yeah,
I honestly hated Goldberg.
They say that Goldie was the play-by-play and Joe Rogan was the color, right?
Yep.
But I think it's hard to be play-by-play next to Rogan because he'll jump in and take your play-by-play all the time.
I know by far the least of any of us about MMA, and he doesn't just like make jokes and stuff. He does say stuff that's helpful, where he's like, oh, he's going for a Kimura or some other name of a move. Yeah, see why he's reaching across there to grab his wrist, and I'm like, oh, okay, that's something that I wouldn't have known to look for. It just looks like
really
two people
high-level stuff, like.
If it's my job to do play-by-play, and then suddenly Rogan's over there saying he needs to get his hip around here, he needs to lace his foot through there. It's I
think that they were different, though. I think they had a different dynamic. I think that Goldie kind of had like the informative, like let you know about general like events and all that kind of stuff, and reading ads and stuff like that. But then he was kind of the guy that would ask questions. I think that he asked questions intentionally he knew was wrong. He would say things he intentionally knew were wrong, so that Rogan could correct him, or instead of him asking directly, like, oh, what is he doing to the shoulder right there? He's like, oh, is he going for an omoplata? He's like, no, that's not an omoplata. That's an omoplata or gogoplata or whatever it's going to be. You know what I mean? Like, something completely different. I think that a lot of times when he would say things, he wouldn't intentionally think that. He was just that was like his prompt for Rogan.
That makes sense because like I'm pretty uninformed as well. I just I watch a lot and I read a good bit, but like I don't know what I'm talking about most of the time. I certainly don't recognize fucking like, oh yeah, he's using his left leg to kind of capture and then he's trying to sweep his right leg under and he's gonna flip his hips and he's gonna take control. I don't see that. Like I love hearing that from him, but I always felt like Goldberg was almost like that character in the movies who's only there for the audience's benefit. That like he's like he's like the sassy janitor who can be like, "What are y'all doing in here with all them beakers?" And they can be like, and they can explain what they're doing. Remember Ghostbusters? Like that. That's what the black guy was there for. Winston was there to be like, so let me get this straight. You put all them ghosts in that big machine, And they just go, stay there. And they're like, yeah, that's how it works. We capture him, and then we put him in. Like he literally walks Winston and the audience through how you capture ghosts and put them in the machine. And that's a great way to do exposition in a movie. But it's also pretty good, I guess, with the fight game.
Now I also wonder. I don't know anything about this, but I also wonder if they were doing everything they could to cut costs. I wonder if Goldie was expensive because he'd been there for so long and so many times getting raises. If they're better off to go and have someone else.
That's what it sounded like with what Joe Rogan was saying, because Joe intimated that he would not be there if it were not for his relationship with Dana.
Yep.
And I don't think that Goldberg had that same relationship.
If it is Jim Rome's earning $15 million a year in his current contract.
Jim Rome is a high dollar guy. Yeah, I would imagine he keeps doing what he's doing, and this is he wouldn't give up his radio show.
The challenge, I hear what you're saying, but there's so much travel in this job, it would be hard to keep another job.
It really would, yeah. It would have to be a juicy.
You got to remember that Rogan's working a lot less shows than he used to. He's only doing, shows in the United States on pay-per-view for the most part, a couple Fox shows. Like, he's doing a lot less dates. So there's not as much travel there, especially most of them are West Coast.
Do you think that's because they're like phasing him out a little bit?
No. I think he's got more money, knows what to do with. Exactly. He's not doing it because he wants to do it. He's doing it because he's not doing it because he needs to do it. He's doing it because he wants to do it. So I don't think they could pay him enough money to get him to force him to do it. He's just doing the shows he wants to do, and honestly, that travel fucking sucks when you're traveling like all these different countries. Like, they have a really tough travel schedule sometimes. And Rogan's usually there for weigh-ins, and he's doing Q&As, he's doing this, and he's doing that, and it's a freaking.
It's interesting that when you get in Rogan's position and you're not motivated by money. Like, I don't think Rogan desires the next 10 million of his net worth.
Yeah, he's hit that critical mass of money where it's like, I can do whatever I want.
Exactly.
Anything else is just gravy.
He wants to kill bison and deer and then eat them. His Instagram is just nonstop him cooking up stuff with peppers.
So it's like, how do you get Joe to do what you? Plus, he seems to have this podcast of his seems to be going so well that he doesn't need the UFC anymore.
He's doing crazy. He's doing crazy traffic. I think before he was just uploading the big longer ones, and now it seems like. I feel like the other day I checked it out and there was 10 that were all uploaded in a day. He's kind of breaking it segments.
I try to stay current, but he puts out so much material, and I enjoy it all. Whether he's talking about Gigantopithecus, or he's talking about Matt Serra, or he's talking about
great insight.
Yeah, all of it. I love hearing it all.
Do you watch the fight campaign and stuff that he does?
Yeah.
I watched the very first fight campaign, and it was for my fight, the Phoenix fight the other day. I watched it earlier today. And it was good. I thought it was awesome. I think it's way cooler. It's kind of, they get sidetracked a little bit, but I thought it was awesome how they're talking about whatever, but then they're talking about cool parts of fights.
I don't love Joe on every topic. I really, really like it when they talk about fighting. And then there's a few other things. But, if
it's a little
talking
crazy
about flowers or something,
flowers?
Well, I made that up, but sometimes he talks about things that are, in my opinion, really outside of his scope of expertise. And
they were talking about one of the guys had at his local gym. There was someone shitting in the showers. Like, he'd just he'd go in the shower and lay a log, and then on the way out he'd wink at the guy and be like, "Have a nice day." And they knew he was the shitter, but couldn't do anything about it. And he was like, this guy wanted to go kick his ass, because they're going in there every day cleaning this guy's turd up, and they know it's him. They know it is. So I don't know. I like it. I just like hearing him talk. And Joe seems like a guy who's oftentimes more intelligent or more informed on a topic than anyone else who's around him. And he's often having to explain things to people, and he does a really good job at that.
He's great.
I like listening to him. I like hearing him talk.
Clip of him that got popular. It's 19 seconds long. It's just called Joe Rogan's entire being condensed into 19 seconds.
Oh. Yep.
Yeah.
Have you guys seen this? This is something.
I think I'm abnormal. I didn't like it, but we'll see what people say.
Oh, all right. Well, I'm queued up at 0 anytime.
All right, ready, set, play.
We put a monetary value on actual life itself. Wow, it's just such a strange concept.
Yeah.
Did you see that guy accidentally hit that moose with his car?
No.
Holy shit, Jamie, pull that video.
Holy shit, pull up that clip.
I think there's a slightly longer one where he starts smoking pot. Like, if that would have run for another 6 seconds, I think he'd be lighting up. Yeah.
Yeah, he looks a little fucked at that moment. I like those. I like when they're doing drugs on the show and like when they're talking about drugs on the show and stuff. All those shows are good. I dig it a lot. Let me tell everyone a bit about MeUndies, real quick. Get that out of the way. Think about it. Underwear is the first thing you put on and the last thing you take off. Why would you settle for anything less than the best feeling underwear on the planet? MeUndies focuses solely on producing the most comfortable underwear you've ever experienced. My friends at MeUndies sent me a few pairs a while back, and now I can't imagine wearing anything else. It really makes my day that much better. For the price of 2 cocktails, MeUndies will deliver your new favorite pair of underwear right to your doorsteps, and that really is what they'll become. Like your MeUndies pair, that first one you get, that's the golden boy, as Jerry Seinfeld would say. You're going to put him aside. That's going to be your number one pair of underwear from then on out. So they come right to your doorstep. Better day guaranteed. Try them on, and if they aren't the most comfortable, best feeling undies you've ever had, then they'll refund you and let you keep your first pair for free. They don't want your dirty underwear back. Included in this price is the Sweet Touch of Modal, a special fabric made with the best in-class raw materials that are exclusive. They're scientifically proven to be 3 times softer than cotton. I think they make it out of tree bark or something like that, I read. These uber cozy undies are sold exclusively on the MeUndies website, where you'll enjoy free shipping to the United States and Canada. And this is very important, for a limited time, everyone in our audience here gets 20% off your first order. But you have to go to our special URL, MeUndies.com/PKA. With MeUndies, you get that better day guarantee. You have nothing to lose, so don't wait any longer. Go to MeUndies.com/PKA right now for 20% off your first order. That's MeUndies.com/PKA.
Yep.
Check them out.
Actually good underwear.
Yes.
New topic.
You don't realize you're wearing bad underwear until you try good underwear.
Yeah, if you're wearing like Fruit of the Loom or Hanes or like Jockey or something like that, and you step it up to MeUndies, it's, I don't know, it's like going from a Ford to a Ferrari or something. They're so soft and wonderful.
From that thumbnail to the idiot tries to rob guns link. I've seen it. Great.
It's great.
It's a good one. We definitely watch. I don't remember how long it is.
It's short. It's less than a minute. So queue up at 0. It's a little harder to queue up at 0 on Live Leak than YouTube. So let me know when you're ready.
I'm there.
Good. Hang on a sec. All right, I'm ready.
Shit. I'm queued up at 2.
Stop playing.
Yeah, right. I told you it's harder.
Okay, I'm ready. I'm holding it. I'm holding the air.
All right,
it's a pawn shop for sure.
All right, everyone queued up?
I've seen this. It's awesome. Yeah.
Ready, set, play. So check out this guy. He's like complying, but not exactly. Oh,
you're dead.
So dead. That's a lot of smoke. I swear I
fired
shot
off 6 rounds.
That's from impacts on the drywall, I would say.
Okay.
And that glass, see that glass countertop? From that to.
Huh.
Oh, okay. Man, that guy died like right away.
Smoke like that. Yeah.
He killed that
before it hit the floor.
The other guy got away. When I read the description, it said they were still searching for him. I assume they weren't able to use the first guy to help find him.
He had the first suspect had no viable information. Oh man, you can tell that first pop. I think he got shot in the spine or the brain or something. Like I can't see where he gets hit, but God, dude, like he draws that gun and points it.
Look at them.
I'm so impressed,
man.
I'm so impressed because I play Call of Duty and I get target anxiety when I come up on 3 guys and I'm behind them, they don't know that I'm here, and then I miss them all. This guy shoots that guy dead and I probably wings the other guy.
Or you do like the worst thing where you put like 3 bullets into all of them, like no fuck, like, and then you get 3 assists the second you die.
To kill him. Yeah.
Yeah, that's rough. Man, like, you could tell right away watching that, like, okay, that guy with the white hair and the beard is gonna be trouble for these trips. He's the kind of guy, he doesn't look like he's gonna be like, well, just take what you can. I'm just a simple man running a simple business. Like, no, that guy has been thinking like, oh my God, like I'm 72 years old. I never thought this was gonna happen. The time is now. It's happening.
This is what we trained for.
I die. I'm old.
Yeah, dude, I don't know. It was just, I watched another one too where the guy was getting robbed at an ATM machine. Did you see that one?
No.
I love these. I watch a lot of these. I saw one the other day where this Brazilian cop is getting like ambushed in his own garage as the garage door is closing behind him. They like invade his garage, and like the guy jerks his door open, holding a gun, and two more come in from the back. And it's a cop, and the cop has his gun out and ready when the dude jerks his door open and puts 5 in him before the guy can move. It's crazy. Then he hops out and like 2 in each, and each of the other guys as they flee away.
Jeez. That's just like, I don't know, so many times it's easy to forget what like a real gun death looks like that, because you'll see it like where someone gets shot 3 times and they're still like walking around, and then you'll be like, oh, I mean, like that's more like reality. You don't just drop dead like in the movies. And then you see this and you're like, oh wow, that's kind of exactly what happens in the movies.
Yeah,
like,
it just depends what happens. Like
really
I
much drywall.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I see that in deer hunting. Like I almost never had a deer run when I shot it. You know, they almost always just fucking crumple in their tracks and fall over dead, like instantly. You know, and
if they do run, it's not like the Bambi hunter where it's like they're a half-mile away.
Like,
it's like no, they panic for like 6 steps and then they fall and think they can get up and then they're dead.
Yeah, it's usually you know, their lungs and heart are real near each other, and if you get either of those, they're not going very far. You can stick an arrow through one's heart, he'll still run. I mean, it'll virtually cut their heart in half, and he'll still make it 30 or 40 yards.
A little more fun fact about the Blues hockey game tonight. They actually pulled their goalie 3 times. The first...
They usually
Jake
don't
Allen,
have 3 goalies.
I know. Jake Allen started the game, let 2 goals in on 3 shots. It's not great if that's your job. And he gets pulled. They put our backup in. He lets a goal in on his first shot. And then he makes a couple saves. And so then we go, all right, we're going to switch it back again. This is all in the first period, by the way. and then they pull him. We put Allen back in. And he lets in 2 more. And then we pull him and go back to the other backup for the remainder of the game. Like, this is holy. Like, it's a... I follow some hockey Twitter accounts. And it's saying... So the Blues outshot the Capitals 25-18. And the final score was 7-3. So of the 18 shots they had on them, our goalies only stopped 11. 11 for 18. That's horrific.
Did someone tell the goalies they're supposed to stop the puck?
Someone needs to.
I think so.
It's essential. It's such a big part of like there's a hockey quote where it's like goaltending is 10% of the game unless you don't have goaltending, and then it's 100% of the game. Where it's like it's so easy to take advantage of like just having a goalie who's okay, but good God, like
when are the 18 shots? That's the interesting thing to me. Like because the Capitals are likely to be the President's Cup winner this year. They're the Woody pick for President's Cup, and so they played a super strong team that they held to only 18 shots. That's about half as many as like a good 30 is probably normalish. Would you call that normalish?
Yeah, and for Washington, they get a lot of shots because they're a good team.
But they held them to 18. Like, and I've played where like we knew our goalie sucked tonight. Or this guy's not even a goalie; he just is a person with goalie pads. Because our goalie couldn't come, and we'll really hope like everybody's a goalie in that situation. Every defenseman's jumping in front of the puck. They know he needs help. I feel like that happened on St. Like, there's a reason the Capitals only got 18 shots. Everyone played D, and it didn't work.
I mean. Our defense did a bad job playing D, but
I don't know, they held them to 18 shots.
It's crazy. Yeah, but that was more because like the Capitals didn't even play like super great. Like the Blues were running shit the very beginning part of the game because I had it up and I was like, oh, okay, like look at that, we got 3 shots, they got none. Like we're coming out hot. We lose against the worst teams, but maybe we have a chance against them. And then on their first little bullshit shot from one of their bullshit Russian Savasnivov's players, he just flips it, and our goalie just. If you would have put me in there, I would have saved it. Garen fucking Teat. Oh my God, it was bad. Nobody cares about this. I'm sorry. I think
it'd be fun if you were a Flyers fan. It would have been cool to watch Taylor go through the emotional ups and downs of the 10-game winning streak, followed by like 2 out of their next 10 losing streak.
Yeah, they went on a 10-game winning streak and immediately like a 12-game losing streak.
Oh no, that's not true. It was like they lost 2
out of 14.
2 out of 14. Oh, go Hurricanes! I got a backup team for situations like this.
Yeah, I like the Canes. So because we don't play them enough for them to embarrass us or fuck with us too bad. But that's everyone this year apparently. Just fucking with we are one good player. you put basically 2 cones out there as his line mates tonight and then wonder why you can't do anything. Like, my God, put Kyle and Woody as Sweet Tea's line mates and you'll get just as much productivity. Maybe even more.
I don't know about that.
I don't know.
I do my best. I would be so scared. NHL players beating me up.
I know what you're expecting of me. I'm gonna. You just show me which one's their best player, and that's the one I'll hit in the throat with a stick.
That would.
That's all I can contribute.
Dude, did I ever talk about there was one guy who went to prison for an NHL game in like the 1940s, like when anything goes. Like it was just he just got really angry one night and just beat a guy across the head with his stick. And this was back in the day where they didn't really care for helmets as much. Yeah. And it was just like, yeah, I'm sorry, you're pretty good at hocky, but I mean,
you assaulted that man.
You're going to prison for attempted murder. And he's like, well, come on. He's gonna probably not make it. It's 1940. We got bullshit medicine. Like, and yeah, you didn't get.
They got that old timey like bandage wrapped around this poor guy's head, like his jaws, like bandaged shut, like Three Stooges with the big fucking water bottle on and everything.
Joe, are you following any other sports? You pulling for the Patriots or anything?
Pull up the Patriots. We watched them. I literally weighed in and then we ran, got back. We went to the official weigh-ins and we ran and got back to the house to watch Patriots game.
Do they ever pull for you? Did you ever like see a Patriot guy tweet at you or anything?
Oh
my God!
Yeah,
fuck them.
I've met a couple of them.
Yeah.
They seem to be fans. We had a box for the UFC a year ago in January, and we had Julian Edelman up in the box with us, so that was cool. But yeah, I mean, they definitely like fighting. I've talked to a couple of them. They like the UFC.
It's definitely almost bandwagon time for me. The Falcons are one game away from getting to the Super Bowl, so it's almost time for me to purchase a jersey. We're getting there. And that's the kind of fans that build dynasties, right? Like yeah, if you're going to perform, then you get a little extra revenue. You're going to go 2-4. The Niners, nobody's buying your jersey. Went 2-14. You lost your fucking coach. I'm going to buy a Falcons jersey if they win. They got to beat Green Bay. I think we played Green Bay once prior this year and like won by 1 point. And like all the stats are really close, like the yards per play and shit like that. So it's going to be a good game. I think it's Sunday afternoon at 3. We are
Atlanta's the earlier game. I'm just checking.
Yeah, for sure. We play at 3 p.m. and then the Patriots play at like 6 or 7 p.m. something like that Eastern time.
They'll crush whoever they're going to play.
Yeah, I know.
Because they look like. I think it was good because they look like not so good last week. So I think they got all that crap out of their system.
I hope they beat the Steelers. Ben Roethlisberger, we all know, I'm sure, is a rapist. So I don't care for him. And I didn't like how Aaron Rodgers kind of edged Favre out. I felt like they should have given Favre one more year. And I mean, fuck, he came back and like got back to the Super Bowl. He definitely had something left in the tank. I just didn't. That always kind of left a bad taste in my mouth because I'm kind of a Favre fan in a little bit, I guess. So I hope Atlanta wins and we play the Patriots for the Super Bowl and we lose inevitably because
you guys get crushed. You can't deal with Brady. Brady's amazing.
You got to keep him off the field. You got to run. You got to have sustained
even
drive.
Last week it was our special teams and our defense that did all the work. Our offense was terrible last week.
It's an amazing thing. My favorite thing about the Patriots is Bill Belichick.
He's the best. Darth Vader.
His attitude would not be put up with anywhere else under different circumstances. They put up with Bill Belichick because he wins and wins and wins. Like he comes to those things and like it's like part of my job is coming here to answer you people's questions. 30 minutes. That's what you get. He's like they're like, well, they'll ask this really in-depth, thoughtful question. He'll be like, well, football's football. You know, we're gonna go out and play it. It's like, no, we wanted you to go real in depth there, Bill. Break it down for us. You know, it's X's and O's and.
Who was the player last week that the coach is telling him, stay off fucking social media, and he's like Facebook living it?
I saw that. Yeah.
Is that on Pittsburgh?
Stay off social media. Yeah. He's looking at his phone, Facebook living.
Yeah.
It's a very bad speech.
Yeah. It's really bad timing.
I read the best article about that. The guy was kind of cutting him a break. And he's like, you know what we really learned from this is that this guy doesn't like the Patriots. Huh. Well, I wonder if other people don't like the Patriots. The world will never know. And it was like, I kind of like what, did you expose that he doesn't like the Patriots? He plays for the Steelers. He's not supposed to. It was fun.
I'm sure it's some kind of policy. They're not supposed to do that shit. I'll bet that was what it was more about.
I think that it's not a good idea to go out trash talking the other team before a game. You don't want them motivated. And that's
you don't
all
want to motivate them. Yeah.
And you certainly don't want to insult an opponent who you're either about to beat or lose to. In both cases, you'd like to be like, I don't know. We're going. This is week 16. We're going into to play the Steelers. They're good here. They're good there. They're good here. We have to play even better there if we're gonna win there.
Is that a big deal? If the Patriots aren't motivated for the AFC Championship game anyway, like they were gonna give them their best shot, I think.
Kind of. I mean, you're gonna train a little harder. You're gonna train a little harder. You're gonna play a little harder
in that game. Like it was kind of understood, or at least I was listening to Bill Burr's podcast, and he talks about the Patriots a lot, and he was like, "Yeah, I thought we were gonna steamroll them, but that was way closer. Like that's not. Thank God we didn't get beat that game."
That's what I read too. But the AFC Championship game is the one coming up.
Yeah, when the Patriots didn't win by as much as people thought they were going to. Like it was
the
a closer
spread
game.
Was like 16 points or something, and they just barely covered it. But like it was it was like a 1-point game until the third quarter.
Well, I'm looking forward to it. I like the Super Bowl. It's probably my favorite sporting event. The commercials really fill in. You got Lady Gaga doing the halftime show. A lot of people believe she's going to try to do some, talk politics, I guess. Maybe go anti-Trump up there.
Sing.
I'm way less excited about the
She
commercials.
Will sing.
Now
as opposed to lip sync.
Oh, yeah, she sings. Yeah, I would expect her to sing.
Yeah, I know, but sometimes at the Super Bowl, the people like who can sing, who are really great performers, still get stuck, lip syncing at the Super Bowl. So
I want to see there's going to be a shark. Who's going to be the shark of the year?
The shark of the year?
Yeah, like remember there's a dancing shark from last years
ago. The best commercial.
Yeah.
Oh man, I don't know.
The commercial. Wasn't the shark at the halftime show? Was that 2 years ago?
Yeah, it was with Katy Perry. She had dancing sharks, and one of them in particular was a real cool.
I'll tell you what it's going to be. Lady Gaga wants to get on top of the stadium, like on top of the stadium, like on the walls, on the edge, like way the fuck up there. And they got lawyers and technicians trying to figure out if she can. Like she's like, no, I want to get up there, up on like the rafters and shit, up above it. And they're like, that's not what we do. Like this is like that's just up there. That's the top of a building. You can't perform up there.
Does she want to zip line in? Is that like?
Oh, that would be sweet. That would be sweet, especially if they pull some trickery where they transport her like a David Blaine magic show. Like she's up there dancing and you see her on the jumbotron and then boom and you see sparks and she pops out of the stage down on ground level at the 50-yard line like Michael Jackson style.
She just zip
and the floor fills in under her.
Zip
line would be cool.
Put a light on her and zip line her like they do for Tinkerbell at every Disney thing.
I want her tits doing something cool too. I want like spiky tits with lasers on them or something. Like I like Lady Gaga a lot.
I like the way you think.
Yeah, she's a really fucking great singer. I hate when they mix politics in with it though. I don't need you to talk about politics during the halftime show. If you want to talk about anything, Lady Gaga, talk about like the NFL's domestic violence policy or its drug policy or something like that. The NFL has enough evils amongst it.
Even that. Just sing and then let people watch football. You don't need to be like, did you know the NFL's current policy on beating women is they are firmly against it? I don't think that's enough. And it's yay! Or whatever the fuck.
Look at the disparity between what happens to guys who beat their wives, and there's evidence of them doing it, and guys who supposedly deflate a football. Like there's a real disparity there, and I think
bullshit.
They give Tom Brady lose 4 fucking games as the MVP of the league, versus a guy who beat that woman unconscious in the elevator and then drags her out by her leg. Like it's real disproportionate.
I just want to take this time
that woman
to point
was
out
mouthy.
We had no Brady for 4 games, and we're still in the AFC Championship, and we're still going to win the Super Bowl.
That's why Matt Ryan's going to win the MVP this year. Matt Ryan is going to be the MVP, not Tom Brady, because Tom Brady didn't play a quarter of the goddamn season, despite.
Who is Matt Ryan?
Our quarterback, Atlanta's quarterback.
Oh, I just don't know who he is.
Yeah, he's never won a Super Bowl. He's the only one of the 4 who has not.
If the Patriots can't win, Joe, who would be your consolation prize to see win?
Scorched Earth. I hope no one wins if the Patriots
just
can't.
A horrible plane accident on the way to the game.
Some kind
I
of
guess
terrorist.
the Patriots do win.
Well, the Steelers are all dead.
That would be funny if both teams died. Well, that's real funny. But yeah, if both teams died and they handed it to the Patriots anyway.
Play a game. They bring out somebody and to play for the Atlanta Falcons. Here are the Georgia Bulldogs. They're out there looking real scared. Like, what?
this would not be a fun. This is especially not fun year for Georgia to play an NFL team. Like that would be the coolest. I've said it before, but that would be the best fucking thing ever. If every year they'd be like, all right, or I guess not Alabama, Clemson this year. You'd be like, all right, Clemson, you get to play the Cleveland Browns, and we're gonna see what happens. Just as a way for everyone to get on the same page of no Clemson, Alabama fans, it's not going to be close. Your people are going to be so injured, they're going to be begging during halftime, like, please don't make us go back out there and play the Browns. Please. I'm sorry, you have to go. Maybe one day one of you will make the league these guys play in professional.
Or a couple of them, right? There's probably, I'm going to make up a number. Between all 4 years, there's maybe 7 guys on Clemson who are NFL ready right now.
No. Ready and start to be starters, but it's a weird thing with the NFL because there's so like with basketball, you got guys like LeBron who just can jump in out of high school. You don't really see that in the NFL.
Maybe I went too high, but
it's so big and
other
strong.
team
I think you went
probably
too low.
has 53 guys who are NFL ready right now.
Yeah.
And I like their odds.
Did the Browns even win a game this year?
Yes, they won one game against the Chargers, I think.
Yeah, that's definitely the disparity. Like, you'd be the Bulldogs, you'd be like, we got 8 guys who are going to the draft this year, just so you know. They might play in the NFL someday. And the Browns are like, all of our guys play in the NFL currently. And we'll find that out tomorrow. Yeah, I'd love to see that. I like sort of exhibition, catch weight, sort of like weird scenario sports competition. Like, that's why, like...
Freak show.
Not freak show. That's a dirty thing. Like I'm not talking about bringing the Fridge Perry out there for some sort of like fight that you're going to be ashamed for watching afterwards.
Like a couple.
Joe Lozon, Bob Sapp. Go.
Right?
Oh,
Pros
God.
versus Joes.
I think Joe could beat up Bob Sapp.
No way.
That's
He's so fucking
That guy is a mountain of a person.
So fucking big.
I think if you like started leg kicking him and kept your distance, like he'd get an ouchie about like.
That'd be like my son Joey saying he could beat you up. Like,
but you've seen how Bob Sapp rolls lately, right?
Oh yeah, I mean he'd probably take a dive and betting on himself. But...
Exactly. Well, that's what I mean. I don't mean like if you guys are fighting to the death. I maybe I have to side with Sapp. I'm sorry.
Let me go with a few questions for Joe. Can you take Vin Diesel?
Probably.
All right. The Rock.
Yeah. Probably not.
Okay.
I mean,
how much do you weigh, Joe?
He's fucking huge. I'm like 170.
Oh, he weighs 330 pounds.
He's that big. But he's got to be 280, I would bet.
And The Rock is like constantly.
6'5".
Yeah, The Rock is always like engaged. It seems.
He's a guy.
His training.
The Rock is going to have issues with USADA.
Yeah.
That'll be a no contest. We'll call that one a no contest against The Rock.
USADA stuff is ridiculous.
Hugh Jackman.
Yeah.
Are you kidding? Joe would kill
He's
Hugh
not very
Jackman.
big. I don't think.
Oh,
he's shorter. But,
I think most guys under 200 pounds, I would not have any trouble with. I think.
What about here's a good one, Steven Seagal. Now I don't know the last time you saw Steven. I saw him.
He's rather large. I think it would not be a problem.
Yeah, he is. I saw him 3 years ago in Vegas, and I stood next to the man, and
he's a big dude.
His chest, but like from the front of his chest, and they got some man boobs on him a little bit now, to the back of his back, like the thickness of this man is very impressive. Really broad shoulders.
I'll never say anything bad about Steven Seagal because the guy that used to come to my gym, and he's like he's pretty much like best friends with the guy. And like his kids have like rooms at Steven Seagal's house and everything like that. So I will never talk trash about Steven Seagal.
Do you think you can handle Jesse the Body Ventura?
I train in Mexico. No holds barred.
I would beat Joe Lozon no problem if those chemtrails hadn't been poisoning me for so many years directly over my home.
Now I live off the grid.
I was a governor. People voted for me.
I saw him go toe to toe with a Predator. I don't know.
That's true, and I don't know if you could take the Predator.
He hit him with that plasma burst right in the chest.
I've never taken a plasma burst in the chest.
True.
Oh, Woody has.
What are we talking about?
Like donating plasma and taking something like bodily fluids in your chest, joking about the fact that you joke about being gay. Never mind.
Okay, I got a little confused. Oh, everybody froze for me. This keeps happening. There we go.
I watched the Predator for like the 80th.
I had a cool
week.
flight
I'm a big
today.
Predator fan.
Oh, I'm sorry. There was a freezing. The whole conversation got interrupted.
Yeah, we lost you for a sec too.
Yeah.
Did you want to talk Predator? I had a cool flight today,
no,
dude. So
you want?
So I launched. I went a couple miles from my house, and there's like this sod field. It's just a bunch of grass, and so I came down low, and like there's a family standing in the field, and at first I thought they gave me the universal sign for what the fuck. They're like this, right? So I'm like, oh, they're mad. Like I have no interest in making anyone mad. I'll just leave. And then they go and they do this. And they put their hand on the ground. I'm like, they totally want me to land. You know, they're asking me to land. So I loop around a little bit, set up. I come in, I land in their field, and they were the coolest family. Like, so they were watching me buzz around, like in the sky and stuff. I land, and like motorcycles and ATVs are like rolling in. They're farmers, and so they've got all like cool farm toys and stuff like that. And they're asking me about the paramotor, and they're very excited about Trump, which was neat to see because the media portrayal of Trump supporters is always like angry, racist, whatever. These were wonderful people, and they told me I can land anytime I want. Bring on friends over, we can launch. That's and cool. Yeah, he was awesome. Really cool. And they had all these questions about it. It was like a son was there, the dad was there, the grandfather was there. The grandfather had an interest in flight. He had a hang glider in the barn over there, and he's like, we tried to, we thought maybe when the wind came up the hill here we could launch, but he's like, I never was able to get it in the air. I'm like, you need one of these things, and they're asking about the weights and all the standard questions you get. How long can you fly? How high? And then, so I actually didn't fly as long as I normally do today because I was hanging out with these guys in their field, and then I flew home again. It's one of the first times I've ever really landed other than where I started. And I don't know, it was just super cool flight today. Me and my flying lawn chair meeting new people. And
yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, I just.
What happens? What happens with that thing if you have some kind of failure where it just stops blowing? Will you just glide down, or is it a big deal, or is that?
So
it's really not ideal.
It's definitely not ideal.
It's happened to me 3 times, and when I first got my first paramotor, there's a gas cap on it. It's supposed to be vented, but it wasn't. So as the fuel came out, it would it's called vapor lock, I think. It would get suction, and it would just stop delivering fuel because it was sealed.
Yeah.
And at the time, I really sucked. But I still managed to land okay. But I would panic and what do you do? It's the same as a normal landing.
No, I'm saying you were new.
Oh,
you were new at it all. Yeah.
You're right. Yeah, and I think I was more scared than most new pilots. If there was some medal for being terrified at altitude, I would have won it
because you're smart. You know how badly that could go.
So but yeah, you just position yourself into where you want to be. You sort of know your glide rate, where you're coming down, and I identify all right, this is my slope. I want to be anywhere on that slope, and then I'll take it in. And that's what you do. I also have a reserve chute if something goes wrong with my wing, it stops being a wing. But
how high do you need to be for the reserve chute to save you?
So they say to throw it. They're like, it's always a good idea to throw it. It doesn't matter if you're 50 feet. It'll be better than nothing.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
But a good number is 150 to 250 feet. At that point, it really works.
And that will bring you and the motor.
Yes,
right?
That's
so
right.
You're not disconnecting and then pulling. You're just.
That's true. Yeah, it's hooked up to the motor has these. It's like a backpack. And right around here on my shoulder straps, there are these heavy reinforcement points that you connect the chute to. So it would be pulling me by my shoulder straps.
Gotcha.
And we all land. Yeah. I've never pulled a reserve chute, but I have had a bunch of motor outs. So that I'm fairly familiar with. And it was just, I really like paramotoring. I want to go on and on, but I've never landed in a bad mood.
I just feel like it would be not worth the adrenaline. This is coming from the kid that fights in a cage in front of people, but I feel like
there's a doctor right beside the cage.
Yeah, at least I have a doctor beside. But I just feel I'd be scared shitless to try and do something like that because I would think that it wasn't the juice wouldn't be worth the squeeze. You know what I mean? The downsides of hitting a telephone pole or something like that wouldn't.
Statistically, it's safer than motorcycles, right? And what it really comes down to.
Get on a motorcycle either.
It really comes down to this.
What about a car?
If you treat it like aviation, right? If you're out there pre-flighting it, checking it, going, being safe, landing, then very, very few people get hurt. If you treat it like a sport, where you're like working on your acrobatics, and people can do infinity loops. They just loop and loop and loop, do like barrel rolls. A wing over is like a barrel roll, except that you land and you go in the opposite direction. Like so you just go over. And there are a ton of like helicopter stalls that you can do.
You're like a pendulum, and that's what you have to work with. So like, you can do all kinds of crazy stuff. I've seen some videos, but if you're pushing your limit like that, then you eventually find it.
That's right. So people who treat it like aviation and fly it like a Cessna, maybe, they very rarely hurt.
You know what Clint Eastwood said?
Safe. If you treat it like a sport, then eventually.
I feel like you probably don't spend as much time. I feel like you probably don't spend as much time now doing all your safety checks you did before. Like you still do everything, I'm sure, but I bet you go through that thing a lot faster than you did when you first started out. I just feel like at some point the two ends are going to intersect where it's like, oh, I didn't spend enough time and I did it so fast that you're going to.
I have heard that happens to people. I'm pretty good at it though. Like I'm if my safety checks are faster, it's because I'm better at it. Like,
that's what I mean. Is just you get better at it. You go through it so fast. I don't know.
But I'm not doing it carelessly. Like, I'm really not. I'm, if you were to see it, every bolt has this like gel that like connects the bolt to the nut. So if the nut spins at all, it's easy to identify because it has like a line across it. And then I have these. It's like a baby wipe from Motors, like an anti-grunge thing. I wipe the whole thing down, and it gives me a chance to shake it and touch it and really make sure it's as it should be. I could go on forever about paramotors, but I'm pretty diligent about my post-flight and pre-fights and making sure my lines are right. And I think I won't get hurt, but everyone does.
Yeah, I don't think you will either. I think it would take. It's not gonna be your fault when you get hurt. Clint Eastwood said a man's got to know his limitations. That was his little quote.
Oh,
that's a thing.
A wise man who screamed at a chair a few years ago.
He didn't scream.
He definitely talked down to that chair.
That he thought there was someone there, so it wasn't even as crazy as you thought.
Oh,
he was talking
to
someone.
Make it crazier?
He's getting older.
Dude, I like Clint. That was shitty.
Yeah, I like him too. I was just poking. I don't remember the chair specific thing. I just remember watching a clip and being like, "This is weird."
He was addressing an empty chair as if Obama was, and he's like, "What were you doing the last 4 years? You had your chance. Where's the change? Where's the hope?" Like he was talking to an invisible man, and when you're like 80 doing that, I guess it can come off a little senile, because that's what some 80-year-olds will end up doing is talking to empty chairs.
Make sure you're kind of young and spry if you're going to be doing political.
Yeah, if he'd done it around the time of Hale Ryder or the outlaw Josie Wales, like we'd all been like, maybe he knows what he's talking about. Maybe this Reagan doesn't know shit. We'd have listened, but it's a little too late now, especially after American Sniper. I just don't know that I want to listen to his advice at this point.
Oh, did he make
that movie?
Sniper?
Yeah, he directed American Sniper and did a shitty, lazy job of it. Clint Eastwood has this thing where he doesn't do second takes. And he thinks that that's a good thing. And I'm sure we can all picture a situation where that is a good thing. But we can also all realize how it could be a stupid fucking thing to do when you're making a $150 million movie that's going to go to the Oscars.
Remember the Baby movie? It was just that shitty doll.
The Baby is what I always start off with. I always lead with Baby because the staunchest military man who knew a guy who knows Chris Kyle and is like in love with the movie is like, yeah, that baby was shit though. That baby was ridiculous. You see that baby? Oh, I got better babies at home. Like my daughter's got a more realistic baby. Like it just looked fake. It was like a little doll, and it's like moving around weird, like as they shake it. And I don't know. I could go on for a while about the things I didn't like about that movie. The CGI blood was shit. CGI. I love squibs. Squibs are so great. Like when someone's get shot.
Squib.
A squib is an explosive charge placed underneath the clothes with fake blood on it, so that when they get hit with the bullet, their clothes tear and blood explodes out of the wound.
One? Have you ever tried, squibs up close?
Mm-mm. No.
Oh, okay.
I'm sure I could make them.
You're saying
though.
You do like those, or you?
I do like those. That's the way it should be done. The problem with squibs over CGI blood is obviously you have to reset every time the guy gets shot, and it's not as simple as all right, put on the other shirt, Jim. It's like all right, you're covered in blood. We got to get the technician who sets those charges in here, makeups. The whole thing's got to be turned off.
If it's bloody now.
If there's a car that's getting shot, now change, put a new hood on the car. It's a big deal. Whereas if you're using CGI, like just pretend like you got shot. Good, done. But go back and watch RoboCop. Go back and watch RoboCop and tell me that's not better. when he's getting gunned down in that warehouse in the beginning, and fucking Red from 70s Show has the 12 gauge, and he's going moving it around his body like you don't know what he's about to shoot, and he puts it on his hand and goes boom and fucking blows his whole wrist off. It's just fucking. It looks real. It's hardcore, and you immediately are like, God damn, Red Foreman don't play around. Like he learned some shit in Korea. Like this is a dark man. Like that's good shit. I like the squibs. I want to see blood fly, and I want it to look real.
Red Foreman? Was he in it? I didn't even remember.
He's the bad guy in RoboCop. Yeah, he's the.
In RoboCop we're talking about. Okay.
Yeah, RoboCop. Yeah.
Gonna put his foot up your ass or whatever he does.
I like seeing when like a character like that has done two things that oppose each other. Like what's his name that played Walter White? Bryan Cranston. He has that in his like body of work. He did Malcolm in the Middle, which is really silly, and so you could juxtapose that with editing to say Breaking Bad, and you can make the father from Breaking Bad break bad, and those are really funny videos.
The father from Malcolm in the Middle.
Malcolm in the Middle is a great show.
I saw one of those where they took Dwight from The Office, and we're gonna watch it. We're just gonna watch it. I mean, this. If you like The Office, you'll like this.
Joe, what are you looking at? You got me curious. I see your face lighting up with the monitor.
I was checking MMA on Reddit, the news section.
All right.
I compulsively check it.
You go to the news section of places on Reddit?
Yeah.
Oh man, I wait. You know, I'm a follower. I guess.
If you get into
this is stuff that I understand though.
You'll run out of.
Yeah, Kyle's right. If you get into something enough, you got to use new.
You fucking refresh that new, like, oh, look at this. I know this guy. He knows his shit. Like, I like that. Let's watch this shit. I promise it's worth it.
Everyone queued up at 0?
Yeah.
3, 2, 1, play.
Now, this is a simple acronym, HERO. At Diversity Today, we believe it's very easy to be a hero. All you need are honesty, empathy, respect, and open-mindedness.
Excuse me?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but that's not all it takes to be a hero.
Oh, great. Well, what is a hero to you?
A hero kills people.
He kills people.
People that wish him harm.
What is this from?
Yeah, this is from a movie called Hero.
A hero is part human and part
I think it's called
supernatural.
Oh, Super, yep.
I've never heard of this movie. This is all new footage to me.
A hero is born out of a childhood trauma. Or out of a disaster that must.
Have you seen my wife?
We're showing a lot of this movie.
I don't think she wants to see you anymore.
Jock, the guy I was telling you about, he stole my wife.
Stole my wife.
Sarah, no! What are you doing? No! Come on!
Ouch. This looks deeper than I expected.
Yeah.
This is getting dark.
Yeah. Oh, just.
This is about seeing love me more because
You guys should watch this movie if you haven't.
fucking interesting.
Be avenged.
This is well done.
Murder Kevin Bacon.
You gonna execute me for my sins?
What movie is this you say it's called?
Super.
Super, 2010. I gotta watch this movie.
Yeah. It's on Netflix, I think.
You don't molest little children! You don't grovel on the misery of others! The rules were set a long time ago! They don't change! Trigger the Taker! You really think that killing me, stabbing me to death is gonna change the world?
Can't know.
Unless I try.
Jesus Christ! This is a real movie?
Yes. While she watches. That's the dude that took his wife.
The fuck?
He fucking has a nervous breakdown and becomes a goddamn superhero. But like...
Okay, you're thinking of a superhero.
We all have a hero in our heart.
Oh,
God
so
damn.
have any of you seen that movie? I know Joe.
I have not.
I have
So
not.
basically, like the movie itself is he's like you
Don't
saw.
ruin it. Don't
I won't
ruin it.
It's
But
kind
it
of
is-
ruined.
You saw a lot there, but the funniest shit in that movie is he is like a kick. It's like Kick-Ass, but it's gone to even
reminded me
further
of
a
Kick-Ass.
level, even
Yeah.
further than Kick-Ass, to where little things start happening where he notices he's not even in line for the movies. Or no, he is in line for the movies, and somebody just walks in front of him, and he, without saying anything, walks back to his car, puts on his little outfit, gets an enormous wrench from his trunk, and then he walks up behind this guy, and it just shows the guy who butted in line talking, and he just domes this guy, murdering him in line at there, and then he just goes back to his car and be like, "Oh fuck!" Oh, he's doing it." And he just like it. He went complete. It's a really interesting movie, and also kind of sad because Liv Tyler is not a great actress.
No, she's not, unfortunately. I think they blew their budget on Kevin Bacon. Like, he's like $2 million, and the budget's like 2.5. Liv Tyler is not a great actress.
Who do we
she's
got?
not-
We got Arwen. Has she been in anything since that? No, not really.
Did you see Armageddon? Yeah, that was before.
Armageddon's a great movie.
Watch
Yeah,
it
you
again? Yeah, she hasn't done anything. I love that whole. I've said it before. The whole thing about her like turning her back on her the father who raised her when she found out that Steven Tyler was her dad and everything. Probably a shitty human being too, as well as a bad actress, but really hot. Like, God, I really wanted to fuck her while she was in elf makeup though. Like, I don't want to fuck Liv Tyler. I want to fuck Arwen. And I want Liv Tyler to play along with the sick game of mine. like I want to be like, oh, the leaves of Lothlorien are about to wilt, bitch. Like I want to like get in some Lord of the
Wouldn't you
Rings.
live to be like 200? You know, did she hook you up?
From fucking her?
I don't know.
No.
How did the dude live to be so long?
Because he was one of the Dunedain Rangers descended from Numenor.
Oh,
Dunedain.
I missed that. I thought it
Isn't
was
that what I
something to
s-
do
what
with
did I
this
say?
elven thing.
He's one of the Dunedain. It's a race of longer-lived men, which is why Aragorn, when
You
he's like,
cannot be 90, my lord.
it's like 87, and it's like, oh man, like you're pretty old and you're still a good-looking Viggo Mortensen guy who's gonna do a bad horse movie in a year, but I forgive you.
Hidalgo was okay. Come on, he really gave it all. I liked Hidalgo. That horse was given his all.
I don't want to move quite past fucking Arwen yet. She was
does?
never the one I was drawn to in that. Well, I don't know. There's like 3 chicks in that movie, so there's not a lot of.
Kate Blanchett is very hot in that movie.
Kate Blanchett, probably my choice, and she's an excellent actor.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, Arwen, she just didn't do it. You just wanted to see that even star silver necklace bouncing on those half-Liv Tyler.
I don't know. I like her look. Woody really likes that strong jawline in a woman and the high T level. But I really like her pale skin and dark hair and blue eyes.
You think she has a happy trail?
No, absolutely not. I guarantee. No, she does not look like a hairy woman.
Nobody's perfect.
I've seen Steven Tyler without his shirt off. He's pretty hairless as well. So I'd say she probably.
He's got a happy trail.
I don't know.
Yeah, well.
I thought I like Kate Blanchett though. Kate Blanchett's probably hotter. I don't know.
Well,
She's
she's
much older.
real scary though when Galadriel gets mad and she starts screaming at him. You know, like don't even offer to the ring.
As the
jackass."
You offer it to be freely.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's
like in retrospect, like if somebody had given Frodo like a tiny or like a little bit of backstory there, he would have known not to offer it to Galadriel.
What did she say? She's like, in place of a dark lord, you would have a queen as terrible as the something about being as bright as the sun and as something and as terrible as the dawn or something like that. It was a
very much a downer speech saying that like if you give me this ring, it's gonna be way worse than you imagine because you just think I'm some elf lady, but really you put this in my hands, I am now someone who could take over the world.
Yeah.
Like I could rally all the elves to me and take back Middle Earth or whatever needs to be happening.
Wouldn't that be better?
You know, that was. I mean, no, because you saw how angry she got. She wouldn't be very
corrupt
kind.
her and turned her into a
It would absolutely corrupt her. That's
Yeah.
why, like, Gandalf had to give it to Frodo. Hobbits are the most slowly corrupted of those races. Yep. That's why
Joe.
Bilbo had it.
You're an Apple
can we
guy,
play-
right? I've
Yes.
been meaning to ask Joe this. Are they losing you? Did the MacBook Pro piss you off? The Apple with no headphone jack? The phone?
They are a little bit because so I have this weird issue where and it's the most infuriating thing I've ever had happen with any computer ever where I'm typing and sometimes when I hit the space bar it does 2 space bars so it's like space so it's like I type something and it takes me forever to go back and take out all the little double spaces. It's like fucking infuriating.
Dude, with my spacebar on this new MacBook, so the new MacBook Pro is a new keyboard. I think it's the first one to have this one.
Yep.
And I'm finding that where I hit it on the spacebar, sometimes it works and it doesn't. And it has a certain click to it. So you'd think that if you depress it and get that tactile feedback, it's supposed to work. It doesn't. It's inconsistent. And I don't know if I have crumbs in it or something. I don't know how to fix it, how to get them out. It's not like
Is it one of the new ones? One of the brand new ones?
Yeah,
Dude, so probably shouldn't have crumbs. I don't know. Like mine's done it since like the day I got it, and it's fucking infuriating. I've had like Ed Brandon and Katie. I've had all these other people try and do it. Make sure it's not me that I'm not doing something. There's all kinds of settings for the keyboard. So like if you hold down the button, how long it'll go. I've set everything like as low as it could go, so it's not. I don't know what the fucking deal is. I tried doing online support today, chat support. I'm like, oh, we have an appointment on Saturday at 4 p.m. I'm like, fuck you. Like I used to be able to just like walk in and just get whatever I want. And I don't know. They're losing me. I honestly I would return the thing if I was inside the window.
What is this that we're talking about? It's
my MacBook Pro. I got a brand new MacBook Pro.
Oh, you're right. Yeah. I got one too, and mine was expensive. Like I got every upgrade that
I did too. I did. You do the 13 or the 15?
15.
I did the 13, and honestly, I would take the fucking thing back. I might drive there tomorrow and just complain and be like, look, I bought fucking 15 laptops from you in the last like 5 years. Give me a goddamn.
Yeah,
I'm about to buy one, and so I wanted some Woody advice. So here's what I want. I want to replace a MacBook that has the screen broken, and I just want to get her a new one. But I don't want to. Do I need to get a?
So it's not for you.
No. I just need like
a web browsing, email type stuff.
Yeah, and runs her Etsy store and that sort of thing. I don't need a lot of power.
13 or 15?
Let's do 13.
Okay.
I'm tempted. Joe, you thinking MacBook Air?
No, I would go with the Pro. I would go with the new Pros. I love my 13, and I fucking love the touch bar. That's the one thing I do like. Like, one thing I don't like is like when I'm typing, I don't type like super properly. I can type fast, but I don't type properly. But I constantly find the escape key with my pinky on my left hand, and it fucks up the windows on me all the time. That part's kind of because the second my finger touches it, it hits escape.
If the laptop were for me, I'd get that new Dell 15-inch. But it's not for me. It just needs to do shit.
Escape
and not get viruses.
That touch bar, escape, I have no trouble with it. Everyone's worried about it and stuff. It seems to work like a key. The thing is, every so often I hit the Siri button. And, you hit Siri, everything fucking stops. She's the new foreground application.
I think you can turn that off.
I might. I love Siri on my phone. I like Siri.
I hate Siri.
I seem to be the only one that loves her as much as I do. I'm so happy with her. I do like weird like my fuel mixtures for my paramotor. Like, hey, take 5 gallons, convert it to ounces, and then give me 1/40th of that. And she tells me it's great. And so
I use Siri for setting alarms.
Pisses me off.
Like I use Siri for setting alarms because we plugged in my bed and be like, Siri, set an alarm for. Hey Siri, set an alarm for 4 a.m. or 6
Did you know
a.m.
she'll clear all your alarms? Like just the other day, I tried it on a lark. Like so, just like you, I'll be like, hey, wake me. Siri, set an alarm for 4:30 a.m. tomorrow morning, right? And then after a while, I've got like 27 alarms. And I'm like, Siri, would you remove all my alarms for me instead of like going through it? And she's like, are you sure? And he hit. Oh, I love Siri.
That's also a fun prank if you can very quietly go, hey, Siri, delete all of Woody's alarms while you're asleep.
They're usually
you know what I love? I love about the touch bar is so I use 1Password for all my passwords because I use different passwords for everything. I fucking love just not having to type my long ass master password and just be able to put my finger there. I love it for logging into the computer. I wish that my keyboard on my MacBook Pro on my whatever the fuck it is.
You have a MacBook Pro or an iMac?
No, on my iMac. I wish this keyboard had a little fucking touch bar on it so I could fucking log in the same way. I'm sure it's coming. But I like that part of it. The machine's fast. The screen's great. I don't mind it. The keyboard's a little smaller, but it's infuriating about the keyboard.
Yeah.
You know what I did this week that was really trying? I felt like I left my goddamn cell phone in Atlanta, and when I flew to Colorado, so I had no cell phone for a week, like 6 days.
How would you poop?
Yeah, I really, it really like it was an eye-opening experience. It was like, God, this really sucks. Like, I want to do something. Like, I'm like looking around, and like everybody else is like looking at their phones. I'm like, God damn it, this is bullshit. I can't check Reddit. I'm worried about text messages. I'm worried that I can't like. I'm like, it was like 3 days since I texted my dad. This is gonna be 10 now before he hears from me. And like if he tries to contact me, he can't get me. And there's like a lot of people that are like that. And I'm like, fuck, I'm so stressed out about it. When I finally got back to Atlanta, that was my main concern, was like getting in my car, like getting my phone and be like,
It's weird to me that you left your phone somewhere. Because I can't imagine being away from my phone for 30 seconds without
I'll tell you what happened. So I'm using the phone. I'm navigating us into the... why was I using navigation? That doesn't make sense. I don't know why I was using my navigation. Maybe to like see...
usually, right?
I go back and forth, but I know my way to the airport. That's why it was weird that I even had.
I use Waze. I love Waze because it tells me, it reroutes me around traffic
too. Yeah, it tells you where the fucking cops are. But I like.
I didn't know that.
Oh yeah, that's its main fucking feature, is telling you where the speed traps are. Like, it's user-reported speed traps, and you'll see them coming up. You can fucking fly. It's better than a radar detector. But yeah, I tucked the phone under my thigh as I'm driving, like under my thigh in the seat. And then when I got out, I just slid out of the car and left it in the driver's seat. And, I checked my pockets like money, ID, cash, that, like 3 bags, everything. I get into the security line, and I'm like, I don't have my phone. And she's like, can you go back and get it? I'm like, no, there's absolutely no fucking way that I can go back up to that parking garage. No, there really wasn't. Because when I gave them my bags, when I go to like give Frontier my bags, I'm getting out my identification and my boarding pass, or my my credentials and everything, all this information. She's like, fuck it. She didn't say fuck it, but her attitude was completely that. She's like, no, give me the bags. We got to get them going. Like, the bag weighed like 53 pounds. She's like, looks like 50 to me. Like, she just didn't. She's like, all right, your bags are going to make
standard of Frontier.
You want to head towards security now. I'm like, oh God, are we that late? Like, I didn't realize, but we were. And when I got to the gate, I'm like, oh yeah, I'm here. And they're like, yeah, you made it. I'm like, my girlfriend's in the bathroom. She's coming up right behind me. She's like, she has 6 minutes. I was like, oh shit. She's like, and then the doors closed.
Too bad
like,
you didn't text her that.
I was like, all right, well, I'm gonna go run and look for her then. And I did. I'm like waving at her, like way down the turn, like, come on, let's go, let's fucking go. But Frontier was just a mess. But really, being there without my cell phone for 6 days was. It sounds like such a first world problem, and it literally is, I suppose. But I'm not accustomed to that.
But you're so used to it that you almost feel naked. Where you're like, what if somebody does need me? They'll have to reach out through someone else.
It made so many tasks more difficult. Like my girlfriend's using her. We ordered delivery food, and her phone is the one that they're using to like call and be like, yeah, we're outside. Can you help me like find your driveway or whatever? So she has to keep her phone, but I need to go to like Safeway to get us some sodas and shit. So like I'm just like, all right, I'm just gonna go explore. I'm just going to go and memorize my turns as I go and try to find something. That's what I did. I was like, all right, right turn and 1, 2, 3 stoplights, and a left turn and 1, 2, 3 stoplights. And I'm just trying to keep that in my head as I search for sodas. I really, really missed having my goddamn cell phone. I always say, like, you ever saw Captain Kirk go down to a planet without his fucking communicator so he could call Scotty up? I feel so naked without that thing. I'd rather be moneyless than phoneless. Because I could always probably do something with PayPal or something with my phone. My phone does everything.
Phone is king.
Phone's huge.
Did you see this clip, Woody, that I linked down here?
I don't think so.
It's a little bit of fan content. And by the way, I love all like the little cartoons and fan content and shit that you guys make. Like, it's hilarious, even if a lot of them seem to revolve around you guys putting clips of the Blues historically being eliminated from the playoffs.
Can
that
we
seems
watch
to
this?
be the new meme.
I'd love to watch this.
Yeah, we should watch it.
All right. Joe, you ready?
Yep.
Ready, set, play.
Down we go. Hold the phone.
Apparently there was a 1 also. PKA episode 314. We are guestless tonight. We have Kyle and Taylor and Woody. I'm not sure why I announced this really. Anyway, Kyle, opening words.
I got my cool jersey. Got to get to that right away. This jersey like hoodie thing I got, so I could really rub it in when the black feet just stomp all over you and just win the division and inevitably the Stanley Cup. As I predicted, right away. Rub it in when the black feet just stomp all over you. Inevitably, got my cool jersey. Inevitably, the Stanley Cup.
Over $100 on a spite gift. Very high quality animation.
Gandalf looked curiously and closely at him. No,
the audiobook of Lord of the Rings.
He said thoughtfully.
Josh Newland, the White Courtesy Telecom.
It was impossible to find you, Frodo, in the wilderness, and it would have been folly to try with all the 9 at my heels. So I had to trust to Aragorn.
I love the way
he used a Family Guy clip.
How long is it since you saw Frodo last?
Where's he going?
Asked Aragorn. An hour since he vanished.
Let's see where this is going.
It's kidding.
Kyle, there's a
it.
man in the house.
Do your best.
Kyle's playing VR games.
I got my cool jersey. Inevitably, the Stanley Cup.
Then, a sudden attack by a male snowy owl.
And then he burns the jersey. I like
That's great.
That's really good. I like this kind of stuff.
I thought for sure he was gonna burn down the house while you were playing VR.
That's where I thought he was going. I thought Kyle would be.
I thought I was
going
to burn down the house as well.
Yeah, nice job, John. I would have liked it if he had like set the room I was in like this room on fire while I was in VR. That would have been fun.
Oh, it's a really hot game.
Yeah, thanks for making that though. That's really cool. I like those a lot.
Dude,
I like seeing
Lord
myself animate. It's
the Lord of the Rings audiobook is what I was watching it last night, and that put it over the edge for me of just like, oh my god, this is so fucking funny. How and it's like a couple of them I think they're real passages from Lord of the Rings.
Yeah,
where he's talking about Frodo and he intentionally
the 9 at my heels.
Yeah, the 9 at my heels. Oh, it's funny. But yeah, keep it up with that fan content stuff. Not all of them have to do with the Blues losing the playoffs, but that's.
Did you guys watch this guy's other first video?
I didn't.
Which one is it?
Was it any good? It's like a walk through the PK
I don't
household
know.
or something.
I don't know.
Well, his name is or it's on the PK subreddit, linked to there.
I can find
channel
it for
name's
you.
just John.
It was linked at the end of the video.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we should.
You want to watch it? It's a minute.
Yeah, I'm queued at 0. It's only 54 seconds.
All right, you guys ready? Set, play.
Yeah, topping our news, St. Louis
Tilt.
Blues and their fans can officially start shaving off those playoff beards today. The Blues are eliminated after losing to the San Jose Sharks in Game 6 of their Western Conference.
Look at his face.
Fox News Chris Rogers live outside of Scott Trade Center this morning with a look at the disappointing game. Good morning, Chris.
There's me.
Very high effort, Woody.
Here's Henrietta.
The auto blow.
I think that might be the audio of me doing the audio of the auto blow.
Very meta. And then Chiz's shit hat in the fridge.
He had his hat on this trip.
I mean,
Chiz has, I believe Chiz subscribing to Samson's strength training program and not cutting his hair until he grows more powerful.
Chiz has long hair now.
Oh.
Please tell me it's in some kind of mullet formation.
He because his hair is so curly, it's doing a very ethnic thing. He kept it pretty well under wraps most of the time, but I feel like he's got a very Jewy thing going on in the back. Like it's really curling up and doing some stuff. It's impressive. He's got. I don't know how long it's been since he's cut it. Like before I went on the trip, it had been almost 3 months since I'd cut my hair. Like the front was, when I brushed it straight back, like the front hair like went all the way to the back and it like come down to my lip. His is much longer than that. Like I feel like if his showers were like an hour long, I feel like his hair when it's wet like just encompasses his whole face like his cousin Ed or something. Very long.
Huh.
Yeah. Let's wrap it up then.
You guys want to call it a show?
Joe's got to go soon. Yeah, we can wrap here. Joe, where do you want our fans to go to check out your stuff? Your Facebook?
I have Facebook. We do video blogs for all the stuff. So Facebook.com/JoelOzon, Twitter.com/JoelOzon. Those are the two. JoelOzon.com. Instagram.com/JoelOzon.
Yeah, you go to Joe's YouTube and watch him rub out a hematoma or something. It's good quality content. He does those fight blogs. I like that shit. So
we did a lot of for the last fight this weekend. We did all the behind the scenes stuff. If you watch the 4th episode, pretty cool. All the stuff after the fight, warming up, all that kind of stuff.
I liked. This is kind of I don't know. I noticed when in Ronda's fight that her corner people have cameras on them. That was cool. I liked that. I don't know if that's something that you would ever do or have any interest in, but I thought that was cool.
Yeah, no, it's definitely cool. You know, they don't do it all the time. You know, obviously they need 2 camera crews for that, one for each corner. But it's definitely cool.
I figured you just had a GoPro like stuck to him.
I don't know. Maybe
I'd like that POV.
So you're saying the UFC had cameras or her cornermen had cameras?
I thought her cornermen had cameras.
Oh, maybe.
That's what
Are you sure? Yeah, you talking about him going, "Oh no"?
Yeah.
I think the UFC.
I think that's the UFC. That's like the for Fight Pass. Like they have corner cam, but like there's always someone mic'd up in the corner. You know, like
why don't they mic up the fighters? I want that so bad. I won't drop. You don't have to
Nightmare.
No. You don't attach. But you could have a mic above them, suspended down and like pointed down like a directional microphone. And it would be great if you could hear what those guys are saying.
That would be
cool. Especially if it's like a Nate Diaz or a Conor McGregor fight where they're talking tons of shit. Like I'd love to see like some guy like absorb a punch and be like, "Hey, fucking shit, you pussy!" And I want to hear the trash talk. Read their lips a little.
Part of it's you're not supposed to talk trash either during the fights. Like I think
that's actually a rule.
Yeah.
Well, they need to change that one along with that. They just have changed the rules. They can change that one too. Well, I guess that's the show then.
All right. That's it. PKA episode 318. I hope you guys
sponsors, Kyle.
They're all in the description down below. Check them all out down there. You got Lyft, MeUndies, Casper, Movement Watches, and NatureBox.
All wonderful companies.
Very good.